miss you. What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. And now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, playing with my. Now we know you fake. I just wanna say you've got tunnel vision. Enjoy with your mates, cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the
Ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Hey, easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the.
Hey, you ain't realist, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They tryna get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the.
left the party. It don't let me out. Little love at the end. 'Cause I'm waiting over the moon. When I need brise ma chaîne sous l'orage, je relais dans l'écho de mes veines.
Because I wanted this so bad, and it makes me mad that you're not the one tonight. Like bubbles in the skies above, somewhere in the clouds is my shining now. Try to feel the seasons are changing, and I might just lay you down, leaving you. We'll let you fly. We'll leave you now. I've come a long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life without you. I've come a long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life. Wait for a sign. All the darkness inside won't let you fly, but I might get you off my mind, 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 get you off my mind.
If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? A summer day, your sweet embrace is all that I want. The way it feels, it's something real and heading for us. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? No time to think, 'cause we're all in, yeah, we're in a rush. Too late to change, making mistakes, just give me a touch. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too?
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing? come alive. Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 밴 놈이 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain 놈이 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난이 노리는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 얄바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴로서 저렇게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 바가겠어 네 몫을 내 못해 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool 랠리스 night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss be or shiro 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise 말하잖아 내가 뱉는 대로 내가 다시 look told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들은 한 곳으로 모여 Shall we ride 머리 위로 투 그래서 이건 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 곳 올려놔 bus 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 looking like demons 자칭 날 구기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 너의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 소리 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go
told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
I don't know where you've been sold, but I'd be insane not to play my role. Yeah, I know I can break a fall, the stakes are low. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. So great anyone move by this bed. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. So great anyone move by
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
The competition has been very intense this week, and it's time to finish it off with some bangers. Hello everyone and welcome back to VCT EMEA. We are coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena here in Berlin, Germany. I am your host Yingsu. I'm joined by Kakuka and Billy. Welcome back, Kakuka. Billy, I know you're going to be doing some check-ins later with the artist alley we have over there. Have you seen any cool art so far? I went and had a nosy earlier. There's some really good things. We have a very creative community here in EMEA, so yeah, I can't wait to stick into that later.
I'm not gonna lie, I haven't paid attention to most of the pictures because there's a table full of food and a girl
Yeah.
has priorities.
But you also were given food by some of the fans, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you so
you're very
much.
happy.
They brought me jamón, salchichón, lomo embutado, so thank you very much. That's exactly what you need to bring me if you ever want to get
Yeah.
me something.
And I want to shout out Trubun because she's one of my favorite artists we have here in EMEA. And I think she's here today, actually. So welcome back, Trubun, as well. But let's take a look at the standing and schedule and see what our fans could be in for. Because, Bea, you won here yesterday, but you missed some almost upsets.
I wasn't here, but I was definitely watching. I considered stopping after watching that first bind. I like what both Gentlemates and Foot were bringing on the table, the new comps. Comeback actually making his debut here in Tier 1. Surprises at the end of it, and I like it. I like the fact that at the end of the day, this is week 1. This is where most of their surprises can happen.
Yeah, I think the second series as well was so close, right? I think both of them that day was really close. I think it could have gone either way, and I think that the teams that weren't able to just get it over the line will be feeling pretty gutted about that result.
Yeah, and the Liquid win was massive for them if we take a look at the champ points, because they're tied with Heretics right now, and of course Fnatic are kind of praying for their downfalls if they want to make champs without having to go through playoffs and so on and so forth. So this is going to be a very interesting battle, Billy, to see if they can keep it up.
It's a close race. It really is a close race. And I think that's what's so exciting about these kind of next few weeks is that we are going to be getting closer to seeing who is going to be representing EMEA at champs. I think in terms of today's matches, I can't wait to see how Carmine Corp get on. It feels like it would be a real damn shame if we did not get to see KC in Paris at champs. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how they can get on today. I think for them though, the first goal is make playoffs before we even consider champs.
I think that most of the teams want to make a crazy run. We've already seen some of the changes and the new implementations, but I want to see more of the new map pool. I think that people have been getting very creative with the compositions, finding their comfort in their strengths, and I want to see how far they can take that.
Yeah, and our players have been very animated on stage as well. We saw CNED giving it, like
Yeah.
I've never seen him give it before. Batty G is also truly home, you know, he was flexing on stage as well.
Wait until he gets a win.
Yeah, I wanted to play a little game and talk about just the aura that our players have from the 4 teams that are taking the stage today. Pick your farmer. Now, I want all of us, you two and me, and everybody at home as well, Sliggy, you play along, to choose a player that I think will farm the most aura. Who is the ultimate aura farmer? Kukuga, I'll start with you.
Okay, so I see that we have the 4 teams that are playing today. I see some faces that I like.
Get out of the way.
I like Sadak. I really like Sadak. I think that he's very good on stage. He's always very animated. Oh, and he actually has a very cool picture for it.
Sums him up, really.
Yeah. I think that from the bottom, probably from BBL. I'm tempted to go with Yampi, but I don't think I will because I feel like we're lacking some barking. And I expect for that to happen sooner rather than later. But if I have to choose one, I'm going to go top left, and I'm going to go with Benji Fishy because to me, Benji, not only he is great and has immense aura, I think that you should be very, there has to be something wrong with you if you do not like Benji, and I really feel like he is a perfect balance between having very, very good rounds and when he's not having those rounds, cheering the rest of his teammates up just so they can keep performing as they are.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great choice, Bea. We were looking at these clips now and you can see him. He's constantly screaming.
He is indeed. A good choice. So Benji can maybe help you farm some aura today. Now, Billy, we have a lot of choices left.
Yeah.
Who are you going with?
We do. So I was thinking about this a little bit, especially when we consider the teams that we're going to see today, which we have the options to choose from. I think Bolster could be a potential choice here. We've seen him dancing at global events. You know, this is very much him. I love this pose that he's hitting as well. But I was going for a different route. I think that I would like to lock in Sociable for me. And I know that we're probably thinking, why am I locking in Sociable? But I want to see this clip come up of what he said in that very first interview when we did him on stage. Listen to this.
Mountains are there to be climbed one day.
Insane, insane. That is aura to me, right? This is the 29-year-old rookie that is coming in to
his neck brace.
Right? In his neck brace as well, yep. And do you know what? He's been so consistent. He's so cool, calm, collected. He is quite literally my nonchalant king.
Okay,
I like
okay.
it. I like the approach.
Yep, you guys have gone down very different routes. So yeah, and I also like the honorable mentions you've said. I think Boaster's almost too obvious at this point. I think much like Sociable, Magnum has negative aura. It still kind of counts, I think.
But he's the most fun he's ever been. You have to give him
it's
that.
like nobody can take him out but himself. You know, he's his own worst enemy. And I think there's so many great choices left. But I think there is something you guys are missing. Because Benji, he likes to stream, fair enough. Sociable, I don't think he knows what people look like on the other side of the stage. But do you know who is not afraid to give it? Just really give it. So much so that he's willing to take a fine to get to for it. Now, if you've never been on the receiving end of this man on stage, congratulations, because I think he has caused trauma to people. He has made people genuinely scared what he might do. And the reason that we're showing you these clips is half the things that he does on stage, we cannot show. Yeah, it is not broadcast friendly. So I think this is the guy that's going to get in your head. This is the guy that doesn't just farm. He doesn't just farm on the server. He farms on the stage. He farms in real life. And I remember Benji was like, "Oh, please don't fine me." Sui's like, "Give it to me. I don't care. Yeah, I'll take all the fines." So I feel like this wasn't a competition, but I win.
Okay, I like it because I feel like if he was on my team, I think I would respect Suigetsu probably the most. It doesn't matter who else is there, but I would give him that room to do whatever he wants.
I think I'd be scared. I think I'd be intimidated if anything. Yeah.
Yeah,
we have gone for different approaches here.
Well, we'll see how it goes because they're playing up against each other today, so that's going to be
another fine
matchup. Yeah. Honestly, yeah, it'd be good to know. Actually, we should do like a tier list. We should do a table of the behavior table. But anyway, let's talk about these two teams. We haven't seen them stage 2 just yet. And Kukuka, familiar faces, been here before, no changes whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly. It was not long ago that we actually saw this match happening, but things are changed once it comes to your own region. We see that there's new maps coming in and out. To me, the bigger question is what kind of face of BBL we're going to see today. For people to understand the importance of this matchup, and now that we're seeing them in the bouncy castle, we could be looking at potentially the #1 coming out of their group, because these are easily the 2 strongest teams in their group.
Do you think Magnum knows how the bouncy castle works?
Yo, Perfect is so competitive.
I'm really disappointed that we're not seeing Pal on the bouncy castle, if I'm honest.
I think he could take all of them.
We did see him.
I must have missed it. Yeah, I mean, some of the coaches are choosing.
See, this is more like it.
Okay, yeah, that's very enjoyable. But yeah,
teamwork in the
it's great. Yeah,
we should do some.
I'm down. I mean, Mini can't have all the fun, right? But I think, yeah, they're making the most out of what a bouncy castle actually is. And I'm glad the vibes are good, because how could it not be, Billy, after the fact? Heretics are finally sort of overcome a little bit of their demons.
Yeah, they're finding their groove, and it's nice to see them kind of have this positive mental attitude, and it's something that we've been asking for them as well. So I think making the global, getting to Masters Toronto, they're looking okay now.
Yeah, and the no changes narrative is a fraud one, because Pal did get a promotion, and this is what he had to say about being the head coach of BBL a little bit earlier. We've seen a lot of changes already here in Stage 2, and I'm going to bring you guys another one. Technically a change. Congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you very much.
How's life since you've had all the power on BBL?
Oh, that's an interesting way of putting it. Bad for the players, I think, if I'm the one in charge. But no, it's been great. It's nice for us to really get to reflect on what we did well in Stage 1, and also now have a lot more room to make the improvements we want to make for Stage 2.
And of course, I gotta, address it off the bat. International experience. That is so important for some of your players who've never had that chance before. And I think the fans outside of Turkey now really respect your Turkish boys, Levin and Sociable. They've gained a lot of fans from abroad. So what's that like being for you and the boys to have that experience?
Not surprising when, for me at least, when I know the quality of the players, and we went into the event expecting a lot of fun, expecting some new stuff to have to deal with, different styles, different personalities, but I'm so happy about how the guys stepped up and really wanted to prove themselves against players at that level.
Has it changed them? Do they have an ego now coming back?
No, I think if it did change them, then the loss soon afterwards to the neighbours and good friends would have put people back in their place. So yeah, I think that sets us up well nicely for today.
Well, yeah, let's talk about this matchup against Team Heretics. What's been going on?
There's a lot. We have good relationships with them, and I think that damaged things somewhat in terms of how we approach the game. We know them well, so I think I wouldn't say there's an element of complacency in there. We felt very well prepared. But yeah, we're going to change our approach mentally a little bit for today, for sure.
Gotta disrespect them a little bit.
Of course, yeah. They've come off the back of a win. They need a bit of a disrespecting.
Yeah, they're very, very confident, you know. And what's it been like for you to maybe rein in some overconfidence? Because I think we've seen a very, very disciplined version of BBL.
Yeah, we're very clear on the fact that for us, our A games, our best games, are more than enough to beat anybody in this region, and by the looks of it, quite a few teams out there in the international stage as well. Our sort of average level games, we also know are more than good enough. For us now, it's about making sure that we are consistent. We remove those lowest quality performances to make sure that we become a very difficult team to beat.
And last question, you don't have to give me a serious answer, you know. You could leave some room for curiosity and guesses. But with Pearl gone, with Split gone, what can we expect as BBL's new home ground?
I think there's both potentially us embracing
the
new stuff. Of course, that's always something that we're more than up for, and teams should be aware of. But also, I think there's no fear in going back to what's been comfortable for us before sometimes as well.
So 2-site maps or 3-site maps?
Oh, I love a bit of both.
Yeah, oh, he's too good at this. He's too good at this. Okay, we'll see on the server then.
Absolutely, let's hope so.
All right, thank you for joining me and good luck.
Thank you very much.
You heard it there from Pal. They don't have the crutches of the past anymore. What do you guys think? What should be their new home ground? He kind of alluded
I would like it to be one of the two new maps. I think we've only seen one corrode so far here in EMEA. I think that they will still probably need some time since they're just back from an international. But probably I think that crown is still there. And for BBL, I would like Pal to go just on the innovation. Really like to hear that they're not scared to...
Yeah.
You know, in different maps, bring out something different, even though some things have already been working.
Give me corrode. I'm intrigued to see what their kind of read on the meta is. I know that we've seen a couple of things in EMEA that some of us have kind of sort of disagreed with compared to what we've seen in other regions. So yeah, I want to see what creativity they're bringing on corrode.
Yeah, but for Heretics, Sunset is back for them. You know, you pray for days like these if you're a Heretics fan. And also for Wood as well. He was trying different things, Kakuka, as well. We've seen some, either he's lied to us in the past about hating the KO, hating the lineups, or maybe he's finally found a groove.
I think he has learned something that I consider to be very important in VALORANT, and is that today we're here, tomorrow we don't know where we are. The meta changes so much, and there's so much fluctuation between what's strong and what could make your team stronger. Not only what works out there, because we see this double duelist, but we also see a lot of the double control, double sentinel. There's many ways to interpret the maps, and for Wood to be the best version of himself, he needs to be ready to fit in different roles.
Yeah, and a lot of you will be asking, why is he not on the duelist? He actually addressed this on stream, so take a look at this.
I like playing duelist, but I just don't want to make pressure on my teammates. You know, if I say I want to play duelist in social media, people's gonna start screaming, "Oh, go Wood, play duelist, Wood, play duelist." But I don't want to do that.
And I think what he's referring to there is Mini Boo. I think he doesn't want people to apply that extra pressure on his teammate, who is the primary duelist.
We want on Mini Boo, on duelist.
Some people might want that as well. Yeah.
No. I think that whenever Heretics have leaned into that double duelist, they've looked really, really strong. And I can understand that he's feeling and thinking of Mini Boo in this situation, but if it's not broken, don't fix it.
Yeah, and some of these agents we can see that Wood is excelling at. To me, the Iceman and the Jet have to be up there, but hot take, the KO here is the key.
Fair. Maybe. But if we want to talk about rivalries, this is definitely an interesting one. What happened in the past, however, does not matter. What matters is if this version of Heretics and BBL can make it all the way to champs. So without further ado, let's welcome back our players back to the stage. These two teams have faced each other very recently, but this is a very, very different stage with much, much higher stakes. They are both wanting to make champions, and let's take a look at the map pool here. I like the gentleman's agreement. They haven't had enough time, let's be honest.
I would have liked it more if it would have been the second wave of bans, being like, I'm going to make sure we get the best thing out there, but Bind and Corrode are out. BBL choose to go for Icebox. Both of the teams having different approaches. That double controller that I think is going to be very persistent throughout the stage, Billy.
Yeah, gentleman's agreement, Scottish coach versus Scottish coach. You love to see it. I think this Icebox is interesting, as you say, Bea. This is something that we saw them play in that upper semi-finals of the Stage 1 playoffs, and Team Heretics did manage to win in that overtime. So I'll be intrigued to see what's been changed since then, as we do know that they've been kind of changing up the compositions when it comes to that map. The Haven, allowing Team Heretics to come in on the Haven is really, really going to be difficult for BBL, because as we know, that has been such a great map for Team Heretics so far.
I actually hope they change their comp. I think that comp has ran its course at this point.
You mean for Heretics or for BBL?
Heretics. Yeah.
On Haven?
Yeah.
Oh,
I just
maybe.
don't think it's strong as strong as it used to be.
I think that probably, and thinking about it, I expect to see changes on both of the sides, because we know that BBL have not found their footing into what exactly is that they want to do with the map. We've seen teams out there thinking very outside of the box and bringing things that we haven't seen before. So I really like how that possibility is out there. If you know that you're both most likely going to ban the two new maps, you kind of know that you have to go here.
Yeah, and I want to throw back to some of the things Pal said in that interview, you know, and we saw the interactions just now on stage. They're smiling. I think Riaz was giving them a little cheeky little look. They're very friendly, but they got to remember, you're not mates on the server. You can't respect them that much, because every time they go up against them and respect them so much, they just get 2-0'd.
Not only that, one of the reasons why we've been praising everything that BBL has done is that because so far this year here in the region, they've only lost against two teams, Team Liquid and Team Heretics. Not that long ago, they were able to get that revenge against Team Liquid, but they're still they still haven't even managed to get a map off of them this year.
It is like their kryptonite of this year, right? The fact that they're able to do so well. And I think as well, like BBL, they do almost have these sort of higher expectations of them coming into this stage, I feel. They managed to get that top 4 finish of Stage 1. Now that they've promoted Pal to head coach, I do have this sort of expectation that this is a playoff team now, despite Stage 1 being the first time they made playoffs.
Yeah, and I'm expecting Levin to actually use what he learned, you know, playing against teams outside of EMEA, showing them that he can be explosive, but he can also be disciplined and be reserved and not go for the third peak and give away unnecessary advantages. Because if he plays the way that he played against some of the teams outside of EMEA, this is going to be an extremely scary team.
In many occasions, we speak about how difficult it is to catch up with some of the teams that keep going to global and international events, how they keep getting that experience outside of the region. For BBL, this was a very good chance for them to see how they measure against other regions and whatnot, and also to understand what to do when you lose. Even with that, because you know, made it out groups, it was a very good run, but also those defeats are very, very harsh on them.
Yeah, I have to agree, and I think as well they were probably gutted after just missing out on Masters Toronto, right? Not being able to get that global experience a couple of months ago, and they had the 2 opportunities to be able to get there, but of course Team Heretics was one of those teams that ended up beating them, so they couldn't quite go. So yeah, I think that this is probably going to be a bit of a grudge match, as we say.
Let's take a look at the agent select here and see if we see some changes on Icebox, of course. Live agent select, but both teams have already locked in, and yeah, I mean, they haven't had enough time. We can't expect them to reinvent the wheel.
No, I like the fact that we see both of the double controller on both of the sides, and to me, the key #1 for Team Heretics is Woods. I think he's amazing on this map. He really supplies the, even though he's not on the duelist, and Minibu is covering that a little bit more. He's very, very aggressive, so we expect to see that from the defense. And on the other side, Billy, you were speaking about sociable, and I think he has to be the key for BBL today.
Yeah, I think so. I have to agree. It is interesting that they've kind of moved away from that sort of double initiator approach that they had. Of course, teams not really playing that Tejo anymore. So, of course, Sociable is now having to jump onto that Omen. I'm expecting him to be able to flex into these positions whenever BBL want to change up compositions, because at this moment in time, he should be one of the most flexible players on his team. So I'm intrigued to see how that Sociable and Minibu kind of heads goes up against one each other on these Omens.
Yeah, and I want Heretics to beat any potential Mickey Mouse allegations. You know, they've got to do it here. And we see a lot of fans here in the arena today. You're going to be excited for this one. It's time to throw it over to your casters, Pansy, and my 2 favorite guests, Hypoc and Mini.
Hi.
See you there.
Welcome.
The most rehearsed intro we've ever done.
Ever. Honestly, that's
I was slow on the
so
spin. I was a bit slow.
Well, they fixed your chair, actually.
No.
Oh,
Don't
okay.
push
What, height-wise? Or
Wait.
what?
Wait, there's no start. It's a pretty good game today.
Well, you're right. The VALORANT Council, which is us, have decided that this is a good game. BBL up against Heretics. Look, these two have met recently. We saw the way it went, but there's a chance here, a solid chance for a fight back. But is BBL up to the task?
Big questions obviously coming into this. Obviously, Heretics are going to be feeling themselves.
Yeah, Heretics.
Would you say rejuvenated after the win?
Rejuvenated, I think so. I really like what they're bringing so far. Toronto lost out to some very good teams there, despite early, but recently looking good. If they can continue with this confidence in the server, they should be winning this group.
Yeah, I think that's the key, the energy.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
We'll see. We're all up for it. Heretics going to be on the attacking side here. BBL on the defense. So just kind of setting the standards and a little bit of adjustment of the map veto from the last time they met. No big surprises, obviously, for BBL. You'd want to change a couple things up. And already Profect with a great start. Sheriff in hand, going to find Benji. An attempt made on the other side. Good tag towards Boo, but no prize at the end of it.
It's probably going to keep Levin interested, though.
A beautiful reclear here from Yampy on the A site. All the rotations coming across from BBL towards B. Levin with a huge pick.
Yeah, that's nice. Mini Boo. Oh! Oh, dealt with as well. BBL are shooting today. And he's still got a bullet to play with. Oh, he's got the support. Profit already coming in, finding Boo. This has been a shutdown. BBL with an in-zone flawless start. They're already up. And Yampy's got an audience to play to as well. I believe the dad's in the building, brother's in the building. It doesn't take much to get him out of his seat.
I was going to say, he doesn't need much of a crowd.
That's true, that's true.
Yampy will usually do the legwork himself. This is a beautiful opener from Levin. Again, I think actually confirmation on the first. He knows he can stand his ground. Like you already noted, the reinforcements were on a beautiful timing. Yeah, well, yeah, didn't need him in the end, but I think that probably gives him the confidence to stand his ground here. As it wouldn't be a Pan podcast. Well, actually, yeah, we can go ahead and just include you in that now.
Yeah, you're pretty much
part of the
part
problem.
I mean, I was hoping you'd be maybe a solution to this, because now you can yap, right? This is it.
This is why you're here.
Oh, this is why
you're here.
I was
why you're
only
here.
brought here because of the tech pools problems.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. So I do believe, once the producer repeats, because everyone was yapping, I'll let you know. In-ears and audio levels. So as you can see there on the screen, that is what's being
popped
adjusted.
off too hard, stood up.
Who needs audio? Is all I'm saying. He's 3-0.
Yampy probably actually blew his ears out. That was the issue. That was the issue.
Joking, it was. Again, yeah. So once this is fixed up, we'll be back in. It's not going to be, hopefully, a long tech pause. I like saying that because it puts pressure on people. You know what I mean?
Come on, Levin.
I didn't mean him.
Come on.
I meant production. When he goes to coach, 11.
No, we're watching him put his in-ears in. Come on.
They're quite tricky.
They are. I'll give it to him. He's a rookie.
Yeah.
I've seen Boaster have to put them into people's ears and stuff. We've seen that before.
Did they ask for that, or was he just going around?
It's a bit,
he
micromanages in the game and out the game sometimes, you know.
Inside scoop. Can you believe it, Michael?
Actually, I can, actually.
Actually, it makes perfect sense. But let's kind of, I guess, touch base on some of the stuff the desk were highlighting coming into this. I mean, I guess I want to kind of talk about aspiration changes with BBL. Let's start there, at least for now, because we are coming in. It's going to be a pistol, I can imagine. It's only been Classics probably coming out for Heretics. But for Heretics, we can touch on them a bit later, depending on how the game goes. But for BBL, right, we were impressed with what we saw.
Yeah.
It changed our minds.
I think I know where I think I know where you're going with this now.
Go
I don't
ahead.
think expectations actually change at all for Heretics. I think they're probably still in the same sort of position in terms of where we place them regionally and also actually beyond that towards the global events as well. For BBL, I mean, map veto being a separate discussion altogether for me, I mean, the bar's pretty high for them now, honestly. With obviously starting this year and seeing the improvements we have, BBL, I want them to start pushing towards the top.
Yeah, I think every single time they play in a split or a tournament, it seems like they're progressing further and further. And now is the time to build to that final point on the road to Paris.
Well, that's the thing, right? And I love the way you put it like that. Initially we heard, the coaching staff behind them, pop flash here, super calm though. Really calm under any sort of threat there. How are you alive? Oh my god, I thought you were getting away with that. Wu does eventually shut down on the back, you know, pedal away, but still, actually a plan here for Heretics. Hold on, they've got my attention. You're gonna show me something with just classics? I'd be very impressed. Yampy, easy when that dart cycles back up for him. Rienz is not gonna have his for 25 seconds, so...
That's a big win initially though, plant in and a comfortable reset.
That paranoia, good for 2 on that. And they're going to try and swing on the corner. Cleared up, nicely handled. BBL not looking threatened. But coming back to that original point, Powell was saying initially kind of during the very early stages of BBL when Magnum came in that they were looking just to do well in, you know, in these European stages, in the EMEA stages.
They kept it realistic.
Correct. And they weren't looking at doing deep runs at internationals. Now the stage is building.
I think as well the reassuring thing has been there's not really been kind of peaks and troughs. It's been a very gradual increase.
Unlike the roller coaster of Team Heretics.
There you go, yeah. There you go. Perfect comparison to make. But I think that's what's reassuring. It's not as if, you know, they've come out and had some blowout series and absolutely rolled teams. And then we've seen them the week following really struggle. It's been a gradual improvement, which is probably what's most reassuring, I guess, now with Powell at the helm.
Yeah, and something else I do want to talk about is the Vibe Merchants on BBL. We're hearing them behind us, and Heretics are one of the teams that haven't really had that vocal player these days. You could argue Benji at one point was that. We've had a couple on occasion, you know, trying to get a little bit loud, but I mean, nothing into the realms that we've seen from the likes of some of these BBL players. Now, into this one, it is a bonus for BBL, so still a fairly decent buy here. I want to see it kept clean for Heretics if they want to continue the narrative that they've recovered from their woes. We'll see, though.
Fake information on that recon for Yampy. That's stalemate.
Right here. Still posted up, though. Somebody's on the other side of this. Now finally seeing Boo rejoin. This will be all 5 Heretics charging down the site.
Still not looking pressured. This is good damage here. Obviously, with those heavier shields coming into play, you're not going to get as much value out of that Outlaw. But Heretics, slow and steady towards the site here. Knife is going to do well enough to connect. Swing backside, but a great trade. Oh, and a follow-up! Rienz getting punished. This is problems. That's an isolated player! Another! They don't stop fighting! And it is just torn asunder. Heretics left in pieces. Benji on 10 HP. It's perfect for BBL.
Big conversion here on the bonus. Levin going absolutely huge on site.
Yeah, I think that he needs to be the player. Like, he is the player when he's on it. The BBL look fantastic. Recently, you know, if he starts games slow, he can end slow. But when he starts games like this, BBL are a dangerous team and can beat teams like Heretics. I also like to point out that map veto wise, picking this map puts him on the jet, his comfort. I think it's a big win condition for BBL.
Yeah, it gets the ball rolling early on in this series. Potentially, I mean, if it does go to the third. But then to follow up on Haven as well, another map you could argue can carry that momentum across. Again, no need to really swap out here. Just the share of... I mean, one scope for Benji. Get anything going here, but...
I think that discussion about Levin is what Powell implies when he's talking about expectations. Recently, they've been moving towards that Euro, maybe to push further, but it's not been working as well, in my opinion. So it's a big question mark on those later maps. Will Levin be going to that jet and finding comfort, or are we pushing further and further?
It will be interesting, isn't it? Because we're learning at the same time. Obviously, the maps were discussed on the desk a little bit, how BBL lost some of their cornerstones to their map veto. See how they adapt here. Nice deep flash, but the spray just committed to. Sociable unaffected by this, unfazed by Minibu trying to close the gap here, but still willing to stick towards yellow. This paranoia looks absolutely filthy. It is. Oh, what is going on? Boo can really do too much more. He's only got the sheriff. But BBL's confidence is going to be sky high. This has been clean work so far. Nice from Boo.
Yeah, right here. Quickly, though. Boo's probably not going to anticipate this if he's even given the first, but he won't be. Yampy to clean up a 4-0 lead here for VBL to kick Icebox off.
I think this is a good time for Heretics to prove that they can come back from these situations. They've done it recently,
yes,
but in VCT, we very rarely see it. Like, I think this year has been a lot about momentum for them. When they're ahead, they're ahead. When they're behind, they stay behind. And I want that to change.
Well, that's the thing when it kind of, in my mind, circles back to having your Yampis or someone like that who's really good at being the vibes merchant, right? Bringing people back up, keeping that confidence up.
Special.
You've seen it.
Magnum Special.
Magnum Special. You've seen it a lot when you go to those international events where Heretics have kind of hit a couple of hurdles on their route where they don't have that player, they don't have that Zellsis pumping them up, they don't have these vocal players, even in the losses, to bring them back up to these stages.
No, they look really flat.
They do.
When they're behind as well, and that's something that's really important. Even with those, one round to kind of break the economy of the enemy team when you're trailing, it's certainly been apparent.
It's really hard to fake it. Like, you do need those personalities, but it would be nice for them to identify that and start building up a player, even if it's a bit awkward at the start, that someone's faking it a little bit. Over time, it becomes more natural.
And it feels weird, though, to kind of chalk it up to, like, have that confidence, have that player that's going to keep your head up in this. But I think recently, with the amount of documentaries or conversations with players or these surprise results or underdog runs, confidence is so key in this game and what it can do to a team, and having faith that you can turn around a game. Now, early timeout here into round 5. That was coming out from Heretics, so we got to have a little glance through that. As it stands, no big ults to bank on into this. One away for Woot. That could be there, but cold start for Miniboo and Rien, so got to see them stand a little bit taller.
Double operator coming out for BBL, though. They've got a bank account going, so a big round here. Can they keep this economy up?
Could really catch Heretics off guard as well. Initially noting maybe Levin going a little more aggressive here.
That is the strength of playing this Jet and Omen, both of them capable on the operator.
Levin might find the cross here in mid. At least we'll find the turret. Benji's still aware of the possibility.
But yellow has been such a consistent problem, and BBL have made it really their own. That's a player spotted! I thought he was got 2 for that one, but at the same time, Levin has found that kill over towards middle. Now the rotations come in, and Heretics once again held back, denied the space. Yampi claims it, pushing towards yellow. Now Miniboo and Boot trying to navigate a way forward, but this is treacherous pathing, and that backline is now being closed too.
Levin's repositioned here. Give Heretics some space, but how deep do you really dig on this?
Cover going out.
Desperately trying to dig Profek out from Snowman.
So good job with that spit. Keeping them on the site.
And look at this, it just feels like that eventual close the gap. Magnum's position and timing perfect. Miniboo's options, you've got to pick your fight, right? 20 seconds, we're going CT, and it's not worked out. BBL, unblemished in record thus far. Icebox looking solid for them.
And I gotta give credit to whoever called that on the timeout. You're gonna presume it's power with the double operator there. Knowing you have momentum 4 rounds and you know that Heretics are gonna be digging deep, finding a solution.
Yeah.
Surprise, there's 2 oops on the server.
Again, we'll force out a couple of early peaks, but like I said here, I mean, initially not spotting the, well, actually, didn't catch that kill off screen, but really rough. Again, the kind of adjustment of these early round protocols is going to apply further pressure onto Heretics. Towards mid here, so we're going to get a little creative potentially. No follow through just yet.
Yeah, they do have the Viper ult to work with. If they're able to get onto a site, get into a 4v4 or something, they can close out this type of round.
BBL taking space again. Proactivity down middle. 2 of them walking it. Levin there with the operator. Beyond that line. Magnum over towards that A side. Heretics trying to maybe change it. Lucky boy re-ends. Slow stuff now. Definitely a gear change. But it looks like BBL is starting to get that feel for this. Already 3 players somewhat leaning this side. They still have the setup, and look what Profek's holding.
It's primed here for a pit on contact, I imagine. Some utility to slow entry down as well.
30 seconds left.
Actually, the Dark going to remove a lot of that, so it really is just the pit to slow things down on the way in here. But yeah, a little curious on that
20.
one.
They do need to get this plant down. They're on 17 seconds. Yeah, they're on site, but it doesn't feel safe. Knife going to connect towards 2. And no, they're at 10 seconds, and the spike is all over the shop. What is going on? 7 seconds, the plant's finally going down. Levin's still patrolling the site. He's gone through every single weapon possible. Knives, shorties, operators, and Yampy's still behind them. Fine, he's blasting through maze. 11 ain't missing today. This is looking messy from Heretics. I don't like what I'm seeing.
Extremely bizarre approach here. Again, the KO comes out. There's no real tangible...
There's no reason for it. It doesn't beat a Viper ult. It doesn't help you. It's a desperate...
The pick comes out early enough that actually doesn't impact anything. I mean, if anything, prevents a util spam in, but they have such a firm hold on the site.
I wonder if that's the stress coming in here.
What do you think? Panic button? Just
do something.
Yeah.
I have to give credit to Yampy that round again. He re-cleared B long by himself, pushed up, gave information once again. Having the leader on your team making those big, bold plays in a game like this is exactly what BBL need.
And in my mind, Yampy is... it doesn't necessarily show up on the scoreboard, right? A lot of what he does to find impact and value, so I see that highlighted, but again, Yampy seems very aware of this. Levin now should be locked in. He is. I feel like this guy's going to have a monstrous game today!
Oh my God.
Bloody hell, they're on a bye! They are left absolutely in pieces towards Tube. Maybe trying to split up middle pressure. Mid doesn't matter, doesn't work. 3 from BBL on the right side. Utility still in play. Woot is above the paranoia. And Boo's been rewarded through the wall. Prophet quickly handles Woot though. And they're still staggered on this approach.
We can get a little aggressive, but Rien's shut that down regardless. Man advantage still for BBL. Boo and Rien's gonna need a freebie here, and with BBL stacked up, I think they're gonna find one. Once more, just noting how active Yampy is around the map.
Keeping space, keeping control.
Yeah, Yampy has called for the stack towards B now. Another big gamble. Heretics are actually going to go towards that A site.
We still have the Hunter's Fury, so...
Yeah, and having the Viper ult here for Boo, if they get onto this A site, get it down, it's going to be a difficult retake for BBL.
Gonna be way out of earshot of even hearing the spike potentially, but now making their way back through spawn.
I like that they can just leave Levin kind of posted on that deeper line on B. Those two can drift a little bit further back here. Maybe starting to feel that, hey, the penny's dropped. There's no one really on this side. Let's start expecting what's coming. And a preemptive pop of this doesn't get the tag on Boo, but in the meantime, Prophet gap closing. Gonna catch him, he knows exactly where he is, but the spray doesn't quite find him as much as he would have hoped. Boo now is gonna have to clutch the hell up. This is not an easy scenario. Takes the walk around the world. Trying to play the pit. That will drop soon enough.
Get back in, yeah.
Does just get back in, playing on the edge here. Playing really well, controlling these small... Wait, I thought he had that. I really thought he got back in.
The timer didn't reset. He did back in, but it didn't build up. So as soon as he comes back out, really bizarre. I mean, again, it's not a freebie, but...
I have to call out them the way they played that 2v3. They left the spike on Boo, the person with the win condition ult, meaning he's got to plant the spike and then ult, give that to the Sova, put the ult down, plant in the Viper ult, win the round. Instead, they allowed BBL to come in, kill the spike planter.
That second shot is absolutely outrageous from Levin.
He's on a tear. He's having an absolute heater.
But you're absolutely right, though, because on the other side of things, the Hunter's Fury doesn't connect to anything. So it's like, it's, you know, the one thing that could potentially swing the pendulum back in their favor actually doesn't find value.
Yep, 2 rounds in a row where Heretics' decision-making around using the ultimates is off.
Which is weird for me, because, look, we can talk about kind of competence issues and maybe just, you know, a couple of other bits and pieces, but it's when those decision-making issues start creeping in, that's when I worry, and we are seeing a very quick timeout. I mean, if you're probably noting it...
By the way, by round 8, yeah.
Burning it now. I mean, they're 7-0 down, right? You got to try and do something. But how do you fix decision-making? This feels, I don't say fumbly, that almost underdoes it, but rushed. It feels a bit under pressure. And they're normally a very good team of keeping their cool, keeping their head. We're not seeing that at all. I mean, hell, we're barely seeing them fight back. Only Boo so far has made it 7-7. Everyone else is on basically 1 kill. I mean, they're getting boomed here.
I think it is about that stress, and when they're behind with the momentum, that the decision-making when you're stressed just fundamentally changes and
Well,
worsens.
I guess that's to follow on from an earlier statement then. Do we think they're feeling pressured coming back to EMEA now?
I can imagine they'd have loved a soft landing here, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Come back in, cool. Hey guys, we're over that hump, build it back, don't worry, look what we just did. This is not how they dreamed it would happen, and Levin is like just a ball to a red flag. This man is away, looking confident, but does have to respect it eventually. BBL trying to be forced away, and Heretics getting a bit of blood drawn. Finally a fight back as Miniboo walks away sociable. Have a scrap, and they win out.
Like the approach from Heretics, keeping it simple. 5A, typical Icebox.
The bread and butter.
Not letting Levin get into those picks in these default slow rounds.
Stuck across the op, sorry. Your freebie here for Magnum. That's Spike noted as well. And actually, Profek is going to find one on the other side.
Standing.
But, tagged up, Magnum.
Does he win these?
Could do. He absolutely does! Oh, my word!
They can't do any wrong. They cannot take a single misstep, and they are. Magnum with the 3 at the end. The Red Bull clutch. Play it back for me. Play this back for me. I mean, this is one of the maps where Magnum got put on the map almost, right? He was always doing well. But this, it's just a gut punch.
I think combined it would have taken like 5 bullets, and every single one hits.
I have to agree with Yampy.
Yeah,
it was not a very good swing. The fundamentals from Heretics looking completely off once again.
Yampy's playing Mental Warfare, and it's far too good. He's actually on it.
Well, this is the thing, though. In that previous round, though, it's the most aggressive we've seen BBL get. Now they can follow through on it.
They're just going, man. They're just going. Heretics have to do so much work just to tame BBL. I don't know if they can do it. Magnum's still going to get away with murdering Yampy, going unchecked. Swings around, finds Miniboo. This feels like it's too early in the day to be witnessing scenes like this. Levin and Profek.
Last player standing.
Of course, Levin's swinging on to that. Of course he is.
Look, you're not going to get the respect without earning it. BBL keeping Heretics under the heel. It's 9-0.
When do we say it? When do we start thinking about it?
What, map 2?
Well, 13-0.
Oh. No, but you said it now.
I've said I tried to imply it enough to not curse.
But then you went,
Okay,
I'm going to say
sorry.
it.
Well,
I'm a full set.
I'm used to this casting business.
I see. Now, you know what, Minnie? You've done well at fixing teams, you know? We've heard you've, been behind the scenes, bringing teams back from the dead, according to Sideshow. He's very toxic. Now, at this point, the Heretics need to start, maybe looking to hire you out here, because this is 9-0.
Take flight.
The only copium I got for them is this is not their map.
Brilliant.
It was
Brilliant.
BBL needed to win this map
Yep.
in this series, in my opinion.
Okay.
But I didn't. It shouldn't
By a
be in this
landslide?
fashion. Yeah, not in this fashion.
Heretics definitely trying to get something. Again, look towards the mini-map. Look at the control that BBL have just on the back of position here.
Confidence from Levin.
Yeah. Well, like I said, now that they weren't punished on the round where they got hyper-aggressive coming out of the timeout, they're going to feel that they can just run away with that.
A little corner, good chip damage, and good confirmation, and there's no backing away. Sociable's got, oh my god. Guys, wake up! They don't respect you. They're going to keep fighting like this. They've managed to bring it back to a 3v3, but still, look at the flank, look at the position from Levin. He's slowly creeping closer. He's keeping control of the back line, but this is on the 2 on the site now.
You should run. 30 seconds
I'm
left.
going to be invested here. Again, almost feels desperate to convert here. Yampy should be able to get out. Going to catch anybody here, so full 3v3, but...
You're taking with 2 snipers, though.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
Well, you doubted it, and you did bring up the scoreline, so which curse comes true?
Okay.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's 10. They've made it clean to double digits. BBL.
I think you hit a good point, though, Mike. Again, desperate again with the ults. Like, I think that this was a good opportunity to use that Killjoy ult. But if you're having to use it in these situations, not in your gun rounds, something is kind of going wrong.
Yeah, it certainly feels like... I don't want to say a roll of the dice or a coin flip, but certainly some of these situations, Heretics are just desperate to break the streak. I mean, at this point, it's almost formality to close out the first half here. Back on a by Rien's with Hunter's Fury. Again, one from Mini Boo and Whoop to get their ultimate, but BBL firmly in control of the tempo here. And the tone, to be honest.
It's going to take a lot of work to take that away from BBL right now. Come on, Mini Boo. I don't know what the plan is half these rounds. And again, Sociable doubling down. He's still standing for the fight. He still wants to have a go. They finally break back in, bringing out the brawl from both sides. We're into a 3v3.
That doesn't necessarily give them free access to site, though.
Yeah, Magnum's taken all the space once
everything
again. It's a new player doing it.
They've got to know about this. The flanks have been coming in most rounds. Very aware here. Magnum still standing. Does get taken down. This opens up rotation possibility now. Whether or not they take that, we'll see.
Actually connected a shot on the Boo there, surprisingly enough, but 65 HP means he's left clinging to life.
Heretics just tried Yampi's rotation, but it was a fake.
Double it back,
so doubling back here. Big brawl to get this spike down on the B site.
No dart yet for Rien's. Knife there for Woot. Couple flashes.
They're just freezing for a little bit, just to make BBL question themselves.
30 seconds left.
Rien's. Take the dart back now. They just swing on this one. Wait for it. Who swings first? Pop flash on the wall. It's just a blind shot in the dark and it works out. Yampi swings again. No way are we seeing this. Yampi keeping the scoreboard crystal clean. 11-0. You thought they had another chance.
Well, I know you didn't want to use the word fumble earlier, but now you can't really argue with it. Again, Mini Boo, bold. With how present Levin has been on these early angles, these deep positions. And it's not even as if somebody can swing onto this TP at the same time. And
I don't know if I'm more annoyed by that opening or that finish to them.
The open.
The open. Both of it's going in vodka.
Like I said, if you're looking for a trade...
Oh, no. Neil's just joining the spinning team over here. No, it's okay, it's fine. Get you on the desk. Happens to all the wash coaches.
Damn.
Hey, I gotta get a
I've won a
flame in.
trophy since the last time I casted.
Well, you're not Potter. So, 11. Oh God. Please don't do this again.
Please do. Please do.
Like we played one game of ranked, you can't be preying on people's down. Oh my God. Okay, at least it's traded. It's traded out. They've got control of site. They should be in a post plant. They're fighting CT. They're
least
fighting
it's traded,
CT with the spike.
At least
They're
it's
fighting
traded.
CT with the spike. What are they doing, Michael? I don't understand.
At least he's traded. He's gonna get straight. Actually, he gets shut down. I thought he was teed up for a freebie here. Boo still with 26 HP. Had 26 HP for the last 2 rounds, bless him. And now in a 2v2. Trying to make something work here. Sociable. Can we send the paranoia in? Should be up above. A weird stalemate now will ensue.
Yeah, Benji just figuring out how to plant this.
Oh, nice from Benji. Does catch Sociable, but Prophet, he slipped in net. Who didn't see him on this? Now, there's always a chance that he could be on this side already. They don't know about it. But Prophet's...
Can he squeeze through? Yeah, not caught here by Benji.
Who's got no idea? And Prophet knows. Does he get the spot? He does. And now he's reading where Benji's going to reposition to as well. It's correct. It's the right read from Prophet. This is brilliant mind games with the ult. Oh my God, this guy's playing a masterclass, but he has to finish it.
He doesn't get away with sticking it. He doesn't get away with sticking it.
Nah, he doesn't. 11-1. This has been a landslide.
They got their one.
They got their one. At least he was traded.
Michael, I don't appreciate that sort of attitude.
Of the first half here. I mean, yeah, that was absolutely brutal.
Yeah, it was. Credit to BBL. They, they didn't let up for a second. This was clinical in approach. It was aggressive. At least there's still smiles for Heretics. I don't know if I'd be smiling, but we do indeed have something to kind of keep you guys entertained. We're going to send it down to Yinzu, who's standing by with the one and only Yampi's father and brother.
That is right. I'm joined by two very special guests, traveled all the way here from Helsinki. I could see in the corner of my eye, Jumpy is smiling over there, of course, is his father and brother. Welcome to the Riot Games Arena in Berlin. I know that you've been before to watch Jumpy compete in the old arena. So welcome to this one. How are you feeling and what does it mean to see him on stage thriving here?
Thank you. It's very nice to be here and see at least my son play and all the other young guys play here. And from my point of view, this map was very nice to watch.
Thank you for that insight. I love that. And you used to play a little bit of Valorant, you know? What do you made of BBL's performance so far?
Well, at least for this map, it's been incredible. But for the last 6 months, the guys have been really good.
I think the question on everyone's mind is, where does Jumpy get his energy from? I think everyone here can hear his screams and feel his energy. So is it from you?
Actually, I think that energy comes more from his mother's side. I'm a little bit cold compared to him.
And what about his, captain characteristics?
I think that comes from me. Oh. I've been a captain in ice hockey before, and he watched me quite a lot, but I think that comes from there. Okay, we got the perfect combination here. Thank you so much, you two, for joining me. Let's see if BBL can close this out in the second half.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I
the
love
most
that
political
interview.
husband response ever. Yeah.
From his mother.
If I speak, I'm in big trouble. Big
Love
trouble.
them. Love them. Absolutely brilliant. 11-1 though, and what a first map. I mean, it's not over yet, but it's pretty close to.
Yeah, for Heretics here, it's just about
getting a pistol,
getting some warm-up in.
Just get out of the map. It's easier to just rip off the band-aid, get this one over with.
It's not often you get to say it, but it's almost a GG go next. So at least, like I said, the energy's still there. They're
fine. I mean, maybe internally they're not fine. Internally screaming.
Presenting.
Yeah.
As okay.
Benji's put on his brave face. He's heard all this, so
go unchecked.
This is nice. This is sloppy from BBL. They shouldn't have let this happen, as Benji is going to punish. A little bit of a drop there from BBL. Do not keep that in mind, and a mistake will be made. So, a small chance to start building the game back.
Spike in a weird spot for Sociable 2. Never smoked just yet. 5 seconds off. Again, you can see on the X-ray though, 2 players. The Heretics posted up and off from screens here.
Going out.
We saw a Magnum 1v3. You reckon?
Mini?
No.
Right.
No?
Yep. Fun Police turns up again. Yeah. Sorry guys, don't even look at the round.
11-2.
It is! As Heretics will make the most of a little bit of a fumble. Really, just not checking on it. Being caught off, and Benji, you give him an inch, he will take, well, a couple of kills, I guess, at this point. I'm not going to say a mile. Yeah, that was quite nice, though. So that was lovely.
Did you get 3 or 2?
I thought it was
2.
Oh, it was only 2, yeah.
The second shot was nice, though.
Mike, look how many kills he's had. Two's a lot.
100%. Jesus.
Wow. Okay.
It's numerical, I'm not even being mean. Everyone knows I like Heretics. Oh, I'm going to get tweets now, aren't I?
So biased.
Jesus.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Stop talking about Fnatic again.
He's asking me or Mini. It's always too personal. Odd. Right, Mini boot. Ooh, good chance. This is nice. Look, slow and steady. It's going to be a very long game if they turn this around, but they'll take confidence where they can get it if you're Heretics.
Yeah, I think that's what that is all about. They shouldn't be thinking about this map anymore. Just thinking about, warming up a little bit, have a death match. If it starts getting close, that's when you switch a tiny bit. But until then...
What round marker do you see and you're like, oh, we can actually do something with this? So I'm normally like a 7. I'm pretty early.
Yeah, like 11-7?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Mike?
Yeah, I guess depending on where the buy sits, yeah, it'd be around... Once you're within 3.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. And
do we just go mute until
that moment?
Yeah, until that moment.
Yeah. We could turn back around, look at the crowd, watch the game.
It was actually quite fun doing that. Weird having fun.
You did just kind of have to endure 10 minutes of eye contact though, which was uncomfortable.
What do you mean?
The crowd
With each other?
didn't
Or?
understand what was happening.
No.
They are still behind you guys, I hope you know, and they haven't left. Yep, slow build over towards yellow, so let's see where they're deciding to head towards. And in reality for Heretics, as I said, we're ready to see it if it gets to 7. Until that point, this is the first bike, and BBL can start maybe having a challenge. And you can see how it's going. Profek already going to take down Woot. Sadly for Boot, still just build his way back in here, caught off guard, and the numbers are already so favourable.
Down to 30 HP though, Rien's tagged up also.
Paranoia available for the retake.
Well, the spam's connecting onto 11.
Take a bit of that, Mini Boot. Needs to go have a fight here though, and Magnum has had enough. Rien's, yeah, I mean, starting to look a little snappy there. Look, it is deathmatch time.
I mean, big win being it's only Yampy to maintain a rifle here, but
Heretics made no attempt at trying to deny that spike going down,
No,
despite having 4 people there.
yeah, initially the paranoia was towards not the utility, but they were so worried about somebody splitting through mid here that
Oh, I see.
2 eyes trained.
Well, Minibu had a nice push out of A, could have gone for the flank, didn't, opted to not. Like, it just seems like basics on this map that Heretics are not so comfortable with.
It looks like they're a bit mentally checked out here, just wanting to maybe get to that second. As said, I'm giving excuses at 12-3, don't think I need to, but...
You're in the timeout.
What's that, Michael?
Operator in hand. Mini Boot.
You're so brave until I ask you again. Mini Boo is posted up on this. Our drone will give away the game, but Boo's going to try and play in offense.
Connect actually, 11. Will fall here.
Shadows
Getting dunked up a little bit here. Just clearing the orb. Reconsider their approach. A gap over towards A potentially.
Felt like BBL knew that B site was weak previous round, wanted to just test it again. Unfortunately, operator on yellow, pretty hard to dig out there.
Yeah, and Sociable didn't TP up onto the box, so no way really to force their way in.
That's good. I like that. So passive aggressive.
Welcome to Michael. Most people wouldn't even catch it. That's the worrying part.
Whoosh.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, a bit of a different look now over towards the A site. But time is passing, 20 seconds. Y'all do need to try and get this one going now.
Heretics once again. Staying for this full retake. 5v4 on A, fine, but double snipers again to retake with.
Yeah, this could be an issue for them, especially with a couple of members of BBL actually staying posted up pretty deep. Rien's will connect on the first though.
Very nice. This is good. Yampy. Magnum does have lockdown, but using it now. He's only able to get 1 Yampy. Looked like he could have had a second there, but not to be. Magnum now going to get cleared as Profek, last man alive. Ain't going to have it. Heretics. Another round, 4 standing. Couple of ults now coming into play.
BBL going to be... sorry, go on.
Just love to curse. I've just been cursing all of yesterday on the desk, cursing again. Double snipers retakes. What's that about? Never mind, they just hit with the shots as well. I'm an idiot. I'm a fraud.
Didn't even see the first kill there from Rien's, but just a pixel out of place.
Nice! Let's go!
Still off kilter with the purchase here for BBL.
That felt like belief there from Ben.
Yeah,
I feel like belief.
That's
Are you saying that was genuine?
I think that was genuine.
You did say you got to fake it till you make it.
It's faking it pretty well.
Oh, wow. You're sold.
But you're not sold.
I didn't believe it.
Really?
Quite hard to believe it as
Hot
well
air.
for. I'm just not as emotionally mature as you, clearly.
That's a
I'll buy
conversation
that.
for another time.
Really Boo on the corner. Going to be cleared off.
Tagged up, actually, nearly caught. He's able to retreat. Levin looking to close the gap immediately, though.
EU Stingers now. See how they're looking. Pretty tough round, but weird fight for Rien's, but he's looking calm. That's nice enough. It's actually Yampy's shock dart to eventually remove him from that corner, but Benji now wants in. That was horrible. Poor old Benji's getting all excited, and that's what he does. Profek, Yampy, Sociable. Can you close it out now? I mean, it's a weird fight, but Sociable's got himself the Vandal. Yampy just on the classic, but an unconventional position. Gonna at least try and tease in Profek there. Help him out on that swing, but Sociable left in the 1v2. Round the world we go. Cut through by Maze. Boring. But it might work. As the defuse is coming in. Miniboo's got it back. Oh, Boo on the defuse. Now we're up to 5.
It could have been awkward there, actually, taking some casualties then with Miniboo on the op, but able to make use of it. Wait, how did he throw it away?
It looks like they didn't get it back, yeah.
Because he swapped out to the rifle. Was it up on rafters? Interesting. Okay. Especially here, obviously Yampy getting the pepper of Benji. Unfortunately on the swing out.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, the operator is a win condition on this map, so if that was an actual decision, very strange one.
My ult's ready.
No command online here for Wu. Hunter's Fury invested, actually. 3 ends early on to try and, I guess, garner some control. Nobody to really close the gap here, though.
Opens up Magnum's ult now.
Yeah. Certainly does. Especially with Boo kind of out on an island, now finally getting some reinforcements his way.
Initiated.
Down in.
Heretic's playing in front of them.
Yeah,
they're playing ahead of it, yeah. 5
seconds, keep your eye on the timer on the middle of the screen. Yeah, that's the little slither they were looking for, but Yampy, oh, that could be a follow-up. He's got both. Big impact from Yampy here. You're looking at Benji, you're looking at Wu, you're looking at Miniboo to try and stem the bleed. Woot does. Down to a 3v3, but time is ticking. Paranoia still in play.
Viper is too strong here.
Yeah.
It's so hard to break.
Still got the snake bite as well. Still got a shock dart.
And they seem aware. They seem so aware. Benji, last man alive. He's done wonders before. But this one, I think, might be beyond his grasp. Has to go for it, and Yampy will sign it, seal it, and deliver it personally. 13-5. An outstanding performance throughout from BBL.
Yeah, I think just early on, get the wind knocked out of them almost, and BBL able to build a snowball that just kept on growing, to be honest with you.
Yeah, momentum fully on their side on this map, and they're going to need it for the next, because Haven coming up, that's Heretics' home ground.
It certainly is, and that's where we're heading to after this break. Do not go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
My first season was kind of good, I think. I got very good experience from my first year, and I'm thinking like I improved too much things, and I'm keep grinding. I mean, I'm just feeling good day by day. I'm just going well. I don't know how can I explain, but I knew it will get time a little bit. It will be messy, but I'm getting used to, and I'm feeling better right now, and it will be day by day good.
An ace needed, steps heard, and the stun subsiding. Kamek standing in his way, and he's
I think our chances is going to Paris 100% because I trust my teammates. I believe everything what we did.
BBL, what a dominant start on map 1. I am your hosting, so I'm back here with Billy, joined by Gorilla. Now, we were setting up a lot of expectations going into this matchup, and we heard it from Pow as well. You cannot respect Heretics on the server, and I think they did more than just that, right? They absolutely ran them over.
Yeah, I think it took them to the next extreme. Like, honestly, given that BBL have played Heretics like several times have they played them on this map before, right?
Yeah.
Like, and it was completely the other story. So for one, I was not expecting it to be this dominant in BBL's favor.
I think the thing that I was taking away from that graphic as well was the amount of first kills that BBL were able to get. We know that they've been good at being able to get these first kills, but actually converting them into a round win hasn't always been something that they're great at. They were sitting at a 68%, which is below average in our league during stage 1. So I think the fact that they were able to do it so dominantly today, it's looking like a very nice disciplined BBL, but not one that's lacking firepower.
Yeah, it was almost too easy for Levin. Almost, right?
Yeah.
Did he miss a single op shot?
Maybe like 1 or 2. Maybe.
Yeah, out of like 25. Yeah.
He was insane. Like, Levin, honestly, has impressed me so much. I think that, like I say, I bring it back to discipline. I think that the way in which him and Yampy were able to kind of get aggressive on that A main push, constantly force Team Heretics into uncomfortable positions, a lot of that was coming down to these first engagements that Levin was able to take. We know that he's mechanically gifted, right? We know that he's good. So even though he was using a lot of these sort of snipers throughout this game, I think it's the decision-making for me that's improved with Levin. I think the decisions he's making have been really good. He knows when to take the fight, when to drop off from a fight, and I genuinely think that if he can keep up this sort of consistency, then BBL are quite literally looking like a different beast.
Yeah, I mean, like yesterday we talked about like comeback versus CNED, you know, like which is CNED here to defend his throne as like the Turkish, the best player in Turkey. At what point are we going to start, you know, raising Levin in the conversation? Like, I think honestly going forward, it could even be a Levin versus comeback of which Turkish duelist is the best now.
He's definitely looking like he's been here for years and years right now, right? But this is the problem with a lot of these players, is consistency.
Yeah.
Is can they do it again against a team like Team Heretics again as we move on to map 2? Because this is where Team Heretics rely heavily, Gorilla, on their firepower.
Yeah, they really do.
Yeah, I think for Team Heretics, like we said when we went into that sort of map veto, they have been running the same sort of composition, right? And what we have seen from BBL, and when I think back to stage 1, is the prep that they come into these games with, the ante that they study on different teams. So if Team Heretics are going to continue to play this composition, which it looks as though they are, I think BBL will be prepared for this.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake at this point. I know they haven't had all the time in the world, but do you think, Gorilla, this comp still has legs?
What, the Euro ISO?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah?
Like, I really do. I think it's a bit weaker now with the ISO change when ISO got a vulnerable removed. But I think honestly, put Woot on any agent that doesn't have lineups, as Neil said in stage 1, and he's just gonna fry.
I think looking at BBL's composition as well, when we saw them play this map more recently, they were actually playing the chamber and had kind of leaned away from that breach. So it was Yampy that was on the Sova previously and Sociable that was on the chamber, but they've decided to go back to what they were playing in stage 1. I don't know if that's a comfortability thing for Sociable, maybe just not adjusting to that chamber that they have tried out in their recent outings. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see how this works against Team Heretics.
I mean, you give Levin even more utility to go in from the way that they were playing on map 1, that could only be a good thing, right?
I think as well, let's not forget the time that Levin accidentally team flashed the rest of his team on this Haven game in that match against Team Heretics to qualify to Masters Toronto. So they have opted to take him off of that Yoru and put him onto a Jet here.
I can't wait to see if BBL can pull off a generational upset at this point. So let's jump into Haven and throw this back to your casters. I want to see what intro they got prepared this time, Pansy, Hypog, and Mini.
Absolutely nothing, Yinzu. We're professionals here to cast a game.
And not on camera, so.
Not on camera. No. We got rid of that long ago. But thank you for taking us through into this one.
Right.
Yeah, NT's in chat for Yinzu there. However, game time. And I do want to start with the compositions. How do we feel about this? Heretics kind of sticking to, I guess, what they know. Is that enough, though, in your both minds? You know, the brain trust next to me. Where do we sit on this composition?
For Heretics specifically, they are one of the best teams in the world on this map. And I've only lost to Gen G, who I consider also one of the best teams in the world on the map. So I don't think you need to change it up. Like, you are one of the best. They recently did beat BBL, and BBL have switched composition back to a more comfortable approach. Their newer comp was getting countered by this double duelist, and going back to this means it's a bit more even. But I would favor Heretics over here, both compositionally and...
I tend to agree. I think as well from a stylistic standpoint, the front-heavy kind of approach has suited Heretics very well. The amount of raw firepower available, Woot's going to open this one up.
Ooh,
actually double down as well. Yampy will fall.
Very nice. And I do want to see how well prepared BBL are for this. As you said, this was played recently. That was a 13-5 result. And Heretics looking like they want to cross the T's and dot the I's after map 1. A little bit of warm-up in the end for them, but it wasn't a pretty affair. Now, as it stands, looking near on flawless, only Woot really copping much damage. So, as it stands, Sociable can be cleared very quickly.
Yeah, something to note here is Woot loves getting aggressive on that C long on attack side. He'll be doing that sometimes by himself, sometimes with a partner, and sometimes with a 5-man stack. And so it's always really hard to know, is this just a crazy Woot coming at me, or is it
Well, yeah,
more?
it's the ability to kind of deny information on what's following up.
Flawless!
It was, yeah.
Almost like map 1. All right, keep this up, Heretics. Show us that pedigree here. That's what we're waiting on. And I guess then the real kind of swing conversation to that is how well prepared can BBL be for this? Is this something they've worked on? Are they cognizant of it?
I was going to say, yeah, the caveat being that this is tried and tested from Heretics, but BBL obviously being a prep-oriented team.
Great to see sight for Heretics.
Yep. Don't like what's over on A. Didn't like that one bit. Too many of them.
I mean, BBL know Heretics are picking this map. Like, so they do have the prep time for it. They played them recently. With all that being said, I would be very worried for Heretics if they don't come with a win on this map specifically.
I think I'm with you. This is one where there really shouldn't be too much worry. This has been kind of their bread and butter. It's been within their map pool, as said, highly tested, and really only ever been outdone by someone else of that same sort of caliber here. So again, this is where you would start to worry if you were a Heretics fan and they did really suffer here. So far, so good. It's ticking the box. For BBL, if they can do more damage, they'll probably be over the moon. The actual changing of the outcome of this round, highly unlikely at this point. But a nice try as Woot's looking clean with it though. Good start for him. And yeah, very much cleaned up. It's just Sociable left to find. But they've done good damage though overall.
So to even get the kill here from Sociable, remove at least one of the rifles. Force a couple of these repurchases. I mean, Benji still comfortable, but Minions and Miniboo are going to have to ride this one out. So actually the situation on pistols from the first one that they can cycle through, but...
The initial idea was quite cute, the 5 tower. Don't really see that much in Valorant.
Who's doing it in CS? I don't think it was like the Polish team or if it was the Swedes. I can't remember which one. It was either like Fnatic or VP.
Fnatic.
Did it for some time.
Really old school Fnatic.
Yeah. I'm rolling back the years. Yeah. But works well enough. And now we get the fun part, right? Now we get the fight back here. Early progress being made from Rienzo, very close by towards his ult. We're not too far away either. Okay. And Profek is under pressure. Doesn't get to keep his life here. Woot just trying to dodge his own teammates' ult there. Rien's posting that very early. Yeah, they've done damage on Profek, but he is still standing.
Something I love from Heretics when they're playing the double duelist is they have openers. They don't have like strats and defaults. They have these like opening rounds, and when they got silver ults like that, they pair it with the duelist going in. They didn't quite get the kill, but enough damage there to maybe get something done later.
Oh, I thought Benji might have had that one. Kind of played in with that drone being broken.
Chance to find it potentially, but slow down for a moment. Smoke outside B, maybe actually halting the progress Heretics were considering.
being slowed down, what, 45 seconds now. Still looking to exploit at least towards Garage a little, maybe look to pressure towards that C site. Already a rotation coming out from Prophet, though. He's no longer behind Plat. Already adjusted away towards his 3-man play on A, and as it seems, is the right read.
Perfectly.
30
They've
seconds
not bit
left.
on Woot's fake there at all.
About these
Preparation. Coming into effect here, maybe.
Understanding. And now this is confirmation. 11. The right place for this. Time. We are running really low on time here. Heretics, you've got to make a go of this one. Running in towards the site, it's traded out. 5 seconds pretty much to play with. Right at the end of the wire, and that is the plant denied. You just got to live at this point. A couple more seconds, and it filters away from Heretics. I don't love the way that round went.
Maybe an element of paranoia coming in here, but effectively sitting back, letting this one pass them by. Financial damage, sure, on the side of BBL, going to be light shields plenty here, but...
Heretics had that nice opener towards C-Long, but then took so long around middle and Garage, and then called their finisher.
Like I said, it was this one smoke outside B that almost just halted the I guess, the second option. Like I said, then there's a probe towards Garage, and that doesn't amount to anything. Like you said, BBL just did not buy it at all.
Strange to see that on a map they're so comfortable with.
Yeah, it's going to be a question mark that's going to be in my mind, is how well prepped BBL are for this, because that seemed very, very heads-up work from them. Now, Wu's got his ult ready, so that's going to be something that they need to be prepared for. And a very deep default coming out from Heretics, only really allowing that progress to be made by Woot up towards C-Long.
Yeah, Magnum's reading the fact that Woot has this ult and just playing off-site, so it's down to Woot to read whether that C-site is completely free. I
have the spike.
Almost giving up the site here, so maybe just feeling confident Hunter's Fury can maybe do enough damage or create enough space for this retake to come through.
Looks like they're easing their way back in, though. It's going to be a brawl.
Getting too much. Magnum's
found one.
Yeah, brilliant from him, but they are so close to the site. I don't think they were ready for it. Good connection on Woot, and yet a lot of information free-flowing, but it's still Heretics landing the shots. There's the ult. Woot going to get his HP back up as well. I've been taken down pretty low here. Needs this 1v1. Sociable. Brilliant from him. Takes away Woot. We're in an even 3v3, and once again, I ask the question, when's that plant coming? Now. Spike is down this time, but Miniboo's HP is an issue. Rien's cleared on close, as those steps back in now are going to be very difficult. Miniboo, so much work to be done, but Boo's done very well here. His timing could be fantastic, but only 5 HP cannot make mistakes.
So almost a lazy check on the second here. Yampi spotted. Oh, he played it to perfection by Miniboo.
This is brilliant from him. Calm and composed under pressure. Yampi's options starting to become near on zero, but a flying judge will do it, and he's got to know where Boo is, but what are you meant to do now?
Yeah, actually swap out the weapon, so Boo's definitely going to have the advantage here. A headshot landed, but nothing else for Yampi to say here in round 4. It's a very strange sequence of events.
Yeah, I characterize that as a very high-level round, though. Both teams understanding win conditions there, the ISO ult being the big thing, and seeing that chess match around it was very interesting. I don't think that should have been as close as what it was for Heretics, though. Sociable had to go huge.
One enemy remaining.
Again, the fact that, who was it, Miniboo, being able to kind of play that as well as he did then. Not rather sketchy.
Keep up.
3-1 though, scoreline staying within Heretics' hands. They're going to be gifted over the Vandal that Yampi was able to keep into that previous. Go walkabout, it looks like. Has a bit of a wander down mid.
At least be able to control the space now. Chance to maybe rely on that further with Yampi's deep position on C, but not going to be played in just yet.
Yeah, ISO Shield's giving it away. BBL have rotated over towards this A side of the map.
Looking at what they've got to hold it with, until Levin gets there, there's not a great deal to report. You're down to Sheriff's Classics. Now, we have seen a couple of those rounds, at least on Icebox, be competitive, but difficult for BBL here. But you look towards the timer, they did manage to leave that a little too late previous. As Heretics did, hopefully that's not the case now.
to give away the
Yeah,
game.
like somebody else potentially.
Oh my.
How has he just walked back up?
Oh, they're rotating. BBL rotating now.
Shadows traveling.
Prophet doesn't like it though. Something about this didn't sit right with him, and he was correct, but now they're cut off from the site, right? Smokes are up.
30 seconds
Site
left.
now already under control from Heretics. Oh, and just a shot in the dark from Rienz. It's snappy, sure. Barely saw Magnum if at all. One going to come in. 4v4. You look at the weaponry. Keep that in mind. This is not an easy round for BBL. Dart's gone in, and away we go. Miniboo are in a good position. Trades for Sociable. Need a couple more of those, though. Position shouldn't be threatened, really. It's classics. It's not much here. Benji, nicely handled. 3 for him, and stability found for Heretics.
Increasing that scoreline. Another round here, 4-1. It's only the one rifle brought in here, but unable to really get anything going. Beautiful shot from Propeg. Yeah, rough. Considering, I guess, the timing that they just conceded the site.
Yeah. I mean, Heretics didn't manipulate the map very much there, once again. That is something I'm keeping track of, is like this mid-rank cooling. It was slow early on, and there they were matched. The rounds are going well for them though, they're closing out.
Pace change now. Much faster to at least try and take towards long control, towards Sewer, try and pressure out BBL.
Awkward exchange, but Paranoia traded off. Oh, no foul, but as I say that, can't be able to catch Boo. Early casualty here for, well, something that will potentially dampen the mid-round.
Yeah, it looked like they had a very clear idea of inserting those 2 players towards A, and then they were going to do some kind of strat. It wasn't yet to be seen though, because Boo gets caught there. Guardian through the wall. Boo going to create a little distraction towards C here, it looks like, to open up that B site for Heretics.
He has a question mark, but there is still Prophet waiting here. Does still have that Paranoia. Magnum's done well to find Miniboo. Big punish on this, and a great win out from Prophet. Position rewarded. And BBL not falling for the tricks that Heretics are trying to play to them. Magnum again, outdoing Rienz now. That's 2 this round. Even a 3rd now spotted on top. It looks like the case is closed. BBL, very prepared for that.
Snappy response. Again, I think maybe just a factor to consider Boo falling. Again, it's not very comfortable then to come through and clear some of the utility in Garage. It's heavily reliant on some of these open engagements. Oh yeah, I mean, you can't really fault Boo in that regard. Like you said, Guardian through the wall, yeah.
I was surprised.
Bro, they are so bad.
Fade away comment.
I mean, we go again, this time Levin down towards Sewer. You are going to have one over towards Long as well, but they're in for a fight here. Nice from Levin. The temptation, the want to stick around for more, but he decides to cut away at least for a moment. Goes back a little further though, fancies the fight and he wins it. Benji put down, now isolated on the site. This is hard work, but Miniboo can't do enough. Boo though can apparently. Spin as well, and a mad dive from Magnum. I don't know what the plan was, but it's fine apparently.
Throw bodies on the line. That was the plan.
Trade me,
That was
just
the
trade me.
I don't know if you remember this, but Magnum did the same thing last split, shoving out the window.
Should he be doing it though?
And it wasn't good, and I blamed it. I thought he'd get PTSD, but apparently not. Have to give credit to both Levin and Yampy there. Levin fighting his way out of sewers there, and Yampy breach ult flooding in. Both beautiful.
Okay, let's see. Heretics money now is going to be shaky. Prophet, man. Woof. Feels like it's such a different outcome if Magnum just died needlessly and the training's not there. We go, what the hell's going on? But it's similar scenes, right? They really want this space fought for, and Boo completely unconsidered. Don't make a move.
How long?
It's enough. You can shoot now.
Can he?
Boo, please don't
do
mess with this.
Should have shot already.
Yeah, just do it. Just please do it. Please do it. Please do it. Please just don't make. No. What are we waiting on? What are we waiting on? Okay, fine. It's all good. Oh, I'm nervous.
Didn't even smirk, by the way.
I know exactly. Oh, Yampy, swift with it, and so is Miniboo. So quick cleanup on A long. Now the Paranoia, good to isolate 2 of them. They can't really disrespect it. Woot's going to isolate Magnum, however, in the meantime, and this is just systematic. Heretics scaling up very well. 11 options really diminish under this. Plant's now in. No Magnum to sacrifice himself for the greater good. And yeah, that ain't happening twice.
Very, very important rounds here for Heretics to flip in terms of regaining control, I guess, of the A side of the map.
And all off the back of Boo's little cheesy TP,
Yeah,
where BBL can't hear that at all. He's TP'd across, TP'd back towards the bricks. And it's unexpected there. But to be fair, the Sheriffs were hitting there. Didn't even need to be done.
Yeah. Beautifully done by Heretics. We'll force a BBL timeout. Take stock of things early on here.
Economy low though for BBL going into the next.
Yeah, definitely on the back foot. I mean, do have the Blade Storm available, Hunter's Fury as well, but I guess in terms of the key ultimate here being Yampi's, right? Fury maybe gives some options. Sorry, Sociable, sorry. Wait, no, I was talking about Yampi's Rolling Thunder.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you meant the Hunter Fury. For me, it's going to be 11 round. Like, 11 has to do something big here.
And
But is it going to be? You're saying it's going to be?
do you believe?
No.
No?
Not really.
Wow.
Not very good at casting.
Thanks for getting us hyped up.
Yeah, I was really ready for that.
I would have been. It's just that I think Woot with that shield, it just kind of cancels the...
It definitely makes it way more difficult.
Yeah. You've got Yori running at you with clones everywhere. You got no idea who you're supposed to be
It's
shooting.
actually a nightmare for us to pop up.
I wasn't just negative for the sake of being negative. There was some analysis behind it. Some. Just a little bit.
Where over the rainbow. At this point, let's see though. There it is. Knives are in a interesting position to start with. No early chance to draw blood. Outside of that, we've got Sheriff's Ghost and a Classic. So BBL hopefully looking to try and facilitate something for Levin. As on the other side for Heretics, they will be cautious in approach. And as said though, very difficult to pin down. Agents here, looking like they want to at least pressure Garage early, and that's a problem for Yampi. Already tagged up, not much, but enough to send them scarpering. And, ooh, okay, there's the Classic. Hold on, they're fighting for the space now. No swing coming out from those knives. Levin's still too far away to make much of this. Can't get involved in the scrap, but a 4v4, not bad.
But I guess remove the problematic opponent in the form of Woot, so...
Decoy.
Where Miniboot moves towards A, at least plant the seed of doubt.
Portal closed.
This from Social, right?
They're biting.
Yeah, nice and ratty. But is it no plan? No sound on sight like this does make you question mark it. There is still a player not fully falling for it, and that being Magnum. Vandal here, and that's Levin removed. Miniboo's done over and above, but Magnum with an opportunity. A couple of isolated fights, and this could still be his. Paranoia ain't landing. Magnum on 3, needs almost an ace here. TP gonna get taken. His teammate was on the other side of the site with him. Profek was there. An upgrade of the weaponry down to the wire plant, but very long road back towards his A site.
No retake here. No retake utility available for BBL already here. So Magnum on this flank is going to have to do some damage.
Whether they read actually the reposition. I mean, they've got to be aware of every possible scenario here with the amount of space and time.
TP up in heaven. Big jewel.
Last player
Nah,
standing.
not going to get it. Boo does well there. Safe pair of hands, and now the absence of presence might allow for that penny to drop. Magnum, yeah, now just, I think he knows this one's just gone away.
Yeah. Unlucky here. I mean, the contingency just really robust in terms of what happens over on C. Obviously with Miniboo's early success, teeing this one up.
Yeah, something that commonly Heretics do on their anti-ecos is send, usually Benji Fishy is the person they'll send in just to scat out of space. This time it's Miniboo, was the huge win condition this round. Scattered this area out and able to finish there later on. Unlucky by Magnum here not to be able to close this one out.
If it was anyone else, maybe not an Omen with ult, you could have seen a different outcome, but as it stands, that gives Heretics another step here, taking that scoreline further away at 3-6 now. Ult aplenty. Got Woots coming through, re-ends, Miniboo's, a lot to be played with. And it looks pacey, quick, at least towards the early attempt on B. two players committing to it, but the spike not behind. Miniboo fast, trying to set up Rienz from afar. Woot's the one to deliver the shot, but it's job done. That's Yampi gone. And Miniboo not going to stop now. You can see Eleven trying to get away from this. He doesn't like what he's seeing. He's being crunched on. Pressure behind, pressure in front, and he is looking dead and buried. Woot does well, and I love this pinch. Incredibly pacey. A well-constructed round here from Heretics, as Magnum once again in a very, very tough spot.
Spike planted.
Paranoia connects as well. No swing going to come onto it, but
One enemy remaining.
Miniboo just finds 2 freebies. Woot as well. Will bring Profek down inside the old 7-3, and you're absolutely right. Beautiful pinch onto a site here. Unfortunately, I think Levin just, the panic sets in, the chaos. Doesn't know where to retreat to, then gambles on the clone. Can't even really trade out or get his kill here.
Euro into server always a powerful combination, but very interesting to go for a pinch on A. Like, that's a bit old school 2021. People kind of realize it didn't work that often, but with this combination of agents, I think that's an interesting strategy by the Heretics now.
Yeah, I quite like it. Again, that's just that additional body behind it too, having Woot to follow it up. Adds that little bit of a layup. And a different gear to begin with. BBL broken by. Love to scrap out a couple more rounds for a buffer, but...
Yampi desperately trying to make Heretics feel like it's a stack towards A here.
Just a puff of the chest. But he falls regardless. There were no swing onto this angle to follow. He's probably still pretty cautious of anything in sewers. Just on the back of the stun initially, but...
That drone should be enough. Heretics can scale up now.
Revealing area.
Initially good on the X-ray, but Sociable not connecting onto... Wait, other than the clone, I think.
Evo once again with this flank. That is going to have to be the win condition once again. Oh!
Okay,
and
Sociable.
That's Miniboo.
I mean, he's done well there. Here comes that flank. It's not pretty. As Boo's going to try and fall back away, keep that space at least secured, reinvest a smoke towards CT. And Woot's feeling the pressure too, down to 38. There's still a little bit of life in this round, but they need to land the shots. They need to get the kills, and that will start it off here. Rienz, though, aim training up towards heaven. They know at least where one of these players is probably a second now, as it is just Magnum. Last alive. Lovely work from Rienz.
Great recovery here. I mean, Boo just, well, slowing things down enough so that there's no split focus forced here by BBL. The 8th found. Unfortunately not to find anything elsewhere on the map, obviously, but credit to Heretics. Staying grouped here to...
I just want to pick sometimes, and I do. Like, I don't care, I'm just going to pick.
Discipline out the window.
If I peek, I'm in big trouble.
I think with a player like Rienz, it makes sense though. Like he's smart enough to know to not be too stupid. So like if he's saying that, I kind of trust him, I think.
Yeah, I think there's something important to be able to call up your own number and know when it's time to make those plays or go for something a little bit confidence building. Looks quite simplistic towards the C site here. Magnum did well before. He had to handle the wave of pressure. Slow, steady creep is going to make it difficult. Two players trying to progress down on A-Long in the meantime, but Magnum needs to live. He needs to make this hard to get through. He's bought them a good bit of time. And, well, Profek's gone down, though, which makes this hard. Now BBL reinforcing this, but there's a lack of commitment here from Heretics. They don't have to go this way.
Knowing the flanks come through so early on, kind of opens the map up for him, especially with a position like this in Garage. Boo's within earshot to catch a rotation potentially, but I don't think he has.
11. Sociable. Due to try and hold down the site. Here comes Heretics, all pouring up through long. No pressure through sewers just yet, so it does give time for Levin to work here. You were hoping maybe Sociable could find some synergy with that, but there was nothing much to be done. And now that
30 seconds
away
left.
Boo. Just herding Yampi. And little does Yampi know. Trying to progress himself towards the site. Waiting for that flank from Magnum too, but time still not looking pretty for them. This one might be wrapped up here. Let's see, Yampi. Yeah, not going to happen. Too many angles to clear, and not enough time for Magnum to close that gap in. It's a 1v4. You might as well make it go. Last round of the first, and it's sorted. Benji does well, and Heretics with a swift reminder of how good they can be when things work in their favor.
Yeah, and how well versed their approach to Haven is. Unfortunately, BBL unable to really crack through on repeatable successes or any sort of weak side of Heretics' approach to the attack.
And again, this is a follow-on from a big event for Heretics, so let's hear about how Rien's found Masters Toronto.
In Masters, our team play went off, kinda. Like, we didn't play as a team. It didn't feel like we are Heretics, you know? I think individually and as a team, we were just poor gameplay, I would say. That went wrong for us. After Toronto, we had a serious talk, and like as a team, everyone was like full open to each other to fix that, you know? Like we were just full open and full honest to each other. We talked everything, like full feedbacks, you know? And then everyone was like very mature, I would say, like everyone take it like very nicely. Nobody was like mad or anything. And yeah, that was how we fixed it. I currently see our level like same as last year, even better. Last year we were not experienced as a team, as a players, you know, like individually, and we got a lot of experience. And this year it should be like even better than last year. So we had some like bad tournament like Toronto, but I believe we fixed it. You know, we fixed everything. So I think in stage 2 there will be a better Heretics.
Now, how on board with you are you with that sentiment, I guess, really? Do you believe that they look in a better shape than before? It's very hard. I mean, we've had one tournament in between, and now this is the first time we see them. Do you think this is just Yap in, you know, a feature, or do you think there's something to it?
I think there's something to it, but overall, they don't have the same spark that they had last year. There's something intangible about coming into a, almost like, I want to say rookie year, because many of the players aren't necessarily, but
yeah,
they had that first shot together, and then this year they got to come off the back of that first year and don't have the same dust over them.
Okay.
And so I don't quite buy it.
Okay. Mike?
Yeah, I hate to be harsh, but again, maybe, you know, not an inexperienced roster, sure, but I'll come back to that point in a minute, actually.
Yeah, a very early fight, and it looks like they want some more. Yeah, we'll oh, this is so close. And we're looking at that paranoia, looking at the swing, you're looking at Garage, really. They have the idea. Oh my god!
Oh no!
Oh no! Man, that's how it begins? Oof. Okay, well. Benji? Too many. Way too many. And Rien's wasn't even that close either, even if he got the one. Okay, Rien's, well. Let's see what you got. That's a really hard position to clear on the left. Hey, still did good for one, but it's done for. Okay, pistol found for BBL.
Yeah, I think just to come back to that point as well, maybe not losing or not having the same spark. Again, they've been through some emotional turmoil. In terms of coming so close so many times, I think maybe, I don't want to say it's matured them, but certainly forced them to kind of, that's even worse on the slow-mo, yeah. Yeah, maybe just I mean, it's really hard to kind of articulate. Well, come on! I don't think they've lost their spark.
Okay.
But I certainly can see some of the frustrations.
It's always difficult. I mean, again, consistency at that high level is always the hardest thing to get. That's all you can say about it. Very few teams have ever been able to maintain any sort of dominance throughout Valorant. It's been one of those big conversations, right? It's consistency towards top-end work. Once people start getting to know what you're doing, learning it, it's very hard to reinvent yourself over and over.
In terms of tangibles, to me, the map pool is a big question mark to me for Heretics. Coming into a new, fresh map pool, they have not had that much time to look at Corrode and Bind, and then we've just seen them exposed on Icebox. So there are 3 maps already with huge question marks for me at this stage.
Tag there with Rien's, and that's where Magnum looking to make some progress or plant the seed here. Dealt with fairly swiftly. I was going to say, you're looking for a win out on A here, but it doesn't come.
He tried to hold it, but that smoke eventually comes in and ruins that second layer to that little stack up there, but I like that. Try and play those little annoying positions. You got a man advantage.
Yeah, Benji's got a stinger now as well.
Paranoia's not bad though, is it? Could be spot fodder. Mostly looking towards heaven. Does get overwhelmed, Benji, with that stinger, but now it is down to just it, but the HP is low. Benji It's still... Ooh! Go on. I'm almost rooting for you in this one. Prophet catches him on the jump up there. Understanding you want to get a little cheeky with the classic, but that got damn close.
It's like a Stinger's wet dream there with the HP bars. Just almost expected a full drive-by.
Good eco though for Heretics. 4 rifles out from them. Taking away 4 guns, sorry. The decision to double up at the end though, I'm not... You're low HP, doubling up like that seems a bit risky.
Sketchy. Yeah, look, he knew how close it was. Okay. Yeah, this is now going to get... It's either we have a game, or it kind of fizzles out. Right, we've got the buy coming in now for Heretics. And there's a similar look on the end of this corner, still got Blue up above, but he's preoccupied, looking down towards Sewer. Smoke going to go through, alleviate some of that pressure initially. And the Aldro noting close contact.
Still just huddled outside A long here. Third player committed now for Heretics as well. Maybe even looking to set something up. Set something in motion, yeah.
Or not. Gone against it. But they got an interesting little triangle set up here. There's so much to clear out here for BBL.
Okay, but Util now starting to cycle up for BBL. Can they keep this clean? It's going to be difficult. Already in goes the Jet. And oh, look at this reveal. It's outrageously good. Information aplenty in BBL. The plans are known. And Miniboo teed up for success. Gets to live in that corner and thrive from it. Heretics shutting this down so easily.
That's rough because the stun actually connects. So if Miniboo doesn't get that kill on the tag, I'm not even sure actually when the tag landed ahead of the smoke. But he's just sat inside then. Free pickings for Miniboo.
I think on these gun rounds, we're going to need to see BBL explore more of the map. For a bonus round kind of approach going towards A and then finishing A, I think it's fine. But on these gun rounds, I want to see them make Heretics make decisions around the map, rotate around. It was too easy for Heretics there to stack the 3 towards A.
Very linear, yeah. Again, they almost know they can dig their heels in. Still the purchase, or a purchase coming back in for BBL.
It is the simple approach again for BBL. The A long default, Magnum on the other side lurking.
Did manage to take Rien's down to 20 super early in this. I don't know how confirmed that damage is though in all of this.
What was it from actually? Was it from a spam or?
Might have been on the corner from one of the Guardians maybe. Don't actually know fully.
Just Judge.
You sound so upset about that. Like, oh, it's Judge.
I'm not scared for anyone, it's fine. Oh, it might not have got caught though.
I'm a bit.
I am scared. That was my scared voice.
It's not even working on it, and the stun doesn't really dissuade the Judge. Oh, it's filthy work, but it is working indeed. They broke through on the site though, which puts Woot in a bad spot here. Trying to play his life out as best he can. Finally cleared by the spam, but they try and reinforce on Garage. Brawl it through, down to the 1v1. Prophet has ult here. If he feels he needs to get away, he can. Smoke back in play too. Boot
30 seconds
trying
left.
to play kind of between the wicket almost, but now going to commit.
Just to know as well, Prophet does have a full shield, so Boot, without swapping out here, is going to need 2 to land. Prophet, swing on the smoke, perfectly timed here. Big win out here from BBL, and that, a broken purchase as well.
I like the way BBL played this round. Disguising their early A main control. They know the way that Heretics like to play on this map is they do not take A main lines. They do not get information towards A main. They sit on the site, they play with 2, they'll rotate the 3rd across often, and in that round they baited out the A main aggression, and then just went back towards the C side of the map.
Got to swing.
Got to swing.
Got to
Need some
swing.
balls.
Yeah.
Yampy said.
I'm screwed, but got to swing. We go in again. Sheriffs are out. Guardians out for Miniboo. Ult starting to cycle up as well for Heretics, but this side swap for BBL so far, hey, tick in the box. If they've started to really work out how Heretics like to play this, as I said, there's tape of plenty on it. They played them recently on it.
I think they're going to look to take this A main every round, but instead of staying there the whole round on the gun rounds, they're going to quickly pivot back a lot of the time. Keep Heretics just sat on the A site with no information.
Again, what's important in terms of these early timings is really cutting down.
Deploying drone.
I guess the impact Miniboo can have in terms of you know, not controlling both extremities, but showing presence on two sides.
I think what Heretics will need to do is do what we thought before. These re-clears, we see the drone coming out on A right now.
Yep.
Get Miniboo posted back on some kind of line, get information back.
Yeah. No movement just yet, though, so still only going to be Boo in control, and actually Smoke sent Paranoia to try and slow things down as well.
Boo still... he did get caught in the end. I thought he might have found a little bit of a cubby, but Levin's going to check on it. A little bit more systematic this time from Levin, not having that sort of same high-tempo impact we saw coming out from map 1, but hey, he's getting the job done. All good, Miniboo, the one who had the bigger weapon here coming in with that Guardian. Couple of chances, couple of kills, but not enough. BBL, that scoreline's getting close now, 7-10.
Couple of ultimates online, though, for Heretics. Potential to slow things down now, as BBL almost have a round in hand in terms of the finances. Bladestorm available as well. Hunter's Fury's here, and yeah, Heretics, they call a timeout, rightfully so. Consider their approach here. Fairly pivotal point of the half.
Yeah, and Heretics not building economy up enough to buy the operator on this defense either.
Come on, boys, come on!
What about the belief there?
I believe that.
Oh, I'm
believe
on
that.
board.
Yeah. Whatever Yampi's selling, I'll take 4.
I'll just take 2. For now, though, we are seeing the Heretics. You can't be happy with this, right? This is getting a bit scary because, look, you felt like maybe map 1 was pretty far away by this point, right? You had a good first half, everyone's kind of hitting, you know, you're back on your comfortable map, but suddenly we're at 7-10. And we've got a couple of pivotal rounds where pressure comes in, and we were discussing what happens in stress and pressure with Heretics.
Yeah, for me, maybe it's not so much. There is going to be stress and all those things there, but to me, Heretics started this year out on this map with a very strong defense. And it is very similar to what we're seeing right now. And in the past 2 games, they have not had huge defense sides. And I'm wondering if they're starting to be sussed out a little bit here. They've not changed anything from the last times I've watched them play, really.
Look, the schedule has been brutal, at least, if you're talking about the last tournament and, you know, leading through this. A lot of these teams, even BBL, having a chat with Powell earlier, saying that, you know, they don't have much time from these back-to-back. But if BBL have cooked up something, they've learned more and more and more every time they've played this, there's no real excuses for Heretics. So now we go back in. Was this all just a good early start in the second half, or have we got something here? Miniboo! Oh, it's just gorgeous for Heretics. This is what you want to be seeing. Masterclass sort of work, high level, high pressure, and they answer it instantly.
I guess removing that early threat, which was the slow progress into A main, towards A long, I should say. Now, Yampy and Sociable left in a 2v5. Camera will give away the game. Still actually 2 members of Heretics over this side as well, so.
Yeah, BBL want to get a pick before this plant, but it's going to be extremely difficult with the way Heretics are just containing this
now,
space.
yeah.
There's 5 of us here.
Yep.
And ults being invested. They don't want to take any sort of risks in this. Again, it is a key swing round, and Sociable might be screwed. I think he is. Yeah, there's no way out of that one.
It's such a brutal combination between the Yoro and the ISO.
Nice. Clean stuff. In zone flawless. It's what Heretics needed to stop any of that sort of threat building, but it took a couple of ults to get there. But in these sort of rounds, when there was momentum starting to swing, you'll allow it.
The important thing being, it doesn't break the bank of BBL. I mean, Yampy's going to be down on a Guardian. The other thing to consider as well, they're 1 orb away from a full house. Plenty of ultimates of their own to invest here.
That play was a beautiful call to disrupt BBL's game plan of A main, but now they don't have them. What is the plan now for Heretics is my question.
I think we'll find the answer soon enough, won't we? BBL going to stake their claim and early intent towards that C site. They're trying to find a target, any pixel out of position, but no, it's a late play back in towards the back of the site. Actually, Levin looking a little bit under pressure here. Kept alive so far by those Cypher cages in place, but it's going to be Magnet to draw blood first. Traded into, but Profek still in the fight. Wu trying to play up towards Plat, but you got to look at the slip through. They've actually cut through the site, and then look at where that spike's going. They are playing this map very differently.
Also, the Hunter's Fury and the Neural Theft not able to actually amount to a follow-up, but still, man advantage here for BBL. GP to get the hell out of dodge here.
Boo was real close by
Yeah,
to that.
yeah.
Sniffing that one out quick, but it is being planted now.
Yeah, he will get his ult from this. But Woot does have ult. No shield though this time. Probably won't use it.
Making cover.
Try and play back in. Cleared backside. Magnum goes down. Great from Benji. Finding Prophet too. But it's the position I'm looking at. These deeper holds. Yampi. Timing is key in this. Okay. On the spike. No commitment. They know that ult's in play for Yampi. It's committed to. Dart back for Sociable as well. Can invest it into that smoke to ensure no one's in there. But now it's crunch time. Now it's the guns in hand. Benji on 13. Unlucky for both. Sociable going to find 2 of them, and BBL finding a bit of their form here.
Lovely call there, keeping it simple. Heretics react to this A main control that's been happening over the game by fighting A. BBL say we want none of that, we're just going to go C. And then they find these deeper positions in such an interesting way.
That was rough to invest absolutely everything that they had here. I guess the flip of the script really, because it doesn't break the bank of Heretics. Still got guns.
Yes, this should do.
They've got guns, Lon. By hook or by crook.
Bringing down the
again.
hammer.
Heretics going for that A main control on the defense. BBL just going straight for C.
It's rinse and repeat. It looks so easy. Levin so clean with it. Mini Boo executed.
Did you spot the trip though? There's a weird trip behind Plat here. Oh, that's the what?
Oh, no way! Prophet!
Just caught.
Oh, it's picture perfect. Hold on. This is a brilliant round. Gonna keep it this clean though. Still chances. Boo trying to fight for it, taking away Prophet, but Benji again on 13 HP. I think we've been here before. And this time around, it ain't looking so good. Benji desperate to do work. For the numbers, very hard to break in this deeper post plant. And I think he knows it. He's backing away.
Now financially in a much worse position than they would be in the previous round. See what they can muster together. The timing is just heartbreaking for Woot here.
It's crazy.
I feel so bad about that interaction. His ult now not online because of that.
Yep.
Yep.
What was it? It was the drone ahead of it as well though, right?
Yep.
BBL making moves in this second half.
I know it looks simple, but like there is a chess match going on. As much as it looks like they're just going C, there is interactions between them expecting what Heretics are putting out on the A side of the map. They've identified where the weak side of the map is.
I love Yampi so much. It's hard to not enjoy
Yampi
it.
calling a masterclass whilst just giving it.
Yep. You love to see it. I think we've seen this round before, but this time obviously going to be up against those Sheriffs and just that Vandal still in the hands of Woot. So they know what they're in for.
The early round kind of paranoia is still there about A-Long though, because you can see the deep smoke here and it leaves so much space across the map for BBL.
Well. Oh, Benji.
Aftershock.
Benji turns a flash. Hold on. Go on, have a scrap. Yeah, this is still game on. Benji and Woot denying any security on the back of the site, and that's a devastating round for BBL. An individual moment defining all the difference.
This time around, not there quick enough. Bear in mind, the Heretics, there was a probe towards A-Long. Now it's just Magnum. 1v3 on Icebox, but now we'll need a 1v4 here. Wait things out, not expecting anyway from Heretics to give anything away here.
It's just waiting for them to start questioning themselves a little bit, try and soften up whichever approach he goes for, but wherever he goes, it's going to be difficult.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, unless he hits like the maddest shot on Rien, spins back towards site, takes away Benji, without Boo being involved, it would be very impressive.
I'm stupid and just save it.
It might be. It's 15 seconds. It's...
Watch this.
Yeah.
This is my teammate in ranked going
10 seconds left.
Oh no. We did try and play a little bit before this.
I did. I was going to film you. And I was
Oh, I'm so glad you didn't. It wasn't a pretty game. Yeah, just going to let that clock tick away, and we go further forward. Heretics holding on to this one. Now, this is where you would imagine BBL had a couple more rounds in that first half. It could have been a bit more competitive, but as it stands, Heretics getting up to 12. They've got that little bit of safety, that at minimum, it's OT.
That's a devastating round for BBL to lose there. Like, that should have been a given type of round. Beautiful flooding for Heretics, though. That's the power of the Yoru being able to TP across quickly, flooding in with the ISO shield.
I think the TP was over towards spawn elbow, right? Not actually onto the back of site. So required somebody from Heretics getting ahead of the curve, and that's even with Miniboo falling. It might not feel like it, but it's still 6-3, I guess, in the second half here. So BBL definitely doing the legwork.
Let's see what BBL now call. It was early game was about this A main game plan, playing off of that idea, straight into some CXX. Now what is it for BBL?
It's certainly going to add a bit of paranoia around how to approach this for Heretics, because it does feel like you have to be the reactive one to what BBL are trying to do. But the timeout coming in, giving it a go. Both sides able to check in on this one, but obviously BBL the one to call it. But as it stands by on both sides, a couple of light shields, yeah. That's going to be Rienz and Boo. Well, actually, no, just Boo now, so able to complement that one up, and a couple of, regen shields and what have you on the other side. So
that's actually a crazy stat, by the way, here. BBL had the highest 4v5 win rate in EMEA Stage 1 at 31%.
First time we've seen them get aggressive on this side, and we haven't seen that one yet. Sociable ready. That's not just one player, that is multiple. Hell, the clone even enough of an issue.
Good to even really commit to that early angle with the trip there.
Alpex open space.
Oh, Magnum just got caught drifting. They were hoping for this, but Heretics fully switched on now. It is a 3v5. You're going to need mistakes from Heretics here. One could come from this.
Profek needs to deliver here.
He's been cleared. Very diligent Heretics, not wanting to fumble this. Nevin looking for a similar thing on the other side here, but paranoid out. Has to try and fall away. Heretics showing a bit of that caliber, a bit of that class to close out map 2. And now we get the fun of the third, but a reminder of who this team is. Form looking much better here, finding safety going forward.
I think definitely back in their comfort zone, so to say, here on Haven.
Yeah, they look like they're in the driving seat. A little bit shaky towards the end, but all in all, closing it out with that eco round, I guess.
Yeah, certainly did. And we do have Sunset now coming up next. Let's see if that's a difference maker to the outcome after they previously met so recently.
Okay, Benja ready?
Yeah.
Oni-chan! Hi! Nani ga suki? Chokomenta! Nata!
Good boy.
What the?
Good boy.
Yeah, bark for me. But if they put this in kick voice comms, I'm gonna be punching my monitor. I'm telling you.
losing. Either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. This run I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-2-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why. It's not a second to waste. They're ticking away, away, away. They're ticking I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I wanted more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking
You should never count out Heretics, no matter how badly they lose map 1. I am your host, Jinx, and I'm back here with Kukuka and Gorilla. Maybe in another world could have been a 2-0, but we know what Heretics can do on Haven, and they just brought what they usually do.
After a very dominant 9-3 first half, I think it was all pretty much settled. They were very dominant on the attack. They were playing a lot with the BBL's minds, and yeah, it's just another Haven for Team Heretics.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, like, look at Woot's back on his ISO. As I said before, like, you know, he's not got any lineups to learn this time. He just pops his shield, swings, and almost guaranteed a kill. Miniboo also, like, returned to form. He's back on the duelist from the Omen of last map, and his ults honestly looked really good.
On the side of Wood, actually, in that first half, he was not finding that much impact. But, you know, this is the worst scenario because he is warming up. On that second half, he was owning, he was getting all the openers, preventing BBL from even getting the spike down. And moving on to the next map, I think that we could get literally the best map that we could have in this scenario.
If you're Heretics, you're in a really, really nice spot. And also, we got to shout out the Boo brothers, because I think when things go right, they don't normally get a lot of credit. And when things go wrong, people do scapegoat them a lot.
I love some of the things that we saw, both of them, and understanding the strengths of the compositions. They were finding themselves in these positions. Is not only that they have a lot of TPs to work with, is the effect that they were finding with everything. As you were saying, Harry, the ultimates from Miniboo are so effective. In many occasions, we actually saw BBL trying to plan against them, and we saw Magnum also like taking him down outside of it. But I think that the planning going into Haven, they know exactly what to do with their ultimates in this game. And yeah, as I said, it was pretty sold after the first half.
Yeah, and as we just saw there on the screen, like, there's some new ideas as well, which is quite rare with Haven, because it's been around since the game's inception. But you know, the Your ult through B going to A into that A split was something that I really enjoyed.
Usually it's Mini that's wrong and Mini that has to apologize, and I will put my hand up and say I was wrong. I really thought that this comp had run its course. I didn't think that we were going to see anything new, you know. It's probably not one. I mean, we would have seen it by now, it feels like, if we're going to see something new. So good for them.
It's week one, you know. Maybe it runs its course, and after like week 4 into playoffs, they're like,
But also, Weber's bold now, so he's got the bold
Yeah, I think that maybe it's because Thinky is now in BBL and he wanted to match his energy. So they both have bold assistant coaches. And that's it. That's my take.
Okay, so that's the buff. That's the buff. So when are you...
No.
When are you going bold?
No.
To be fair, you don't need to, because if we take a look at Sunset, I am going somewhere with this. Allow it, allow it. If we look at Heretic Sunset, they are the best EMEA Sunset team, I think. Like, there is no one else you would put up there, you know, that challenges Team Heretics, maybe except for your team.
Yeah, I mean, I have a pretty good track record against them. Huh? I think, honestly, what I found was their main strength, at least last year, was that B main on attack. If you stop them from getting B main, like, you know, we had the falling one-way smoke going through, so they couldn't instantly take it. We found they were pretty lost. So hopefully, you know, years gone by, hopefully they kind of reinvent what they want to do on attack.
Thinking also about the last time the BBL played this map, the new composition, them running the deadlock, do you think that that could be something that helps them encounter Team Heretics when they go into B?
Yeah, I think Deadlock works really well against Neon. Like, you know, obviously with the sonic sensors, you can put it down at the choke points or maybe at some place where they can capitalize on Neon running through.
I love the sociable dialogue, but I also really love the Yumpy Sova. I felt like the synergy was so good when he was calling on the Sova. So let's take a look at the agent select and see if we're... It does seem like they're running it back. They're running it back with the same comp.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I want to see how Levin prefers, right? Because I feel like this first two maps has been a lot of comfort for him and just playing on something that, as I say, he's very comfortable in. But now going into the Neon, at the same time, we have to speak about Benji Fisher and what he can do as a counterpart.
Yeah, I think Vise also works really well against Neon. We kind of have like Deadlock and Vise, two, in my opinion, of the best agents for dealing with it. Because obviously the Vines slow you down and the wall can isolate the Neon from the rest of the team. So I'm interested to see. I think it might even be a battle of the sentiment.
On paper, this should favor Heretics just historically, but as of late, though, Kakuka, I think the narrative is not as easy. It's not as, you know, straightforward.
Yeah, it was a 13-1. It was difficult to watch if you're a Team Heretics fan, and especially given the context that we have about, if you think of Sunset in EMEA, you have to think about Team Heretics. That is something that is not easy to do, especially with how young Team Heretics was last year. Yes, this is changes in the composition, but the fundamentals are still there. To me, is there a ball to drop? Really interested to see that this is where both of the teams wanted to end things there. I think that this could look... It's like a poisoned apple for Team Heretics, looks like.
And luckily, it's not map 1. So, you know, when they played it last time, maybe it was a little bit not warmed up into it. It was a bit of a GG go next. They can't afford to do it here because with the champs point, with the fact that they want to make playoffs and the context of how difficult Gorilla, their group is, whoever wins this map is going to have an abundance of confidence for the rest of this stage.
I'm even going to go out on a whim and say whoever wins this map is probably going to top the group.
Yeah, literally.
And that's going to do wonders, especially for BBL, who are a bit further down in the champs points. Like, them topping the group makes it a lot easier for them to get the chance.
Seed 1 for playoffs, yeah, that would be. And yeah, we're going to go from the coach that's always bested Heretics on Sunset to Mini, joined by Pandy and Hypok, of course.
Take it away.
It's all you, mate.
Played it once against them and lost, so... Boaster tried to play Deadlock, so what do you want me to do?
Did you not have a say in the matter?
I let him because I knew it was going to be bad, so we purposely lose and then get to play something better later.
Okay, yeah.
It was a seeding game, I think.
Crazy. What a revelation.
Who'd have thunk
That's how I
it?
messed with his mind, you know what I mean?
Jedi mind tricks over on poor old Boaster. But into this one, I think the desk was right. This is looking like who's going to top out the group here, really.
I love a bold take like that, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I do. Week 1.
It is.
It's all settled, don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's done.
We'll see you in playoffs.
It's a big shout. I like it.
I think
Confidence.
I agree.
Oh, wow. Mike, do you agree?
I'm here for it.
Yeah, okay. That was almost a commitment, but ooh, I like this little kind of set piece for the swing in middle. But it's encouraged Yampy to go, oh, what? Benji! This is one of the maps he was always good on. Maybe not as the Vice, but right now he's looking sharp as hell. I might see it on the replay. As instantly BBL just left in bits.
Wide open B site as well. Exploration through mid for Magnum and Sociable, but going to be quite a ways behind this. They do have Sheriffs, so
Spike planted.
chance to fight back in potentially.
That coming back makes it... They could get something going, I guess, but going to be hard without that initial pick.
Magnum just handled. Benji has had an absolute round. I can watch this one back and love it all the same.
I want to see the two.
Brilliant.
Yeah, the two kills.
The
at
three
top
at the
mid.
start as well. How's he done this then? Okay, banger. Oh!
There we go.
Beautifully done. Oh, we're still zoomed.
No, that's fine. I'm down. I'm down.
Yeah.
Oh my god, my second! Guys, I've already got...
Yeah, that's his second ace, I believe.
Really?
I believe so. That whole setup from BBL designed to beat what Heretics threw at them, and Benji just says no.
But yeah, how do you account for that?
Not much to be done, eh? So, BBL. Going for a wand together. Oh, they've got mini boo. Okay. Whoa.
That was crazy.
Sorry, Heretics just suddenly hitting shots. Woot's looking clean with it too. I don't think he's going to catch out Boo here. No, it's not a pretty shot, but the rest of the cavalry have arrived. Is it turned and taken aces?
Ace?
Huh? What's he doing?
What's he doing?
Get in there. Again, a wide open B site for the taking here for Heretics. And not as much of a threat here, but still Profek a chance to have a say. Need some heroics to find this, though.
Here we go. Come on, Woot. Rooting for you. Even the observers are rooting for you.
Suppress it. One suppressed.
Come on.
I want to see knives out and bait for Woot right now.
Yeah, play him in. Play him in. Where's that team cam?
Or swap him a gun, so he's not got the Vandal, and then just send him.
Send him on. Yeah.
Like BBL are desperate not to give away.
Yeah, yeah. Here we go. Come on, Woot.
Go on.
Two shots. That's all you got to land. Oh, come on now. Back to back. Yes! Now we're cooking. Heretics right out the gate, setting the tempo.
Right, let's go for the third now.
Oh, who's on for it now? Yeah, who's next? You call it.
Mini Boo next.
Mini Boo next.
Tommy, it's your turn, baby. Let's go.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right.
Good for Mini Boo too.
This one's a bit harder though. They've got rifles.
They've got good.
Wow, until the Visol comes on, right?
Sure. Hey,
There we go.
Now you're...
BBL are going to be just be terrified of whoever gets the first kill in this round.
Don't let them do it. So many ults nearby too as well.
I was thinking, yeah, now Woot just one away from the null command.
It's brutal for this start for BBL. 2-0 down, economy for Heretics looking decent, and the ult economy for Heretics looking decent.
Yeah. So 4 players stacked towards this side.
Profek tries to slip away quickly. There's 2 players here. Stun going to come in. One answer back. Yampy.
Cheeky.
This could be nice. Yeah, that's lovely from him. Yeah, really nice. Oh, come on, that's 3. Oh, are you kidding me? 3 ends now. Are we having 3 aces back to back? Go on, Yampy. Do it to him. Yeah!
Have we ever seen
Never.
3 aces?
Come on, man. What is going on today?
This was snappy as well.
Yeah, it was. Remaining. He had a quiet map too, so that's got to feel great for him here.
Right, who's next then?
Be any team now.
Yeah, we would look at the Heretics. That's on us. Oh my god. 3 aces.
What would the
rounds.
odds be on that?
Captain Cow could work it out for us.
Go, go, go!
I'm literally just sat here waiting now. I'm like, right, who's
I want
next?
that toasty coming up.
Yep. Okay, all the time. This build towards A, however. Benji can be chipped away at early with a little bit of damage through the smoke, I believe. So she's got to be careful here. It could be caught in no man's land quite quickly. Yeah, he's in trouble here. Gonna eat at least the paranoia on the way out. Gets to pull away towards that first box. Maybe it'd sit towards default, but
It's stuck.
he is stuck. And yeah, well, he's still got his gun for a second longer, but down to the classic now, but trying to play around the box as well as he can. But it's Mini Boo and Boo. The ace is looking unlikely now, as we are looking like Heretics just want to clean the side. Hell, aces or not, this is still a sharp round.
Yeah. Quick. Finds a response though. The TP forward, very aggressive. Try and isolate Benji, but can't pin him down. Get the spot here, actually. We'll find Woot as well.
Oh, this is nice though, 2v2. Boo on default. They've cleared through elbow so quickly. Oh, the swing, nicely timed from Profek. I mean, he might be one away from the ace, but he still needs to get Benji here. A little bit of damage on the way through. Benji going to be playing to that clock as best he can. Profek waiting. Toying with the crowd and toying with us, but Benji plays it so well. Safe pair of hands in the end as Heretics continue on their path.
A nice run from Heretics, just cycling those ults together, getting onto the site. But I have to question BBL here a little bit. They were playing an almost retake setup on that A side, but the deadlock gets stuck. And that's not what you want at all. You want to get off that site play for that retake. The fact that he was stuck meant that it baited his teammates to come and help him. And it was so easy for Heretics to clean that up with their ults.
Yeah, to pick apart maybe one or two extra players. Yeah, that is devious.
That is so nasty.
That is devious.
That's a LAN player right there.
Local LAN player, that's not
right here.
Lovely, like, people are chatting like, oh no, it's the crowd. It's like, no, that's Yappy.
No, it's just Yappy.
it's Yappy doing it on purpose. Here we go. Oh, getting the neon trough, but still, good damage.
Can't connect onto Woot for the second though. Well, his confirmation initially, actually with his deep control outside A as well. Well, BBL don't have to overcommit just yet.
Info here, but hard to do much with. Again, it is only that Sheriff with Yampy, so he's going to be struggling to find bigger impact. Heretics just still trying to show that presence towards middle. This late look back over towards A.
If that drops, there is still a trip here as well. No real setup on the back of it, so be able to get past it.
See how they do it this time, because it was kind of that, maybe playing for retake again. Oh, not going to find much already ahead of that, but Benji gets cleared in middle, so now the back lines are feeling less comfortable. Shabal. Very valiant attempt, but it's Mini Boo still wrecking on the site. The 1v2 now required.
Go.
They might be worried about the flank, but you can see the reposition from Magnum. He was the one. We're looking down towards tiles, spotted now, 13 seconds, time being a factor. He wants the plant at least.
10 seconds.
So that site's going to start closing in, taking a little bit of damage, a whole lot of damage. BBL, stem the bleeding.
Nice try from Mini Boo here to try and make something happen on the back of the paranoia, isolate the second player looking to swing, but just doesn't manage to pin him down.
I think in terms of bigger picture here for Heretics, I want to see them explore that A ramp a bit more at the start of the rounds, because BBL do not have a breach or a big utility to fight off with it. If they've got the deadlock there, get that wall out, get those sensors out, and start breaking that utility. Rather than waiting later on and wasting all that time, breaking the walls, being a bit obvious about things.
The option for BBL is to maybe semi-commit Levin at the start of the round, but even then it feels a little risky. When it's this Neon versus Neon, those early round timings are always so awkward.
Yeah. At least though, if they do sense Levin there, it's binary. It's either they are fighting or aren't fighting, and Heretics can react around that. Quick change of pace here for Heretics though.
Right up the guts, but no one's actively fighting towards middle. You can see the position coming out from Yampy, who does the dance around and running rings around, and Magnum. Nice, it is only pistols here, but they've been causing problematic throughout this entire series. No round feels won yet. Benji at re-ends. I mean, what's Benji going to do now? One kill since the ace, and that's all it's going to be. Magnum, solid work there, tied all even at 3 apiece.
What the hell was everyone doing in between maps here? Everyone's looking like so sharp now.
God only knows.
Except for that.
I don't know why Yampy is stood there with a Spectre. I'd be very annoyed if I was going to be doing it.
Yeah. 3-3 now. Again, ults-wise, BBL with a slight advantage in that regard, but still missing a couple of orbs.
Shift of momentum here. I'm surprised that Heretics don't take that time to take the timeout.
Yampi will be forced a little deeper initially, but does have some utility to rely on. But this mid exploration from BBL.
Boo. Cops a lot of
Noted.
damage. What do they read into this? Do they just speed up? Maybe off the contact? I'm kind of curious how they want to approach this one. Yampi is still on default. Does have support from Magnum, but his options are starting to close as well. This is not a comfy position. Magnum's screwed here. Gonna have to bank on Yampi. Look at the util, but no one's shut it down.
Into the trip.
Oh god, it's all gone a bit wrong here. Messi on the side. Sociable and Profek. I mean, position noted for Sociable. Already benches to be watching that. Bloody hell. Unlucky. Okay, 2v4. Boo low. Sociable still very much aware, you know, of positioning. This shouldn't go any further. This would need an ace. And I don't think he's going to get it with the time being where it's at.
They're pretty easy though.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
I've never seen you do one.
Yeah, but I'm
don't
not
get
good.
excited about them anymore.
Tried to play ranked with Mini, didn't want to play.
What?
Wait,
we did play. I just didn't play enough for you guys.
Yeah, actually, no, that was the night you got on, played one and left.
Two.
Nah, it was one.
It was
two. I'm enjoying the chess match here. Like, Heretics this time going up that A main like I wanted from them, but BBL immediately reading that and switching to that mid control. For BBL, I want to see them, when they do go for these plays, just have one round where you don't sit on the A side.
Did you see it?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
What was it?
What did I not see?
Right here. Snake bite.
One enemy remains.
If we can get it at the end here whilst we're in the timeout. There we go. Yeah.
It's nothing, that one. Techers. BBL, though, opting for the timeout now. And as you said, it has been this kind of ongoing move and reaction throughout this series. But it feels like maybe BBL do want to kind of touch base on this, as a couple of these ults are coming through now. And again, if you're in the position of BBL, how are you looking at this one, Mini?
Like I said, I quite like the Viper tech BBL are running with. They have a pretty interesting wall on the B side, and the orb on that A main choke is doing a lot of work for them. They're delaying when Heretics attack there. For me, that means that you can set up those flanks and start crunching in on that site. But you don't need to stand on the site and die. Just play outside, delay, and then go for that retake. You saw teams at Toronto always playing more retake on that side of the map, and I think that was a key to success for many of the teams that did well on Sunset.
Let's see BBL want to approach this then. If you are in a similar mindset as Pal is potentially. Heretics starting.
It looks more like they're going to just do the traditional Neon go control the ramp for us.
Looking at his pathing, straight down middle. Going to get noted early on. And Yampi playing from spawn here. Not sure if maybe they're aware of maybe something that Heretics like to do, but he's playing so deep, finally coming back towards that mid side. But Profek in support on this side by 11. And one way keeping them secure for now.
Out of here.
Curious. Heretics will approach actually the second step here. 11 teed up actually to deal with Mini Boot. Seemingly scot-free. They're gonna dampen Heretics' approach to the rest of this half now.
Retrieving flash.
Deploying drone.
Just a super deep setup. I mean, the drone's going to come out, but requires Heretics to go so far forward here.
Very late look towards his A site, and Profek's angle is still good. Could just do damage or even hit that headshot if he gets the chance.
Yeah, as well. The BBL feel comfortable
late,
whilst
though.
the door on B is still closed. Not
Viper
shut.
in B main. I mean, what's the game plan? 25 seconds. You kind of got to go towards A here.
That's Midler gone as well.
I don't like this. It feels like it's hit a kind of brick wall. Now, Profek is alone, but the position now going to be considered but handled. Heretics running out of time and ideas.
Yeah, no question marks put down at all by Heretics there. They had a little bit of mid-control, did nothing with it.
So I was saying, yeah,
slowly
it
walked
would have
away.
taken so much from Benji to actually push forward and pressure anything on the side of BBL. So we're just so comfortable to receive this late round hit on A.
They had to break the door at middle, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That door being closed.
Needs to be something.
Yeah.
I think Benji's focus being towards top mid here is probably actually the...
Nice, David!
Not the issue, but
Yeah, I wouldn't
they
say
could
it
have
was,
done a little differently.
I don't think Benji alone could do much there. They had to do something as a team to figure out that one.
Okay.
It's 2 for 2 though.
Yeah, it's still not necessarily too bad, but do you expect this? Sociable just disrespecting the Aldron, but gets punished by Benji.
Yeah, don't love that. Lotus Fury and the null command available here for Heretics, potentially in the post.
Benji using that wall for post, not for the flank control, but to control the site. Very interesting.
Swing on CT, but Yampi's still not there yet. A lot of that util still with Benji. He's got Dart back up now, still has Shock Dart and Aldrone, but again, chance to use. Already going to be noted on the wall. For a double, not to be. Profect seen on the TP, but still solid shot. Smoke on towards sight, but a quick swing from Wu will keep it in check.
Yeah, initially what feels like almost, I mean, you could take the first 2 for 2, but maybe not anticipating a second member of Heretics here being so close. I mean, at the point where Sociable hears the drone, I think he's already committed real way back from that scenario.
Surprised Yampi didn't use any of his util there, opted for the contact approach. Didn't use his drone or recon.
Last player standing.
Get ahead of the flash though. I mean, a chance to line up both kills potentially, with Benji being so low, but...
Another fight for B main.
God, it's
Once
brutal
again,
here. Yeah,
There's Heretics' way.
it feels a little too headstrong, a little too simple.
Yeah, but Wu can just shut that down immediately.
And it looks like they're going to continue on this pathing. Only Magnum's really answer back, so... Oh, that was so close. Plant's going to be in, and Heretics' time now taken in their favor.
So Miniboo and Wu tagged up. Up to 20 HP apiece. Magnum has to respect this drone. 3v5, yeah, this is going to be everything and more for BBL, and slowed down now by the naders. Cause a lot of problems for them.
A nice reveal though from Yampi, at least gets him one, but the trade so quick.
Yeah.
Heretics, they are sharp now. It feels like they've kicked up a gear. Very, very well considered round.
Don't want to see BBL giving away another opener like this, because like I said, Wu can just shut any of that down immediately.
Yeah, 2 rounds in a row on that B main, and then losing that B site, like I'm trying to apply with this A site being easier to retake, I think this B site is a bit of a pain for the retake. Heretics looking more than comfortable closing these ones out on that B side of the map.
Nice!
Some ultimates available for BBL. Hunter's Fury in hand for Yampi Sociable as well. Again, that's been sitting in the back pocket for a while now. Obviously, the Sheriff's a Bucky in hand for Magnum. Very difficult round for BBL to get anything going.
Where maybe I wouldn't have minded a
Right
little bit
here.
of random
Well,
aggression almost, you know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah.
Go for a chance on it. Obviously not going to be able to be done now. Lost that chance. You see the diligence though, still spamming out the boxes, still making sure there's nothing in these corners, because that's kind of what you're expecting now. And it's just slow contact play, it looks like, just kind of defaulting out of B main, but that's a bit bold here. There's still opportunities, but Miniboo's hitting. Gonna find Sociable trying to play off the paranoia. Probably still gonna catch Wu. Trying to isolate, try and deny, make it hard work. A lot of players on this site now. This is not comfy for Heretics. Chipped down is Miniboo. And actually, it's Boo to lose his life. This is still dangerous, yet lovely little swings off the contact. Making it work for this one. Benji now left in the 1v2. Ult near on useless as they swing together. BBL showing what they can do on the pace safe card Thrifty.
And it comes back once again to the Viper tech I was talking about earlier. That Viper wall allowed BBL to flood into the site, use the smoke of Heretics against them.
Yep.
They had so many numbers there, and Heretics had no control of that B site. They only had that front portion. It made it way too easy for BBL to hit the shots.
Maybe not feeling fully comfortable on these sidelines around the ball either.
That's fine.
Yeah, you can see Boo just trying to TP across to break some of these, I guess, crossfires that are very comfortable. Still, I guess, level pegging, but Prophet and Levin both finding kills here.
Oh, the crossing of the ults now coming through, and the reward as well. Rien's, Benji, and Wu going to be able to get on towards this A site. Slowed down a little by the util still in play from Magnum, so unable to fully commit to this one just yet. There's that ult we were waiting on. Does Magnum get cleared? He does. He looks dead to rights here, but still going to buy the time. And all eyes drawn towards him, while Yampi the one to strike. Magnum might actually have time now. To wait for that weapon to come back out. Does he know it? Oh, he does! Stolen in the end, but it's Wu putting up a hell of a fight. A 1v1 and Sociable's position was known. The timing now difficult. Great shot from Sociable, bringing us back to 6 apiece.
Blink and you miss it here. But all tied up at the half. Again, credit to BBO in that regard. Heretics put on a show, but
they had complete momentum at the start there.
Yeah, absolutely.
It took a lot for BBO to bring that back.
We'll have to see how things do progress into the second half.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So 6-6 in the first half year of Sunset. The decider closely contested. Well, actually, even considering how things started. The aces, yeah, I mean, aces flying off left, right, and center.
Became more of a chess match than a ace off towards the end, though. Nice little back and forth.
Disappointing.
Yeah, unfortunate.
But curious to see
than fun things.
how BBL going to approach this second half now.
A very interesting Viper wall that I immediately
hate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We can explore that a bit further later on, maybe.
Well, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see how it pans out. The execution is behind this. Yampi's Razor approach here on the back of the Paranoia. Miniboo though lining up too. Levin and Prophet will fall.
Yes, right.
So difficult to pin him down in that regard. Yeah, still with a chance though to follow through on this hit. But no, it's Wu. Multi-kills to end the first half here and opening up with 2 more. And there'll be 3 for him in the pistol to kick things off.
This guy's just been on fire. Like, Wu has just come back to like it's like he had a tiny bit of a dip at one point, I feel like, and he's just back.
Well, again, I guess a focal point for a lot of the criticism for Heretics as well, Wu, is around the role, right? But if he's fragging, happy regardless.
Yeah, it is interesting, kind of that identity crisis almost, maybe, or if he's actually delivering. But right now, you can't deny it. And 17-7, mile away from everyone else.
Still buying a weapon for his teammate and sitting on the Ghost.
Well, I think I know where they are. Miniboo? How many do you have for us here? Maybe it is those classics. They have been a bit of a nuisance, but I mean,
oh my God.
Who needs a weapon? Just give him the Ghost, he's good to go. Heretic Swift, in zone flawless for round 2 in the second half.
Once again, momentum with Heretics, building up that economy, building up the ults already, having a KO that's this close at round, well, the 3rd round of their defense. It's a scary prospect for BBL to deal with.
I guess here, coming into the buy round for BBL, we're going to see really the potential of the wall that you mentioned and whether or not there's anything.
Yeah, so my take is
what don't you like?
You just don't need a wall to take middle control. You can take it without a wall. It opens up that top mid split a little bit more, but when you have a Neon on your team, you have the wall already with a Neon, so I don't really see the value of this heavy mid approach that it looks like BBL are going to go with for this game, if this is what the wall is for them.
Maybe we can see the validity of it throughout the game if it does get explored further. Speaking of walls, another one there.
How are they going to re-clear this ramp control later on is a question. I guess it is with that orb.
Aldo not going to spot them out, but again, you can see Heretics so
still
aware.
with a pretty good idea of how BBL are set up in this round. And actually, the flash through. Going to get super aggressive here.
Yeah, they're trying to play into this. It's a wild attempt, and it's working out because Benji playing out for Market. An absolute steal on this. Magnum and Yampy now left a little bit stunned.
Yampy down to just 46 HP as well. Got to be aware, and he is. Yampy
down mid.
Picked off first here. Magnum left in a 1v2 now. Don't expect either of them to give him a duel here. Boo's completely disengaged.
30 seconds left.
It's a fair 1v1 and 4 seconds though.
Yeah, not really got a lot of time to be shift walking all the way through spawn.
No, I kind of like Boo's positioning as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
He's a smart guy. Like the thing with Boo is, as much as he's not obviously the headliner when you look at
10
Heretics,
seconds left.
the guy knows how to play around out. Very, very diligent and played it safe, played offside. Plant comes in, he gets the job done. Boo, good value on these kills here and a great round for Heretics. And it puts another question mark towards what BBL want to be doing on this attacking side.
Yeah, beautiful for response from Heretics, crunching that middle on their bonus round. A bit crazy to see Miniboo sliding down with the Marshall, but it is what it is on the bonus.
All a distraction.
One enemy. Spike planted.
And close that nicely. Even that off angle there from Boo. Very smart.
Yeah, but yeah, the investment comes back in here. Again, one away from the Hunter's Fury, so a chance to throw something extra on top. If BBL can find some early success here, it's not going to matter too much bigger picture-wise in terms of the funds for Heretics. I mean, if they do find a kill or two along the way. But a round win, sure.
As quick as anything. Not surprising considering the weaponry, but already Rien's isolates one. Rien seems completely unaware of the possibility that maybe 11 could even be there, but it's going to start getting a bit of an issue if Magnum found that. That could have opened up some safety on the sideboard some time, but yeah, Woot's having a map here. I think you get them every now and then, and they're becoming more and more frequent. However, Yampy did put in some work on that stinger. We saw it kind of last time around when he started to use it more and more, but this is going to need a lot from the both of them. Already Yampy going to be taken down a little bit lower. We're trying to come back around and yeah, just overwhelmed. Too many bodies. And it looks a little too easy for Heretics so far, making it up to 10.
Yeah, something we haven't talked about too much is that this used to be Heretics' home map.
Yep.
Last year, this is what you'd expect from them winning every time. And there on that B site, it was Rien's and Benji every time last year locking down that B, and it looked like the same again right there.
This year, you're seeing the replay, but yeah, no real threat developing here. And the crucial kill being Woots, like we said. Lip reader?
I think you got that one, Mike.
No, I missed that.
Mini perhaps?
I'm not witty enough to come up with something clever there.
It was just a swear word. It was just a swear word. Yeah.
Naughty word.
Yeah. He said a bad word. We were trying to get you fired. Didn't work.
They are having fun right now. But the question, I guess it is a bit easier to have fun when you're 10-6 off.
Yeah, look, again.
Winning is fun.
Winning is fun.
Hot take from our tier 1 analyst here. Brought Paper X back to life. Fnatic, all the way. Winning fun. Guys, go win. Give a hit for that.
When I was a worse coach I have, yeah. My early days, I was a bit of a fraud, to be honest with you.
Back when Sliggy was considered a good coach as well. That was a long time ago now. 21-8 for Woot. God, he's scary when he gets going, doesn't he?
For BBL to... I don't want to see them really sit back in a default here. It has to be clean. See him almost stacked up here, and
BBL don't really have the utility to fight that initial choke against the KO Flash and KO Flash and Neon Slide, but it's this orb that they put on the ramp that's going to be used to re-clear the space. Heretic being very proactive around the map.
Out of the timeout, so I guess it is whatever Pal can try and relay during that time has to land here.
Go, go, go!
I do want to see a bit more activation from Levin as well, because it was kind of Yampy leading the fray for them. Minibu backfilling the space, re-clearing, but they have slipped a bit further ahead, but that's been noted. Boo's going to relay that quickly.
yeah, left 2 players forwards. Yampy going to try and clear some space for the Hunters Fury, but no connection, no confirmation. Even on the third either. So here you can see Benji's wall.
Nice little counters that Viper wall, maybe.
Yeah. Reposition, maybe just keeping BBL on their toes, but still 3 members of Heretics over towards the B side.
Yeah, it feels like BBL can't catch a break here. So many. Minibu could have been caught there for a second. You can see the gap close coming in, actually. It's going to be Sociable trying to get on that line, but Benji's still going to find Levin. I don't know how he got that in time before Yampy got him, but it's all Heretics. They have the bodies on the side until then. That gives them a little bit of a breather, I guess, from the tempo, but this is still not easy.
Still got a drone as well this late on. And again for Prophet. To get super aggressive here.
I actually really like that though. Big boy play coming out from him, but has to take a very safe TP here. Yampy does have dart back now. Has a shock dart too.
Dart
on the
inside
spike.
the smoke.
Scanning ahead.
Gonna have Sociable ready, but it's Minibu to take down Yampy. Nice try, but Minibu taken into gear as well, and Heretics just looking movable at this point.
Looking really well drilled. Actually on both sides of the coin as well. Tough here. BBL to try and crack through. It required heroics from Prophet to even make it a possibility. Minibu just so slippery at the end.
I love the early round with Heretics. They had the A control, went back to middle, went back to A, went back to B. Like they're playing a chess game here.
You, Dobby, you are the best in the world, bro.
Love that as well, just the slide to get away from the second ping on the dart as well.
Heretics' rotations on this map so far have been beautiful.
He said, rightly so, this was a stronghold for them. The understanding is still there and the execution looking clean as Minibu continues things. Magnum left, barely alive. Once again, it feels like you can't get away from the pack of them. So many.
Reading that BBL this time are probably just going to send something at the wall towards A. Heretics respond with just playing for there, get the early pick.
Again, I love the movement as well around Benji's wall, wherever it's invested, the stack of Heretics.
Yeah, that is the power of that Vice. You can play that forward towards A because Benji's here delaying this side.
Oh, he just came off the angle.
We're trying to delay this side.
Oh man, that was just a second's difference. Got to feel that one. Levin still trying to hold this back site as best he can possibly. Does have support and maybe a little bit of a swing from Sociable, but the angle's tough. But they line up for him. I thought it was a gifted opportunity, but it dwindles. Heretics. You wouldn't be... I don't know how the other one's looking better coming back in.
The fundamentals on map 1 compared to now,
Night and day.
disgusting.
Night and day difference. This is the Heretics that can do those deep runs, that gets into finals. And now we're seeing them at full strength.
Problem being obviously the force came through in the previous ultimates are here for BBL, but
Scanning ahead.
and unfortunately can't drag this one across the line. Wu just re-enter in sight here like the Terminator. Just ridiculous, man.
Yeah. Scary.
25-9 right now for Wu.
Area.
Not a single round on attack here for BBL yet.
Starved out.
Yeah, like I said, because of the purchase here, look at the inventory for BBL. I mean, it's perfect down on the Sheriff.
It just feels so oppressive. BBL can't catch a break here. It feels like they haven't really been able to shake Heretics in this half.
Or even square up to them, to be honest. Like I said, got some small victories in terms of getting to a post, but Miniboo's in a...
Once again, Heretics reading the map.
Line him up, knock him down. As you said, it's not just the shots he's hitting, but it's the read they have. Right place, right time, consistently. Woot, locked in, does finally fall. The Terminator melted. Down to Yampy and Prophet to make mountains out of this molehill so far. Backed up. Void with on that corner. Need Yampy to come in. Striding in, desperately trying. Player sat in a safe position from him though. Make it very hard. As Prophet does find Benji. And might see where he ends.
I think he knows, yeah.
Swing it, got it, brilliant. Boo, not gonna happen. Okay, they're back here, at least with a round on this side.
Certainly not a comfortable position to come out, just maintaining the two weapons, but we'll see Levin to offset that slightly. Magnum, if you want to throw a, I don't know, a judge or something in to bank on a clean execute, but they're not being given that now.
Yampy again. Yampy having a good game. Good game and leading from the front. It's that kind of round that you need to pull it back. Unfortunately, I don't think that kind of round is the kind of round you continually lean on. They're going to need to find a different solution.
Certainly not out of the woods just yet.
No, maybe a glimmer between the trees, but still very much lost in it. We asked more of Yampy. He did brilliantly in that last one. Support then as well from Prophet, of course. How do they decide to try and create options here? Heretics look anything other than malleable. Been in the right place, right time more often than not.
Confirm, actually, it's heavy. Yeah, crunch here from Heretics potentially. But Booster postured up as well, implying otherwise.
Oh, and in the meantime, you've got the Hunter's Fury coming in. Miniboo's found sociable on the backlines, and now there's no comfort here for BBL. Fight forward, try and take some space and find some safety. Still waiting. On the other side of that is Boo. He's going to eat the Paranoia and have to rescind away from the side, but Levin wants him dead. Paranoia posted on the other side. Does he get to live? Yampy again! How much can we ask of this one man? He's delivered well, but a 3v2 is not safety yet.
Spike planted.
NG.
He's going to find him.
He absolutely is. That's going to be the pit dropping. Rien's going to find Yampy. Prophet this time holds on for another. BBL not down and not out yet.
I have no idea how that mid-round happened there at all. Just kills came out of nowhere, it seemed like. But Yampy and Prophet once again being key difference makers. Love this early idea from Heretics though. Just closing these rounds out. That's been the problem.
Last player standing.
We'll see a timeout come through from Heretics, maybe just to catch their breath after 2 rounds. To maybe throw them off kilter, but
even the money's not stable.
Yeah,
that's a mad part. You're looking
like
at the
before,
finances.
it's not as even, yeah, the weight's off their shoulders that they have to claw back in. Heretics on 12. See, Levin's ultimate gone now. Still have the TP and the Hunter's Fury, but in terms of offsetting the finances, I feel great about it.
Visor online for Heretics. Huge ult for that retake. They're able to get a kill early, play for that retake. Should be a simple way to close it out, but they have been struggling the past couple.
Never normally is, but should be. Good couple of rounds to play with here for Heretics. Again, you want to keep that confidence locked in, keep the plan in mind. If there has been something found by BBL that's working for them, be it just Yampy and Prophet having absolute hitters, we'll try and nullify that. Starting to be fragile on both sides, actually, looking down the line as well. Even Boo suffering
I think that's why we see the timeout come here from Heretics to maybe piece something together.
What was it? You said 3 is winnable. We're at 4, so timeout before the... Maybe that's Neil's rule too.
Great minds and all that.
Coach hype up.
That's the one. Hey, look, we've seen a lot of people from Talent making some interesting moves recently. Now, what does BBL do with this? After a timeout, do you feel so confident? Do you still have to go through all of those steps to make sure nothing's changed? Because Heretics have a couple rounds to play with, but it's starting to wear thin now.
Boo's still posted up pretty deep. I'm trying to contest this all.
Ultimately, though, I feel like they are going to end up playing more of a retake towards A side of the map, unless the rotations happen.
You definitely hope so. Looking at the mini-map. Certainly now with the timing on the drone exploring through, but big question mark. I was going to say, big question mark being Magnum. Behind this, you've got to be very careful.
If he dies, it's kind of wrapped, but it has caused...
As good as. He's down to 10 HP. Rienz is going to find him.
Ooh, good tag, though. Yampy posting that, going to spot out at least another.
11 needs kills here.
I mean,
30 seconds
that's a lot to ask for if there's nothing to play him in on this, though. Well, what is he meant to do? Just wait. Oh, yeah, you just walk out the smoke. I guess it's fine. And a follow-up! Get out of here! Woot's going to finally shut it down, but it isn't a 3v3. Post-plant time, you look at the util. Very little to work with on the BBL side. Invested what they could. The site controlled from CT. Still a lot of that deadlock util there. Profek looking to try and spam into that smoke. They've already made it through, at least somewhat. Yampy takes away the first. Profek with the second. BBL putting Heretics through their paces. Rienz now isolated. That was close. That was close.
Another split second on that swing, and the stars could have aligned.
Another round Heretics can't close out, though. 5v4. That kill was massive. Getting Benji down with that Visol pretty much secured it for them, I think.
Even under a ton of pressure as well.
Frustrating thing, retaking in against that deadlock. Has the sensors there deep. Captured them.
There goes the break in the money. Still going to try and fashion a purchase, right? The two Guardians, some Sheriffs here and there, but it...
Mini-Boo. Hard tagged off that early angle. Sent all the way to the hills. Cycle out here, swap with Woot, I believe.
Out breath. And it's a pause for thought here. If you're BBL, you do want to kind of get the lay of the land. You've got room to work with. You don't want to make any silly mistakes here. Cross those T's, dot those I's. You'll look through market, sees nothing. Get an understanding of what's going on.
You're almost looking or anticipating some aggression coming out from Heretics.
That high flash room middle has got 3 of them looking back like someone swinging or going towards a stack.
Who uses paranoia on the A side of the map? And I wonder if that was a fake trigger for BBL to think that that side of the map is strong.
Certainly sold them. This is the plan. It so far is right. Rienz trying to puff the chest, hold this down. Dark goes in, tries to set it up. Levin quickly takes him away, but there's a lot more bodies behind the site. 6 more bullets to play with. Yampy in unison, but Benji lands a shot. BBL still holding on here. Benji and Boo is far away from this. Benji not going to get it this time. Profek quick to shut that down. Disallow any safety. It's Boo. Kind of shut up here now, isn't it? There it is, BBL.
Clawing
at the door.
Yeah, clawing their way back in here. Again, it was 6 in a row. How BBL respond with 4 will force out the second time out from Heretics as well. Beautifully navigated as well on the way in.
1 enemy remaining.
To the B site here. And looking clean on the cleanup as well.
Now, there's a lot of ults, though, for Heretics. And
Yeah,
these aren't
yep.
small ults.
And the
These are
purchase is
big uns.
back.
Yep. I just keep feeling BBL win these, like, really high-pressure scenarios. You've got Profek and Yampy mirrored in their performance right now, 23-14. Weber's playing a banger out right now as well.
The Beethoven.
Please, someone make an edit of that. I would pay you nothing, but I'd be really appreciative of it.
Question here for me is, Heretics now feeling that pressure back? Can they dig deep when they're in these moments, or are they gonna crumble?
Well, I feel like you've had Woot having a really good game. That confidence is still going to be there. I don't think anyone's having a poor game, right? No one's having a poor map. Everyone's hitting their shots.
closing out these rounds.
Exactly. I think maybe just banking on someone hitting a multi is kind of running a little low. Got to see them kind of synergize here together. They've got plenty of ults to play with. They have something in mind. Maybe now's the time to bring it out.
And only the TP here for Profek. Side of BBL, we already noted. 3 ultimates available here for Heretics. A little misdirection.
Oh.
Sociable's just brute force.
Nasty timing. What? No. No, what is going on? This round is absolute pandemonium. It's bedlam out there. Where was Miniboo going? To his death, it seems like. And Benji has been found. A fumble, a mess. An absolute nightmare of a round.
A travesty to watch as well.
You pointed out only the Omen ult to work with.
Yeah.
And the Omen ult is being played beautifully there as like a fake. Heretics running back to try and find it, and meanwhile,
But baiting the front line in as well.
What? Yeah. I don't know what Miniboo was doing after this. Rian's did his best.
I mean, you can't really doubt what Rian's tried. That would have been
standing.
Let's go!
Now, just one away. It's
God.
a broken bye here for Heretics.
Was it all for nothing, right? This could all just be a memory at one point of a close game. It could be 13-11, we move on, and Heretics just continue on that pathing. But this is the round that defines it.
No escape.
Oh, and they're feeling bold. Oh, top mid.
Straight up mid, yeah.
God, social.
He's for the vulnerable here, so...
Oh my, he's playing it. Oh! He played it too long! And this might be it all forgotten in a moment's time as Magnum trying to be quick. Oh, it's been denied! A brave play. But it looks like it's fallen short here for BBL. Profek's been monstrous in his work. But the door shuts. What might be the round now?
Has to reveal his position here to get the door open once more. Fragment, smoke. An impossibility at this point.
Fighting as hard as he can for this. It's not gonna happen. Take it to the final hour in this one, the final round of regulation. But it will be 13 for Heretics, who just make it across the line.
Finally closing out here, but certainly taking probably a little more than they were anticipating themselves. But I mean, just to recheck back in with initial expectations, for me, this is almost a positive for BBL, to be honest. Like I said, this stage, want to see them contesting the top to bring Heretics here to 3 maps and actually make them dig deep. Big tick in the box for me.
Yeah, I think both teams can come away with this heads held high. I mean, with Heretics, a bit more of a gap on that Icebox.
Yeah.
But I think the question is my map pool for Heretics. Are Sunset and Haven going to be the top 2 maps? And it being that close, is that something to look out for in the future?
Yeah, I guess we have to learn as we go on with this, right? It's that kind of, all right, what's that map pool looking like? Where are those strengths going to lay? How do we then judge that in comparison? Because as you said, for BBL, it's a clear-cut good upswing for me. If you're challenging top end now.
I think for me, it's more about that I rate this BBL team highly. So when I'm saying about Heretics coming at this okay, you know, they probably expected a bit more here. A bit of an easier game. But
And again, though, for Heretics, it is a slow road back for them, but a road back nevertheless. Getting past this hurdle is big for them. BBL, I think on paper, people could underestimate, but gave a very good game to Heretics today. Woot having a fabulous 3rd map. So far, so good for them. They've made it past the first big challenge, which could tee them up to that top position in that group.
I think as well for, like, I just want to come back to the same thing. The bigger picture here for me is it feels like a big positive for BBL. Obviously with Heretics, I don't think we're not going to be in a situation for a while where we just don't have questions about Heretics. So to come in today, really, really happy with what BBL are able to pull off, but credit to Heretics in that regard in the course correction here on Sunset.
When you look at the difference between last time they met, there was in what, the quarterfinals
Haven,
not too long ago. It was 13-3, 13-5. The difference only a couple of days have made coming into a very competitive series. I think BBL's expectations now need to raise from just that mid-table team to a lot higher. If this is the challenge we're getting, if people are putting Heretics towards that top end, then they are absolutely up to the test.
And I guess as well, got to then be ready for the criticisms that come with not being able to win out these series.
yeah, I think most people right now, well, Desk and I at least seem to think that these are the 2 best teams in that group.
I think we're...
I agree, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. And we are just waiting for that interview to be ready. I do believe it is. Yins is down there with the one and only Boo. Let's hand it over to them.
It's not a Heretics game if we don't give the fans some heart attacks. Am I right, Boo?
Yeah, exactly.
But all jokes aside, towards the end of that, you know, maybe there was a version of Heretics that wouldn't have closed that out. So what was the read? What was the call? How did you manage to seal that win on the very last round?
Yeah, on the last round, it was honestly the call that we were supposed to do previously, but we just failed to do it. So it was Weber's call, if I remember correctly. So yeah, I mean, the last 6 rounds, 4 of them we trolled, in my opinion, like the 5v2 and then later 5v4 and stuff like that. So yeah, it was more about like, guys, let's just calm down and do what we have to do instead of trying to rush to close it. And yeah, finally we closed it.
Congratulations for closing it. Now, this stage, you know, is always competitive. I know people have their opinions about EMEA, how good we are. You know, you've experienced it. But the big difference we have to mention is there was a curse before you came onto this stage that isn't there anymore. So how important is it for you to win something coming into this stage?
I think it's the biggest confidence boost ever because, yeah, I mean, winning an event kind of lifts a lot of pressure from us and at the same time just gives us confidence to play. But it also has a downside. Now everyone is like even more hungry to win against us. You could see how confident they were. Like they just didn't care, you know, they just did their things. So it's like double-edged sword, but obviously we're happy that we finally won something.
And when it comes to winning and being able to get Sunset back as well, how different or similar do you think your approach to Sunset is now compared to when you guys were the king of Sunset?
I think the biggest difference is that other people caught up way more. Like back in the days when, during Shanghai times, we were just so much better than everyone. But people learn from us as well. People created some other comps, like Deadlock is being played more and stuff. So I don't think we have that huge of a lead anymore, but I think it's still a good map for us. But you know, we have other really good maps as well.
I mean, we've seen Haven, and on that Haven, I think it's pretty difficult to come up with new things with this comp. You know, so many teams have played it. We've seen it so many times, but we did see some new stuff, some new setups, some nice ults as well from Miniboo from you guys. So has that been the focus in the 1 or 2 days break you've had, just to maybe get some new things on the team?
No, the 2 days break was not enough to work on almost any map. But in terms of innovation, I think it's more of, like we sometimes have those sessions with me, Weber and Neil, where we just sit there for like hours and do the most random things. And finally we kind of grow some ideas, then we try them in scrims. That's how the innovation comes, even with the old comps. And then players also have their ideas, like maybe they see something new in ranked from like just random players. Maybe they see something on VODs from other regions, like it's just constant, I don't know, looking for a way to improve.
It's always nice when it works out on stage because it doesn't always go that way. And last question, I'm glad you mentioned Weber. Can you confirm that he's bold now? The bold buff is on the side of Team Heretics.
Yes, before the EWC he said, if we win, I'm gonna go bold. And we won, so he had to, you know, keep his word, and I'm super proud of him. That's, you know, not everyone will actually keep his word, so he's a real man, and yeah, and he looks good, honestly. I didn't expect him to look that good.
All right, we're going to have to get him back on stage and show us next time, maybe. But congratulations, Boo, for this victory, and we'll see you here next week.
Thank you.
We have one more game coming up, KC versus Fnatic. But before that, and after this break, Benji Fishy will be joining us on the desk. We'll see you in a bit.
틱틱 문을 차고 있던 이건 데ja vu 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sun. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 된 혀꼬여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shade. 날 주세워 맛보게 fade. 빛이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 난리가 절대 can't change. 내겐 없어 plan B. 오직 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne. Broken and bruised. What's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sun. Pain is my superpower.
Welcome back, everybody. Of course, you know, for giving the fans the heart attack, we gotta bring as many Heretics players as possible here just to grill their brains. But first, though, Gorilla, Benji, what's the law between you guys?
I believe your first, or like one of your first like scrims in Valorant was for
Vitality. Oh my, no, it was my first ever scrim.
Yep.
Oh, that's what you're. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, my first ever scrim was with Vitality, and it was because I met Tannis HQ, the old coach of Vitality. I met him at TwitchCon Amsterdam. We're on a boat ride, and he's just like, "Yo, you wanna like Julius is like sick or something?" I forgot what it was. So I was like, he asked me to step in. I was like, I've never played a scrim in my life. I'd only just hit Radiant, but I tried. I got kind of destroyed. I got demolished. But my first ever scrim, I think it was against Optic. Prime Optic, like FNS, Marv, Crisis, because they were all, it was Champs Istanbul time. So everybody was coming in to Istanbul. And yeah, I got destroyed.
Wait, but why did you step in? What was
So Hyber was our duelist at the time, and he went for the media day in, I think it was in Turkey, but it was only Hyber. And we needed to prac for the VCL finals, so we needed a sub.
So you were on Jet?
I was on duelist, yeah, and you know, back then I was a duelist player. I feel like most Central players actually start from duelist, but yeah, I just got demolished. I'm not gonna lie. I had no experience. So.
Yeah, these kids don't know about your Jet.
They
These
don't.
kids
Oh
do
my
not know
god!
about
Back
your
in the
Jet.
day, wow, I was pretty good on the Jet, to be honest.
What's the pecking order on Heretics? Like, what would need to happen for you to play Jet?
Nowadays, okay, it's probably like Mini Boo, Woo. I mean, Jet specifically. Then it's probably like Woo, Mini Boo. Then maybe it's between like me and Rian's, like third or fourth, and then Boo.
Oh,
I don't think Boo wants to even play Jet, so.
Yeah, I can see him be like, I'm good, you know.
So you're saying that we
Have
need
fun.
to see like a triple duelist comp.
Oh
for you
my
to play
god,
duelist?
yes, triple duelist, then I have a chance. We have a chance.
To be honest, I think you have more than a chance because the ace today,
Oh my
congratulations.
God. Thank you very much.
I think it went like you, then Vut, then Yumpy. So Vut was like
mine was number one.
sandwiched into it.
No, he was. Yeah.
Right? Yeah,
Oh, wait.
let's take a look at this.
Wow,
talk
those
us through,
shots.
Talk us through these incredible shots.
You know what? I've had 2 aces in VCT. and both of them have been with Sheriff. So I'm considering I might just play Sheriff for every single round from now on.
Wait, they let you ace? They didn't steal it from you?
I mean, yeah, they didn't. No, I mean, the thing is, I already had 5 orbs, so I was like, okay, I'm just going to go for my orbs, and it just ended up being an ace. So.
Okay, and what about when Vut aced? Did you let him ace? You guys
I mean, I didn't even realize he had a 3K, to be honest, but after he got the 4th kill, I was like, damn. Like, I was shocked that we got back-to-back. I was like, damn, that's never happened before.
No.
And then Yappy!
Yeah.
Yappy! But actually, this one I think was pretty crazy.
This one, I mean, you gave him a lot of 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, it was also bonus round. I mean,
you took the win, so
yes,
that's what it
yeah.
matters.
I mean, it was a little bit troll, but I mean, it was nice shots by him.
You took the win. You took the win.
Yeah.
But you very nearly didn't. So, do you think that having the pressure off of your shoulders of, oh god, we still haven't won an event, we still haven't won a whole tournament yet, because that's off now, that you can chill a little bit more?
I think we've still got stuff to prove. I think now that we've won, a lot of people are like kind of looking at us as like we need to beat them. Like they're seeing us as like a big target, and I think it's just kind of staying on top of things, like making new things, not getting complacent. I think that's the way we'll like lose the top spot. Like it's really easy to go down after you're at the top, So it's kind of just making new things. Again, yeah, not getting complacent and still grinding, because that's what got us here in the first place.
Yeah, you still got to win in VCT.
Yeah,
that's the one that
exactly,
counts. That's the one that counts. And very lastly, before I let you go, your mum was watch partying today.
Oh, yeah?
Didn't turn the stream off this time,
Nice,
but you
thank God.
still gave her a heart attack. So you want to shout out your mum,
Oh, thank you,
for
Mum.
sticking with you.
I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm sorry for the heart attack. Yeah, my bad.
It's okay, you still won. We gave
Exactly.
her a happy stream there in the end. But thank you very much, Benji, for joining us. Appreciate your insight, and we'll see you next week.
Yes, see you guys next week.
Yeah, Benji will be here next week, and after the break, we'll also be chatting a little bit about KC and Fnatic. So don't go anywhere.
You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a moves that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet.
There are only 2 teams we haven't seen yet at Stage 2, and that will be Fnatic and Carmichael. I'm your hosting, so I'm joined by Kukuka and Billy here. The 2 teams that we're waiting to see, and once again, no roster changes, Billy. They've kept their entire lineup coming into Stage 2.
I'm really happy, and I think when I looked at KC at the very start of the year, this was a roster that I was super excited. I don't think anyone expected to have the sort of full rebuild that they had coming into the year, of course keeping Martin on. So yeah, I'm excited to see how they've improved and the learnings that they've taken away with the results in Stage 1.
More importantly is that international experience, and of course having a lot of fun in our bouncy castle. So it's good that we're introducing the teams to summer, that they get to fight against each other.
This is...
Are they fighting?
I love that every team has decided to kind of try and fight with each other.
Yeah, and why is Kron given the whimsy? Usually, you know, he's not the one in the front doing whimsical things, but he is there, so that's good to see. But we do have to address the fact that we could have had a trophy. We could have, the Fnatic could have brought that trophy home. Kukuga so catches up on what happened. How did they not manage to win Toronto?
I think that a lot of things went into that final. Just the thought of Paper X and the form that they were showing and how strong they were. I think that for Fnatic it was a pretty exhausting tournament. We know how the first seeds were not really performing at the beginning, and they had to fight their way to even get to the final. I think that especially when we look at Fnatic and their map pool, they were very on the lower side, just thinking that they didn't get their maps to play.
Yeah, definitely. In another world, maybe we'd be sitting here saying something very different.
I'm happy for Paper X.
I'm very, yeah, me of all people for sure. But surprisingly, though, the vibes on Fnatic are actually pretty good. And here's what Boaster said on that topic in our very own Spike Drop.
I think the general consensus from the debrief was everyone's feeling pretty positive. Like Chronicle was like, this is the nicest I felt in the team, even better than Gambit, you could say.
Are we just gonna let that sit? That Kron said that the team here is better than Gambit, like the vibes?
It does feel like a bit of a statement, but I think we have to look at the time that Chronicle has spent with Fnatic at this point.
No, that's a crime. That's a crime, Billy.
Of course you're going to say that. Of course you're going to say that. You're number one Gambit girly.
My heart is bleeding out here. But sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, do you know what? I'm happy that they're saying that like they're having fun, the vibes are good. I'm just worried about fatigue now and how tired the team might feel, having 2 new maps coming into the pool as well. So lots to prepare for coming into stage 2. So yeah, that's where my head's sitting at the moment.
Suffering from success is not the first time that Fnatic are in this position. They are our team that has been sent to the most international events. It has its upsides and its downsides. Coming back into the region, they've played against amazing teams from all over the world. On the lower side, of course, with Bind and Corrode coming in, the other maps coming out, they probably feel weakened a little bit, but they are also the ones that should adapt easier.
Yeah, and if you watch their vlog, you know, they released recently about what happened after that loss, you saw that Kayak in particular was destroyed. He was super, super upset. I think he took out a lot of the pressure on himself, and you have to think about the fact they haven't had a lot of turnaround time to debrief and rest and not think about what could have been.
Yeah, but if we look then at the next international, Kayak had an amazing performance.
Still didn't win.
Yeah. I know. But I think that him and specifically Kron that we were speaking about, they have to be very, that is the thing that they need to think about, you know? They're getting very close.
They are indeed. And one man, he might not be the MVP at Toronto, but he's our MVP. It's Alpha Year, and I managed to catch up with him a little bit earlier. I'm now joined by Alpha Year from Fnatic. Alpha, welcome back to EMEA.
Hello.
Have you missed this?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've been traveling quite a lot, you know, since we last saw you, and you've been putting up some incredible performances. How are you feeling right now about your individual performance?
I'm quite happy with my individual performance right now. I could do better on Saudi, but it didn't work out that well because I was tired a little bit, but I think I came here and I'm a bit rest and I'm ready for EMEA.
How much have you guys had to prep? How much prep time have you had?
Today.
Just today, you said?
2 days.
Oh, 2 days.
2 days, yeah.
Oh, wow. So what could we expect from you out of 2 days of prep?
I mean, probably nothing, but they also did the same thing. They were also like in the Saudi tournament, so I don't think they also prepped that well, so they will be fine.
But it's a shooting game, right? At the end of the day, if you hit your shots, you guys have a really nice time.
Yeah, it's like the Valorant is shooting FPS game.
And when it comes to the shooting, we know you're the GO. You've always been shooting, but in Toronto, we saw, you know, your prime. What was the reason behind that? What was the motivation? How come you were looking so good?
I have no idea, actually. I just went to stage and I played good, but I didn't do any extra. I think I just went there and played.
There was no new aim routine, no new mouse or anything?
I actually was playing every day pickleball with my performance coach and with my friends. So that might help, actually.
Pickleball buff?
Yeah.
Are you playing pickleball in Berlin?
No, we couldn't find yet.
Ah, okay, you're looking for a court. All right, you guys now know the secret to Alpha Year's performance. Just find some pickleball. How are you feeling about the new map pool? Because obviously, it's interesting because you guys don't like Pearl, so it's kind of nice a Pearl left, but Split was your best map.
Yeah, I mean, the new map pool is looking rough, to be honest. because Korot, I never played, I just played on Ranked, and Bind is fine, but I think the new map pool is not for us, but I think we're gonna work out.
I'm a bit worried now, Alfie. I'm a little bit worried. But last question, Casey, you're familiar with them. You played them recently as well. What did you think about some of the new things they brought out as well? Because they've been trying on the server too.
I don't know what they try and what they're cooking, but I don't know. If they just play default, they can be better team than they are right now, I think.
Oh, you want them to not to overcook?
Yeah, we don't have to overcook. They've been cooking all year and they did nothing, so.
Somehow I don't think they're going to do default. I think they're still going to cook today.
They can have fun then.
Yeah, we'll see. Thank you very much, Alpha, and good luck today.
Thank you.
There's only a very few handful of people that are allowed to talk like that, and Alpha has earned it in the last 5 years. But let's give some context here when he says cooking, when he says new stuff, Billy. What does that actually mean for Casey?
Sadak and Eng put these brains together and they do come up with sort of unconventional stuff, things that we're not used to seeing. We talk about that we want to see creativity, innovation from teams, but these guys take creativity and innovation to a completely different planet that we're not even on board with anymore at this point, I want to say. Like, if anything, we're left more confused than anything because we've been waiting to see how it works. So I think that he's valid in calling them out on that. I want to see what they are bringing, because what we've seen from them recently is Avez actually jumping onto that duelist, and they've been playing more of a double duelist style on some of the maps.
He's very right, and you can tell that Alpha's a very honest person. Just the way that he speaks, you know that he doesn't really care, but he's going to be honest. He has no reason to for lying. And we know that KC at the end of the year, what they want to do, of course, is going to Champs, is going to Paris. I like the approach that he was going towards, as in you guys know that you individually are good players, that you have good fundamentals. Maybe move away from the harbor, find something else. KC has been always known for innovating, but sometimes I agree with Billy. It's too much.
Yeah, but if you sit here and go double duelist, that doesn't sound bad. But Phoenix is what we're talking about here. So how?
And it's not Buddy G. Like, how is this possible?
Or
How
Natang.
would we in this?
But or Paddy. Sorry, we have a lot of Phoenix players, but surely we are gonna see the Phoenix. Why would we not see it?
I'm more interested to, I like the Phoenix idea. I want to see if they translate it to bring it here, because I'm not totally sold on it. I don't know how sold they are. To me, it's much more interesting that at the beginning of the year, everything was about Casey and their bind.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's a big thing. I'm expecting to see Bind going into today, because we do know that it is their home ground.
Well, Fnatic, they couldn't quite bring home a trophy from Toronto, but they are returning to their home ground where they have always reigned supreme. But the question is, can KC be the ones to come out the gate and start their season strong by taking down the kings of EMEA? Expectations are very simple. Both of their fan bases are expecting champions. If they don't make it here, it will be considered a failure. And Zaysh, we saw you trip on stage. I'm calling you out. I'm calling you out, sorry. I haven't seen him in a while. But let's talk about this map pool, because Alpha straight up said they have not played Corrode, and he did not lie.
Yeah, I mean, of course he's gonna give us that and even us a little bit. So I'm not surprised at the fact that they're banning Corrode, right? But of course that does leave Bind open for KC to pick into. I think Fnatic have been expecting this. We know that KC are good on Bind. They're undefeated on this map so far this year. They looked incredible on kickoff. So I think if anything, Fnatic came into today and decided we'll prep Bind.
You know, I have a wish list in VALORANT. Like, coming back to EMEA, Scream making an appearance to play Reyna on a map. You know what's also on that list? A map pool where Fnatic does not have a permaban. I think that they've been so limited by for such a long time keeping their permabans. I really, really hope, I understand that it's been a very short window of time, but I want to see a world where Fnatic go through like a split or like at least 3 months where they do not have a permaban and they can be more open about this. Coming into today, you have to know 100% that that bind is going to come out for the side.
Well, much like the fact that Bonkar's probably never going to come back to EMEA, they're
never say
never
never.
going to
Never
not
say
have
never.
a permaban. They're for sure going to keep up with this permaban. But for now, it suits them, right? They have had 2 days of prayer, but you heard it there from Alpha. They know for a fact that KC will play bind. And you know that, we know that, they know that. So they could have focused on bind for those 2 days.
Yeah, well, this is what I was thinking. I thought, you know, it's just a matter of how much time that they've had to prepare. Obviously, Alpha saying that it has quite literally been 2 days, so we'll see how that translates into the server. I think Lotus is the second map that we're going to see today. Is obviously a great pick for Fnatic. They've been playing the same composition on it all real. They've really looked solid. They are very clear of what their identity is on that map. It's just a question of RKC going to still continue sticking with that harbor that they were playing on the Lotus previously. I really hope not.
It ain't happening. To me, right now, Fnatic has the chance to surprise us again. They've been surprising with the compositions on Sunset, with the one that we saw on Haven not that long ago. Same goes for Ascent, incorporating the chamber here and there. I want to know, Billy, you're speaking about identity, and it's something that we mention a lot also with comfortability. Finding that balance of building a strong identity and something that but there's also in the middle that you're that your players are comfortable with.
How about they play the harbor? They're like, do you know what? We'll do the harbor.
That is not on my wish list. That is not on my wish list.
I don't think that's on anyone's wish list.
I think
but
harbor
Sadak.
rework is on my wish list.
Yeah, I think that the 2 people in the world it's 2 teams in the world, Billy and KC are the only ones that actually really want anything to do with
Can we
Harbor.
keep the camera on Sadak's face just in case Fnatic actually picked the harbor, because I would love to see his face.
And honestly, we still haven't seen teams play the 100 Thieves comp. That 100 Thieves comp was so dominant for such a long time. You know, we stole it from them and made it better. So I wonder if these teams might draw inspiration, but surely the deadlock is coming, right? We're waiting for it.
I hope so.
Oh, it's an Alpha Yetero. It is an Alpha Yetero.
Wait, we're not on my wish list.
Still playing Teho. Okay.
You have Alpha that can play the duelist so well. They can play the Sentinel so
Chamber.
well. Chamber here on this map. Would have absolutely loved it, but this has to be the first Teho that we're going to see.
It might be the only.
And after the nerves in, it might be the only, and it's Alpha. So I'm calling you out because this is your fault after having an interview with him.
It is. I would take full responsibility, but Aves is covering the ISO.
Yeah, and something that he played on this map previously was the Gecko, of course. So maybe they are going to decide to lean into that double duelist.
Yeah, it's like Crashies can pretend.
Yeah, this
He
guy's
can-
trolling us big
Thing
time.
is, when Aves hovers the ISO, we can actually use our brains and talk about it. But Austin hovering that jet, like, be for real, you know? Take a day off, take a day off. But this Vice, though, okay, there we go. There we go.
Oh, yeah, it's back to the Gecko.
So they haven't changed a single thing. We should expect the same approach that we were seeing at the beginning of the year. Again, they were completely flawless. This was their home ground, something that we have known KC for this entire year. Just picking a map, making it their own, and guaranteeing that they're going to get the win. Again, for this first map, it all falls onto Fnatic. You knew that this was coming.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that that's why they've gone with this. Of course, it's a map that we've not seen Fnatic play, so I don't know if this is what they've had in their back pocket in kickoff if it was ever picked against them. I think as well, like, it does, again, come down to preparation. Of course, this was a match that happened literally last week, right? So it's just taking away those learnings from the kind of the habits that each team has and what have they learned from that experience.
Yeah, and I love this head-to-head of Kayak and Martine as well. I think both players have come so far since the beginning of the year.
I think that their format is going to be so important. Martine and him dueling and battling to see who was the best duelist out of stage 1. We still have that question for stage 2.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this one. Definitely a surprise. And it doesn't get better than this. And I can't wait to hear what your casters thought of that agent select. Over to you, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Yinsu. It's been over a year and 3 days since we've seen these 2 teams battle down on that EMEA stage, and they've got something cooked up, that's for sure, Tom. And Teho, at this day and age, that's caught me off guard.
Well, one thing I'll say about Fnatic is you go back in the day to what they were good at on this map. ratty post plants. Like that was the Fnatic meta. It was basically if you got into that after plant scenario, you'd already lost the round because Fnatic were just gonna bury you with utility. I wonder if that's the plan again. Sure, those salvos have taken a pretty big hit, but if you have them left in the post plant, they are still disgusting, and you can now delay in between each one which is going to be hitting. So I'm excited to see what sort of ideas they're going to have, and I think especially on that defense, how they're going to utilize the aggression. On the other side of things, though, yeah, as they were saying on the desk, it's a very comfortable map, or has been, for Carmine Corp. But I'm excited to see Abez. I think we saw him last week. Fantastic individually, and well, there is that aggression, and there is Kayak.
Heard a lot about the Sheriffs in the pistol rounds. We saw a lot. If you were watching the last series, Banji picking it back up with an ace in their opening round. Well, it's the Ghost that reigns supreme in that battle. The numbers for Fnatic traded out well. And a 3 versus 2, but they've got the wrong read. They're taking this towards the A site, stacking up the numbers. I don't mind this, especially in the pistol. Play together with that man advantage with Kayak so desperately low and a nade still to play with, but it's shaping up to be a retake of the B site. KC are going to walk in and find that nobody's home.
Well, now that Sanak has picked up a Sheriff, he looks like the ultimate pistol raid boss. He's got a full belt of utility and a Sheriff to play with. And as we know, those sensors can be a little bit rough, at least when it comes down to holding on to the lurks. But when it comes to the post plant, they are fantastic. He's going to be able to buy an awful lot of time wherever he decides to put them into position. They're going aggressive though. Elite, this is a nasty spot. They want to try and get ahead of things. The Thorns will also be used to pull off a little bit of extra delay. And now into a 2v2, they're going to look for the plant.
Now the damage done to Elite, massive, but he has that utility to play with and play off of. Immediately you can see that although the Thorns have been destroyed, the sensor's now active for that run out of the spawn. They don't know about Kayak. Making his way in through hookah, but that reposition down to long.
This is had to go get another pistol.
That ammo's running low. Now this is where the real problem is brewing to the side of Fnatic. Time starts to tick away. They've just now broken through that wall as it fades, and Sheriff in the hands of Sanak. As you said, it can do a lot in these rounds already, dropping Kayak, who was desperately low, but Chronicle still on full health. He's putting the time on his side with a half defuse, but dropped down behind him. Sanak with the execution gives a round to KC.
Yeah, I love how they played that. Like, as I said, the post-plant success, once you have all of that utility in position, like they had so much info. They weren't worried about any spot because the sensor gave the game away. They also had the wall just buying so much additional time, and while from the top rope at the end, he'll even be there to close it out. Individually, we saw Sadak at EWC actually have some pretty big games. I was impressed with his level. Like, a lot of the time you look at someone like him in terms of a leader and you say, okay, he's going to have to focus on setting everybody else up. But I think it was in their opening match, he played incredibly well. So I think if he can keep that sort of level up, Sugetsu, we've already seen across the year what sort of level he can hit. But in recent times, it has been Aves. So he's the man I'm going to be focusing on, because I think when it comes from the Fnatic side, we know what we're getting. We have superstars. We saw it at Toronto, the performance of the likes of Alpha, Kayak, I think has really shown that he is a very valuable member of this team. But with KC, it's kind of, okay, what can they do, not just over this next stage, what can they do versus Fnatic?
Now's the time to prove what they've got. Test of their mettle down on that EMEA stage, a 1-0 start, and what should be an easy follow-up. They've got Stingers and the Sheriff, and they're up against practically nothing.
But this is a half fight from them. They're actually trying to build up their own economy early by not fully investing into this round and potentially having these weapons as a bonus in the next. A slightly different look at the economy. We'll see how clean they can keep it, at least right now, very.
I think this is the thing, it's the numbers, the fact that the Stingers are going to move as one. A direct approach is necessary in a round like this. You spread in defaults, and you can lose a fight just like that. But when you've got buddies with Stingers in hands, it's always going to be traded out. 2-0 start. It's one Stinger lost, as one player did have a Sheriff to work with. Not the biggest impact on the economy. They get a decent bit of a bite to this follow-up round. And as you said, Tom, a lot of money saved over, a lot of credits in the bank to the side of KC.
Yeah, I like the idea. I don't think we've seen anywhere near as much variation in what teams are doing nowadays. Most will go for either 2 or 3 rifles and pistols. That's kind of what we get every single time. So I like the fact that KC are mixing that up, and they feel very confident with those stingers, something that we've definitely started to see come over from Americas, the investment into that SMG. Well, for Alfie, it looks like he's going to be the one under pressure. Ults are yet to really build up. Sadak is the one who's closest. Could get that Annihilation online with an orb and a plant.
Been a bad time to put that drone out. Now, a fair bit of information awaits it. Round it goes. 2 spotted. Orb taken, though, on the side of KC. And Sadak just 1 away from his ultimate being online. Annihilation could prove to be very useful indeed in a round like this. Kayak's ult already there to play with, and the showstopper pointed in the right direction. Definitely swing things even further in their favor. For KC, it's about finding opportunities. They fight for B long, they take the orb, and now it's back to this A site play where Chronicle is the only man on site. You've got Crash, he's holding down that bath control. Chronicle needs to get something. Punish that push in.
It seems like they're a little bit hesitant, maybe not spotting quite as much information as they'd like, but back to B they go. Boaster up close, he has got to be careful. I think he's lost a lot more control into Hookah than maybe he believes with the Viper screen up. They are going to be slowed to a halt. 15 seconds left now as the push will eventually come through. A decent trade to start. Aves with 1, but Boaster at the back of the site has done well. He's made sure this isn't going to go any further. The plant now has to be stuck, and although Aves has hit the shot, it doesn't matter anymore. The round has already been lost, the time has already ticked, and Waffles will get to, I don't think he wants to save, and will eventually go down.
Solid work by Fnatic. It comes at the cost of an investment of the showstopper, but a worthy cause to put it in for. You already saw the salvos from Alpha used to allow the reposition alongside the screen, so Boaster could get towards that backside and ultimately end up denying that plan. My eyes are definitely on Teho in the ideas that Fnatic have for his usage when it comes to that attacking side. I think it can be a little bit more obvious what he's going to do with it, certainly in terms of post plans.
Retrieving good hit.
But on the defense, finding value with this agent is something that most teams haven't even bothered to attempt.
My territory, my proof.
That's early.
It was immediate. I guess trying to catch someone potentially in lamps. No, it's going to be bounced into the back of sight. It had no impact at all. It hasn't forced anyone on Fnatic to move. It hasn't caught anyone either. I guess maybe just hoping that they'd have a read, but not the case this time.
Monster on the loose.
Misclick. I mean, it seems super early. I'm not sure that they saw the player close left. Oh, and now they definitely know, but Crashies still gets his 1. He needs the support here of Chronicle, and oh, he's there for a double. Crashies even goes pushing forward, and then, well, his hubris will be his downfall, but a 4 versus 2. That bathroom hold has certainly given Fnatic the upper hand.
The flank as well. Now the Vice wall is there to make sure that any further steps would be a problem, but it does leave a gap.
30 seconds left.
The other side, that's one that Boaster is starting to push, starting to take space. Pretty much surrounded at this stage, and Alfie are even just going to sit around the edge of the wall. It's left all onto Elite, and I think honestly the only real plan is to try and save the gun, but I don't think he knows how much space has been lost. Boaster is there behind. It is 4 players that survive for Fnatic. A very clean round.
Absolutely, yeah, when they start against that Annihilation, I mean, that seemed to present a big danger for them. You think about those players pushed up in back, how easily they could be isolated. Yeah, Thrash then thrown through to clear them, not catching Crashies. Although he's baited out by the Yoru clone, he's still good for 1 with Chronicle coming in for the double. That went about as well as it could have. And a 2-2 start, but momentum certainly in Fnatic's favor, as is the economy. KC left back with a weak buy. Sheriffs, the Guardian, it's all they have to work with here. And no ultimates to try to bridge that gap. This will be a tough round to find value in. The stuns and nades sent through, good opportunity. Just off the utility for Fnatic, and it does some damage as well. The cross has now been made. KC are all the way in towards Lamps. They're being boxed in, though, pushed on, and Chronicle and Crashies clean that up. Now they've got the spike.
I think a lot of the danger also gone.
Not ready yet.
The Guardian of Sugetsu, the spike also dropped. In maybe the worst position on the whole map.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough to claim back.
I don't know how you get that one back. I don't think they'll even try. It will just be about damage at this stage for KC. After a solid start to this one with the pistol and follow-up. It's been anything but success thus far. The hope will be to at least drop at a weapon or two. It was 4 alive in the last round. 5 in this one would be a pretty damning position with the finances.
30 seconds left.
Being incredibly high. And they haven't really had to use any ults. It was a showstopper they used a couple of rounds ago, but other than that, they're all building up. And while Elite at least takes one, it's 4 again for Fnatic. They're still going to have a lot of money nonetheless.
They're going to have credits. They're going to have ultimates as well, with orbs needed on KC to get any of those online, but just one away from a couple. Question how valuable those can be, especially when there's clear counters available to Fnatic on the other side. This wasn't a bad idea. The fact that they'd seen the push-up on Bath, the two-man stack there, you think this is going to be a little bit easier to claim space, and it certainly proved to be. The problem is what they did with that space, and as soon as Fnatic realized it, gave up Bath control, and came in to just box those players in. Players who had the spike. That was the end of it. KC, a stumble, but in a round where they didn't have a lot to work with. Now, they've got their weapons in hand and a much more direct approach. Again, taking advantage of that space that they've seen to be lighter for the defense. Fnatic will give up all control of plant found by KC early.
Always liked their A-site executes. They're using the thorns for the backside. We've also seen that deadlock wall used in similar fashion. Straight away though, a couple of ultimates used just to try and get back in. The Nightfall in combination with the Cosmic Divide. Martin did well to hold the line initially, but Crashies has just swept them. 3 in a matter of seconds. And now one more comes up for Chronicle, but it's going to be left on to just the pistol. It didn't matter though. The shorty is enough for Alpha. Yeah, you can take away his primary weapon, but he'll make it look easy anyway.
Well, the start of that fight went about as well as it could for KC. A Sonic Sensor tripped and a player stunned in the open. They needed someone on the side of Fnatic to step up. And it was Crashies to pick up. Oh, what a wonderful triple.
Yeah, the second.
I'm glad we get this twice, because that is nasty. He just recovered this completely, and then even with the Steel Garden, like you said, you play up close.
Your CC is going there. You like that?
You're ready for that fight, but the shorty catches them off guard. 4-2 on the side of Fnatic. Looking clean for these last 4 rounds. I wouldn't say unchallenged, because it did need a big play from Crashies, but they're delivering when they need to.
Yeah, I think his ultimate being used and then getting halfway back to it.
Locating target.
Immediate information already had. Armageddon is available, and bear in mind that a B long push versus 1 leaves you with very few places to go, especially if he starts it off behind them, which I would assume he would. Contact's actually being waited for by Crashies as well. They are getting close to that TP, and it's going to have to be taken. Completely forced off the angle. I like the little addition of the grab wall, but none of the players deep enough. It does seem like KC was aware of that potential.
Force them back in the other direction, though. Back in the waiting arms of Chronicle, who they're trying to spot out. That dimensional drift running thin, and they haven't seen him. They know at least that he's deep. They know they can take a bit of space. Fighting out of there will be difficult. Now the cut off. Kayak had an aid in hand. Somehow still manages one and keeps on going. The site under Fnatic's control. A 4v2, the story we've fallen back to in so many of these rounds so far. And KC, they're still stuck inside of Bathroom. They're being spotted on the walkout. There's players ready to swing. There's barely any time on the clock, and a triple from the man who had utility in hand as they pushed out. Failing to punish him, came back to bite them.
Yeah, Fnatic put them in the box this round. You had the Viper's Pit immediately down, holding down to that short A position.
Oh, that's nuts.
And then you had the setup of the Armageddon, ready and raring to go, so that, okay, we've forced them into a position where they can't go towards that A site without taking a big risk. Where are they most likely to push? We probably reckon towards that B long. Let's get the contact, let's force them back. And then the second Martin's gone back through the TP, he's like, well, I don't want to go all the way back over there and ult, so we're going to ult from here. They try and pressure through that setup, and Fnatic were just so ready for everything that they threw at them. I think it is the main point to take a pause, and as you'll note, this is where Zysh is going to be doing most of the talking. The guy that does sort of lead the way with a lot of their attack sides, with the information he'll bring in. I hope he's got something, because the last 5 rounds, although I think there's been moments in them, that one wasn't. I think the couple before last also wasn't. It's starting to get, I don't want to say a little bit too easy, but Fnatic look very comfortable.
I think looking back at those replays as well, catching that kill from Chronicle's perspective, it was a spam off the mini-map. Kayak would have been dead to rights. There'd be an avenue then for them to take space outside of that pit, avoid it completely, and leave Chronicle in a pretty tough spot. The fact that he spams through a very low HP from the decay, Sadik ends up getting dropped. That gives Kayak that little second wind, and he goes far with it.
All these stats have basically just been saying Fnatic are good. Yes. It's like they win 60% of the gun v gun rounds. It's like they win 81% of 5v4. It's like Fnatic kind of good.
Who would have seen that coming?
It's crazy.
Telling the stories we didn't think to. But no, it is ultimately the strength of Fnatic is that they're good at almost everything.
They're good at the things you need to be.
Yeah.
You don't need to win a load of like low buy rounds if you're always on a... What? What did he just get shot through? That must have been the back corner of the mid-tube. That's disgusting from Sadak.
Keep it up for the replay, Andy. Thank you very much.
They found another one as well. This is starting to get a little bit shaky. Maybe we need their stats versus low buys, because those are starting to look a little bit better. As of right now, Chronicle there to save them at least and bring it back into a 2v2, but he does have to be careful.
Well, he's throwing caution to the wind, Tom. He went for that fight through his own snake fight, made himself vulnerable, and still the only damage dealt is at his own hand. That's giving them a chance here. 2 versus 2. Avez yet to retrieve a weapon as well on the site, trying to play off that sonic sensor that's now destroyed. Jump out. Delayed a moment by the net thrown in. Sadic's buying them a lot of time. Pressure's now on. They need to get out of here. And as they do, Sadik is ready and waiting. They've spotted him to reveal. As he breaks, it gives away his position. And Avez left with a pistol in hand, but time on his side. He wants to survive, but Crashies from up top takes him out, but not quite in time. The clock, Fnatic's enemy. We've seen this before. And KC winning out the pay safeguard Thrifty.
Yeah, it feels like that was Sadak trying to prove that he could out-rat the rat. So that's what Fnatic were always good at, was those disgusting little post plants. And I feel like his utility, like you look at the scoreline and see that he's currently 4-7, but you look back to the rounds that they've won, and it has been his post plant utility that have just caused so many issues for them.
Nice, Hassim! Bro, I whipped everything, Hassim.
It's all right, your nets are on point. Your nets are on point. 5-3.
Cutting through.
Back to the buy rounds. That's where Fnatic do their best work, but a couple of ultimates to play with. One of them already thrown in immediately just to clear in towards this A site. A lot of the time you'll see players bring the Thrash back, but not Avez.
No. Hits it all the way. And he did send Chronicle wrapping around. Chronicle now forced to reposition towards Lamps. Gonna have an opportunity in a second, tries to play through. Having that Tahoe utility, but the salvos won't stop him. Sagetsu's down. In goes the Nightfall. Elite tagged up. They know exactly where he is, but running through that wall presents a pretty big risk. It's not just Elite, but you can see Avez on the mini-map is holding that as well. They didn't need to worry about spawn with the wall up, but now it's wide open. That spam desperately close. Won't quite claim the kill. And the advantage sitting with KC as time continues to tick. That flank up from Alpha grabs someone, but he's put to bed immediately. And then Elite chimes in with more. Kayak's been good, but this might be a little too much. One pick gives him the showstopper. But the time here, the biggest issue, clearing out 2 players will be Tom! He gets them though! And it looks like just in time. A mistake by KC to give him a chance.
Yeah, a Red Bull clutch, but one that I felt like should have been impossible. Like, if they just sit back, play the time, they utilize what's already on their side, it feels like KC has that round, but I guess having itchy feet, wanting to try and get the job done, and while I think just a little bit disjointed, like Martin jumps across, and I think it was the swing from Elite just wasn't quick enough.
With me.
I like the Kayak doesn't even stand up to tell them to sit down. He's just like, I'm not getting out of my chair for you guys.
Not worth it. Well, that's a round win for KC when they had Sheriffs in their hand, but a big loss here. That should have been their round. Even giving them the one pick is ambitious. That's the showstopper online with 8 seconds or so of a gap to play with. But both swinging and both falling. That's something that's going to be hard to reconcile. Now, they have lost Boaster right away, and Alpha fails on the trade. Damage done to Sugetsu, but an advantage for KC in a round like this, that is so valuable.
Okay, another one. They've been investing into this Sugetsu Guardian a couple of times. You can see why. Always been good for the headshots. Kayak well placed in position, has the showstopper as well. Doesn't manage to actually clear out anybody else, and just going running through the nade. He done so much damage as they look to try and cross into the site, but neither of them are kills.
Fnatic survived that showstopper with a sliver of HP, and that gives him enough room to put the net up to get this wall as well. Him surviving that engagement is massive, and with the sensors added into this, this becomes a very difficult retake. Sure, there's damage done, but Avez, one of the players that's low now, has an AWP in hand, so he'll be able to trade with you shot for shot and still come out on top. This might just be a save for Fnatic. An immediate response from KC. The sensor destroyed, but the player's now ready to swing, and in goes another net. Crashies again! The player to try to bail them out. He comes damn close, but Avez still drawing breath. 2 players to work off that spike, and the AWP trained in on the angle will claim the round for KC.
Yeah, that post plant is so hard to beat. We've mentioned the deadlock utility, but I also like the fact that Elite's Thorns are irritating, but his flash more so. Like, he always times it incredibly well just to make those pushes back into the site that little bit tougher, while the risk of playing through that utility definitely paying off, but a lot of it just came down to some brilliance from Sugetsu. Winning both of those opening fights made it so much easier for them to continue into that round. A fourth, probably quite a needed one, but we've seen how clean those 5 rounds were from Fnatic. They still have a bye here, and sure, there's a judge, but I feel like that's a choice rather than a necessity.
Yeah, it can certainly give you opportunities.
Okay.
Spray through from Chronicle's good. He's found one from the TP. Can't get out of there. The spams almost take him down. That's canceled the play through. There was a snake bite down, a judge on the other side, but now they might have to fight for this. It's just going to go for the cross. Luckily, that orb giving him the cross for free. No spams to take him down. Fnatic get to reset and keep this 5v4 going. The judge will hold on to control of Hookah for quite a while.
It's not, unless he's somehow going to go to the other side of the map and get into lamps. There's not really anywhere else I want to see that judge. It's not a great weapon of choice at range. KC have paused. They've slowed. And actually, Martinez just donged Kayak. A huge pick to take.
Vision.
Definitely making things a little bit more tentative for Fnatic. They have to potentially go searching, try and figure out where this push is coming in, otherwise they will have a disadvantage. The thing that worries me though, Mitch, they're going back towards the judge.
They'll see it though. Now they know.
Yeah,
They've seen that weapon in his hands. He bails out. Boaster giving up the space. Where will he find to play with this? In fact, he's in the open. Martin doesn't even need a flash. He knows that that's not a fight the Boaster can take, but time is low. Dropping the spike here. Could have given them the edge that they need. That wingman is vulnerable. 6 seconds. The plant needs to be found. They've got to go for it now. There's no time. They would have to chase. Crashies down, and he is out of here. A Red Bull clutch from Crashies. Not even needing to fire a bullet in that last fight. That is a blunder from KC.
Was it a clutch or was it a throw? that felt like one of those rounds that, like, every time it looks like KC are going to get themselves back into the game, they just do something a little bit silly. Like just like the 2v1 swing onto a player that you knew exactly where he was. The plant where you could have just put it safely into the tube that you know is clear.
And it's up top as well, so they have to jump to get it.
I don't think
a second to realize.
I don't think it made that much of a difference.
If it was on the floor, they might have been able to stick it.
But even then, if it's coming down to that, that's just silly.
Definitely.
They didn't need to plant there. I think it was just muscle memory, but a couple of errors that have given Fnatic at least a lead at the half. If history is correct, it's always been their attack sides that have been better. For KC, I think it's going to be pretty important, even just to recover, so they get this last round of the half.
One to press.
They need this fifth. This should have been a real opportunity to put it neck and neck at the half. Now they fight up against the Viper's Pit towards that A side. Passive play by Kayak. TP's taken, but Crashy's taking the life of Sadik. His utility's been a big part. Taking some control. Spike's going back. They're not committing the bath. This is a wrap to be, thankfully. If they were playing mid through that pit, this round's already over, but they've made the right read. Problem is, unless they go through long, all through long, they will have to contend with this judge again, and this time, no dimensional drift to clear him out.
Left.
If anybody headbutts it, they'll be dead.
Steel Garden? Yes.
Well, he's gone from one shotgun to another. Now it's shorties.
Two shorties.
Close, and neither of them have connected. Great work from Elite. He's going to remove the danger, but there is still other danger to be had. Have to clear out Kayak, and this time they will plant, thankfully. A 1 versus 3 for Chronicle. There's nobody else you'd want, but Elite has done the damage in this round. 3 kills to give KC, I'd say, a well-deserved 5th.
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah, good read on the Steel Garden going through there. If that was a judge, Elite is dead to rights, but he gets a double, the space that they need for a plant, and luckily, the time wasn't as hard against them this time. For Fnatic, though, 7-5, gifted that round towards the end of the half. This could be anyone's game.
Yeah, of course. Now going into the halftime, let's hear from Kayak and his thoughts on his performance at Masters Toronto.
When it comes to my performance at Toronto, I had a bit higher expectations, but when it comes was a lot of things that happened, like I got sick a couple of times, then some other problems, and when it comes all together, I think I did good, so I'm happy.
No idea now, none the wiser. Kayak, it's your time to shine, and shine he does! Absolutely ridiculous!
My goals for, I would say, this year maybe, it was just to get a trophy, and we got EMEA in theory, but after placing second, I think in Toronto we can make international trophy. So I think getting trophy, and yeah, I think just performing well and getting used to the stage and the environment and stuff in the VCT, because it's my also first year. So I think it's just getting used to the stuff and hopefully win.
Well, his performance here has certainly been admirable. Kayak coming out of that first half 13-7, but between him, some big rounds from Crashies, even one where he didn't need to get kills. The stats don't reflect that. And Chronicle leading the charge in some of those defensive rounds. Fnatic have certainly looked good. A lot online for them here. And I think this is where I look towards the Teho as having a lot of value for them to use, whether it's in clearing those corners or in those post plants. Certainly something that KC won't have cracked much against recently.
Well, yeah, we always knew this team for like the cross-map Viper lineup that would clear out B-Long, but ultimately with Teo you can do that at a click of a button. Plenty more. Also having that drone. It could be potentially just not wanting to play some of the other agents within the pool, not liking the Gecko, not liking maybe a Sova. For Alpha Year, at least, that feels like it would make sense. This is very aggressive, though. KC already taken an awful lot of ground, and it is being watched for by Chronicle. They don't necessarily have that same flank protection, and while Martin, he's already been able to take him out.
Battle of the Sheriffs going their way. Wall will be broken. Not sure they'll follow up on it, but even just putting those question marks into play, KC's head could be valuable. Rotation coming through from Aves after that B push. They just retreat to a more normal hold.
so much util here. Like, you've got the wall, you've got the sensor, you've then got the Arc Rose flash as well. Like, they're making a play through middle. Feels like a death sentence. Well, they are eventually going to try and make that walk.
There's a flash from Aves as well.
30 seconds left.
As Vice doesn't find them a pick. In fact, Elite is the one put in the ground. Nice shot by Aves, though. Evens up the numbers, but he's trapped. Has to fight his way out of here as his teammates rally to his side. The push out of spawn, spotted by Boaster. They've got all the info now. Taking these players down will be a different story. KC playing together, Sugetsu watching their back, and it's Boaster to fall. Numbers starting to fade on that attacking side, and no one to deny this defuse. They need to go now. It's being diffused, and Gavez, he pulls off the spike, looks for the fight, but Kayak's there to greet him. Another 3K in the pistol round from this man as his performance continues to skyrocket.
Oh, it feels like he could have stuck that.
He could have. I think he could have.
Feels like he could, but I understand the decision. It's like you hear all the shots going off around. You want to maybe try and help your teammates or think they're a little bit closer than they are, but it's another unfortunate round for KC. I feel like they played it well, but Kayak has been the death dealer again. 16 and 7. He was so quick in that first half to get the showstopper online. It seems like he's on for another halfway there already. Nothing invested into this round by KC. It's only going to be the util.
Sugetsu buying some stars. Smoke goes down. They get an orb. Now they fight for the space after. Firing squad awaits them. Not bad for Aves finding one, but when they go back out, there's still plenty of guns trained in on that position. 9 to 5 now for Fnatic. Orb denial in a way. Kayak didn't get any more at least, so he'll still be halfway to the showstopper coming into KC's first buy round.
This is where if KC are going to have a chance in their map choice, you feel like the tide needs to change, but you do feel like there's a lot of potential for Fnatic. They've got a fair amount of weapons. Okay, as you mentioned, no orb going the way of Kayak means that none of the ults are particularly close. They do have a lot of utility to make these fights awkward. I've liked the defensive side setup so far, but it didn't succeed. The majority of it has now been moved over to the other side of the map on B.
Yeah, I mean, that mini-map looks chaotic with all the utility waiting towards the very spot that at least Chronicle is now approaching. He will back off. Doesn't know the danger that he's avoiding by doing so. TP sent through from Martin. He takes it early, actually. I thought this was to allow some slightly quicker rotations, but he's just backing out of that control inside of Bath. A wall put up in his stead. That's going to last most of the round for Fnatic. Get through that will be very costly in terms of time, and I think that's what Alfier is doing now. He's going through to clear that out. Again, put those question marks up.
Already.
Spike down, B.
Does well, drops the spike. Chronicle is just picked up
30 seconds left.
He was one of the only players that didn't have a gun, but it doesn't seem to matter. That's the A side defense diminished. It was a heavy utility stack up on B and a heavy personnel stack up on A. But it didn't seem to matter. Oh, this round is already looking done. Aves down to just 6 HP. They're even going to throw in the showstopper just for good measure, just to make sure they get the job done. It's now 10 rounds on the board for Fnatic. And although the ideas seem decent for KC, the execution just hasn't been there.
Makes sense, I think, to use the showstopper here. It's not like we've seen KC be incapable of hero plays, and it's online early enough that it's certainly worth the commit. Looking at what they have for the next or next couple rounds, ults are going to come online. They've got a very stacked... very stacked economy in play in terms of ults for the Fnatic side, so I don't mind throwing that through. For KC, a timeout pulled into play as this round won't look nearly as strong for them in terms of credits. Their economy, whether ults or weapons, looking low as Fnatic breach double digits.
Seems pretty calm.
Well, have you ever seen the contrary?
That's not the point. I have, it's just not Aang, it's other people. But yeah, 10-5 down on your own map choice. I think Fnatic starting off this half strong as well. And as said, like, in a couple of rounds now, it feels like you had the setup on one side and you forced them into the other players, and then you lose a fight to a singular sheriff, or you don't plant the spike, or like it's just been a lot of errors. And sure, like a lot of them have been minute. Like it's not like, oh, he's just whiffed a full spray or something like awful, but it's enough that you give that to Fnatic and they run away with the game. And that's what it feels like right now. 10-5 up. They've not really been too uncomfortable throughout, even though I feel like the composition from KC is incredibly awkward to play against. And my Alpha, he had a nasty shock last time. He's going to be careful this time, but it doesn't matter. Boaster, I feel like the towards the showers is his spot.
Without a doubt, he looks clean in there.
Where's the op? That's what I'm asking for. The Boaster operator on bind.
On the anti-eco?
You know, it's
pull it out.
It's historic.
Yeah, I think I like what Kayak's going for a little more. The double barrel op in this round when no one is working with those heavy shields.
You know, I'm just not a coward. I don't play things safe.
Oh, I see. Okay. I can see why they've been to more international events than you.
Is that true? Playing, yes.
I think playing, I would say confidently, yes. Well, double digits for Fnatic, looking to climb even higher. 11 rounds seemingly on the board, as it is just exit plays and going down to the spike. Understandable. You glance at the ult economy, and that's the man they don't want to give one to. Already Nightfall online. Alpha comes in with another. And 11-5 is a very hard position for KC to come back into the game against, especially with the momentum very much in favor of Fnatic. They've been in full control of this attacking half.
And it's own flawless to boot. Like, they're going to keep themselves, as they did in the first half, with an incredibly strong economy. They had a 5-round streak there, and even though we saw this back and forth of rounds, like, going either way, it didn't matter. They always had economy, and they've set themselves up here. Even if KC mount a bit of a comeback, breaking them is going to be so incredibly difficult. And as you mentioned, other than that showstopper that was used, they haven't had to use any of those ults yet.
KC, on the other hand, may have to use their ultimates. A Thrash online to start this round out. Maybe put through early, with time to use it running out. Martine sees nothing. Players may have fallen back from the flash, and now's not the time to go pushing down, and it's a good job. Makes the decision to fall back. Chronicle's been spammed down to 10 HP.
He's going to get 3 this round.
Yeah, if history is anything to say about it, I thought Kayak might have been dead to rights there.
One side playing very passive, on the other side starting to get aggressive. Sugetsu will win the initial fight. Crashies had found one on the other side of the map. They managed to bait out the wall already, but there is a plethora of utility still sat on the other side. The problem thus far is that Elite has gone down before most of it gets activated, but this time the crossfire is solid. They have missed out on one player though. Maybe not the player you want to miss out on, but Sugetsu stands strong. It's a 6th round at least for KC, but still a mountain to climb.
Oh, without a doubt, an uphill battle ahead of them. Plenty of ults coming online for them, but their opponents will not be far behind. And the problem is, for Fnatic, saving up this ult economy, dumping it into a round, well, that is going to get them within swinging distance of closing out this map. And let's not forget, this is KC's map pick. The battleground that they chose against Fnatic. They now need 5 in a row just to put things even. Fnatic not the kind of team that typically, is certainly not what they're known for, losing out on those leads. It's more coming back from behind. See if they can close this out.
Heretics recently did prove it was possible. It's definitely not likely. Standoff in the early round. KC with a few ults they can use to try and correct, and Alfie are actually playing the KO operator. It's not something I'd necessarily expect to see, especially with a operator player of Boaster's prowess on the server. Kind of expected the Ash drop to be in play, but you know, still disappointed. Seems like Chronicle, though, is about to come under some serious pressure. 3 players already setting up. A couple of flashes. One of them didn't quite connect, though. I don't think they expected him to be that close, and that definitely played in his favor. He can shoot the first, and while Crashies is not one to just sit still and wait, he has taken space and opened up B.
Yeah, as soon as Astra pops that stun on your run back, you know that you're in trouble. Someone was there to hear him, but Alpha trying to send that lurk up through A, despite it being a 4v2. He'll lose his life. Down and out of this round for the attempted flank, and KC with an opportunity if they can find this pick, but the trade comes in so quickly from Crashies. Now a plant will be secured. Cosmic Divide to work off of, unlikely to be used, but they know where that player's coming from. They've still got stars to play with and a Nightfall.
This is the tough thing, yeah. Nightfall, full belt of utility for Crashies. Stars can be put into play. Like, this is such a difficult post plant to try and get in from. Sugetsu has managed to bypass a lot, but then he's caught by the Seas. Left on just 1 HP as he takes that final fight, and Crashies is the one that took the space, took the trades, and will be there to close out the round. 12 and 6. Seemed like more of a blip than a comeback. Now KC are going to have to find 6 rounds in a row. They still have the ultimate, but I think the bigger problem is the economy hasn't gone with it.
Nice killing, Kai. You're feeling it.
I killed one. Well, thank you.
One away from the pit. Alpha just went away as well. You know, you look at this situation for KC. Yes, they have the ult advantage starting the round. That may change throughout the course of this, but also if KC dump all their ults and win a round off of it, they've still got to make a big play back into this game, a big push. Fnatic, they can throw them all. If they win, they close the game. If they lose, they can build them back up again and fight back in later. This is an extremely difficult scenario for KC. Now, okay, drone's going to go through, but unless it gets the suppress, Martin will be able to just TP out of here. Burst gets a lot of damage in. Well, it's not actually that much. That looked like it was going to take Alpha very low, but he's barely got a lick of damage on him, and Chronicle hiding in this corner. They're not going to clear it. They're already looking the other way. This could be it. The nail in the coffin, the last perhaps, but a nice trade by Aves, even with the pistol.
The problem is every time a piece of ground is gained, a piece of ground has been lost. Aves is well aware of it, though. Fantastic read from him. Those 2 kills could be the turning point of the round, and information also being found, though, but this time he is caught. Martin knows where Alfier is. Hasn't quite spotted Boaster. In fact, Boaster maybe now being a little bit more hesitant. 20 seconds left on the clock, and both players
Face your fear!
looking to try and push forward, try and play ahead. But the problem is, that is where that utility comes in. Alfier's caught 1, but 10 seconds left. They have to make a move into the site. Boaster is going to be left alone, and while didn't see Martin run around the corner, they'll keep themselves alive a little longer. And actually, they didn't really have to use any of the ults in that round, so they've done quite well.
Yeah, those safety nets still there to fall back on. That's what we needed to see. If this round was won off of an ult dump, I'd have no faith in that comeback. But considering how it starts, that pick is everything. Aves gets a rifle out of that situation, taking it from the corpse of his teammate. The fact that they avoid going down after the Nightfall, that swing inside of Hookah going the way of KC, that cements the victory. 5 in a row for overtime on their map pick. We've certainly seen stranger things happen, but it is that ult economy of Fnatic that scares me. It's heating up round by round. Alpha now has his to work with. If they get on site, the pit will be there to play off of. If Chronicle doesn't go down early, and already pressure put onto Sadik. He has to run right into the waiting arms of Fnatic. An opening pick, and the best that the remaining players can do is delay. The mosh pit will buy them some time, but Aves will be under pressure, and Kayak will not let up. That flank watch by Chronicle again, finding one, and this time he'll double up, seemingly closing out the map. A series still to be played for, but unless Martin has a 1v5 up his sleeve, with 5 HP left after the first, this one will have to be a reverse sweep for KC.
Yeah, we could just run the title, go to the break. There's absolutely no chance he's going to be winning that one. Fnatic, it's a 13-7. It felt at times that KC had opportunities to maybe turn that one around, but a few blips and Fnatic being on form they will take their opponent's choice.
Yeah, it's a few stumbles from KC, and now they may have fallen flat. Lotus, Fnatic's pick comes up next. We'll see if KC can bounce back after the break.
Are you ready? Yeah! Baby, I'm praying on you tonight. Hunt you down, eat you alive. Just like animals. Animals like animals. Oh.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody, please, your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pop on out. Pop on now, yeah, I'm a kite being my pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo, how about now, bruh? เดี๋ยวบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุกnow, out. Need a pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพานกูพูดไปก็ไรพอยเขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก Problems are proof in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสนิทกูขอสกิล one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world shark. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer and phone ที่คือ passion ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, bruh.
Hello everyone, we are coming to you live from the fan zone at the Riot Games Arena. My name is Billy and I'm here in the art gallery. As I'm sure many of you are aware, we have been celebrating 5 years of VALORANT recently, and what Riot have done have put together a competition to celebrate all the amazing art that we have in EMEA. On that prompt was to have a birthday cake in the art, and we have some of these entries and winners on display that competed in Riot's art challenge. I'm really impressed with the creativity and just the talent that we have here in our region in EMEA. I think it looks amazing. I think that it's a really great activation that we can have to kind of celebrate our community all together. And yeah, as I said, super impressed with the creativity. And I know what you're thinking, why are we talking about this? Well, we have so many amazing fan activations here at the Riot Games Arena, and why not get your tickets to actually come and join us in the arena? Be sure to come and check us out here during Stage 2 and come and support your favourite teams. On that note, I feel like I need to add my addition to this art gallery. I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory. We've been seeing you guys calling Mini Wham on socials, and I think this is a great fit. Anyway, thank you so much for checking in with me. Let's toss this back to Sue and the rest of the desk.
It's been 5 years of Valorant. Happy birthday again to us, but also 5 years, Gorilla and Kakuka of Fnatic being good on bind.
Yeah, I still remember the day when I think there was Summon FC at the time, and they came out with the Viper double initiator smoke comp. I remember, I specifically remember you in Twitch chat just about Mo 40 over in Sky and
There's
just going
some moles
crazy
in this
about
house,
it.
Yeah. That's a name that we haven't heard in a while.
Absolutely. But I think that today the topic is different, right? You're speaking about that controller. Today it has to be about the Tejo. We did not get to see much brilliance, I would say, from the side of that Tejo. We understand the intention, but I think that this was not a good showing. Doesn't matter, because the rest was perfect for the side of Fnatic, and they get the win.
Are you surprised that for a team that really didn't lean into the Tejo meta that hard, they decided to do it here?
For Fnatic, yes, I think I am. My hot take around Teo is that I think if he was released in this state, he would be picked a lot more than he is at the moment, like arguably maybe kickoff numbers. But for Fnatic, and especially Althea playing the Teo, like that to me was a shock.
I think that KC would have been one of those teams speaking it today if because of the innovation and whatnot. We did not expect it. Also, this composition, especially on Bind, has not been run anywhere else. Fnatic, again, keep bringing things new on the table. And I don't know if we're going to see this again. This looks to me like, you know, we have to prepare. We know the Bind is going to come up, or like the chances are extremely high going up against KC. And for the side of KC, this is the first time in the entire year that they lose in the Bind. They were feeling so strong, but man, Kayak was on the other side.
Yeah, speaking of, you know, bringing some old names back into this, he was looking like Nukia on Bind. He was, though.
I'm never going to forget the fact that Nukia said he didn't even like Bind. He didn't like playing the race there, and he was absolutely amazing. And so was Kayak today. Throughout the entirety of the year, he's going to keep surprising us.
Yeah, I think he's on the crazy series positive streak, right?
14.
I think 14.
Yeah.
I think it was like March or something. He last went negative in the series.
28th of March.
28th of March? Yeah, like he's honestly, I think, Rookie of the Year, at least in my book.
Oh, yeah, I completely agree. But also, a lot of what he's able to do is because of the likes of Crashies, you know?
Yes.
I can't believe that we just forgot how good he is on Bind.
On Bind, yeah.
He was such a king on this map back in the days on his previous team.
To me also has to do with Boaster and Astra. Like, to me, that is absolutely iconic. And also in the head-to-head Chronicle versus Suigetsu, I know that you love a little bit of, you know, rolling back the years. 7-0, pretty good for Chronicle. He's having an amazing year. And now things are not going to be any easier as we move on to Lotus. Fnatic picked this map, a composition that they do not need to change, they do not need to tweak, and they're extremely comfortable on. My question is KC bringing something new? Are they playing with that Cypher? We know that they moved away from the Harbor, but do we expect something else?
Let's take a look now at Agent Select, but also Fnatic haven't been as dominant as you would think on this map as of late. And yeah, of course, they're going to run the same comp they've been running since like 1952.
Yeah, I mean, as Kakuka said, there's really no reason for them to change it. I think it's tried and tested, all metas, this agent got buffed, this agent got nerfed, this comp has stood the test of time. I think Lotus is a solved map with this comp. For KC, I'm interested in the Arviz raise, the Martin Yoru. I would have liked to see the Harbor from Sadhak when Lotus first came
Take
out.
that back.
When Lotus first came out, I was a big Harbor enjoyer. You can go back, watch Lock-In. Vitalia Lock-In, we're running
how did you
solo
do?
Harbor.
Yeah, how did you do?
We won. We won Lotus. That's all.
And that's about it, no?
We beat Global Esports.
If I speak. But if we take a look at the fact that if Casey locked this in, you know, this is the double duelists here. Fnatic, they have struggled, albeit different comp in terms of the other agents Casey are going to run. But against Paper Eggs, you know, Fnatic, they did not look good.
I want to see if they bring back, especially with them starting on the defense, if we're going to see a lot of Odin. I think that Crash's utility is going to be super, super important. But today and for after kickoff, he has been delivering. So really hope that he locks in that fade. And for the side of Karmine Corp, I think that they're going to mostly go for their C executes that we've been seeing them being very explosive at. I want to see if they can bring a little bit of surprises. I want to see Abbas playing a little bit like Jake, you know?
Yeah, but I want people to give Abbas a little bit of grace. Granted, there was a couple of mistakes made on map 1, but Ray's very different ballpark Gorilla for him.
Yeah, for sure. I think Raze on this map in general is just good. Like, it's solid. It's similar to Bind, where there's a lot of cover when you're attacking that you don't really need to, like, survive for too long with extra util, like Jet using the Cloud Burst to kind of keep yourself alive. Like, on C, you can satchel, like, you know, under the double box. A, there's loads of different places that you can satchel with cover. So, Raze on this map is great.
Again, we need to think about the homework coming into this week. The same way that Fnatic knew that Bind was a very big possibility, KC should know that, especially with the composition that they run and the amount of times that they've shown this Lotus and how comfortable Fnatic is on this map, this could be the easiest way for Fnatic to have an easy second map. So I want to see if the same level of preparation was done from the side of KC as we saw from Fnatic, since they decided not to change the composition and double down on this the having the Cypher, the do not include the second smoke and the going with the double duelist.
Yeah, and I want them to learn from some of the mistakes as of late, you know. Fnatic, a couple of tournaments where they could have closed out certain series way sooner, maybe not get reverse sweep as well. So this is somewhere, even though they're comfortable, they haven't looked dominant as they used to be, and just mentally on the server, Gorilla, this is where teams get dangerous, you know. The job is not done. You have to win this map.
The job is done until Alpha stands up. That's the curse, right? Like, Alpha stands up,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, it's going overtime.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter if they're 12-3 up, so yeah.
I really like Suigetsu on this map. I really hope that he keeps showing the face that he was showing throughout stage 1. He's rerolled onto the smokes. I think it fits him more than he would like to say, and I really hope that he's able to make the difference.
Yeah, and they like to be ballsy here, don't they? They like to fight. They're not going to be afraid. They will be starting on the attack.
In my opinion, they need to.
Yeah, well, this is it though. If KC don't win this, they will be starting off their season with a loss. And Mitch and Tom, nobody wants that.
Thank you, Yinsu. Yo, the desk talked a little bit about the homework, and you know what? So far for KC, it hasn't been a passing grade. That was a dominant first map out of Fnatic, but Tom, if you're to look at the positives, what could change here for KC?
I think firstly going back to that double duelist, I think having the explosive nature of Aves, like that we've seen him on a Phoenix as well. I think when he gets rolling, he can be very difficult to stop. I think they're also starting on the attack side, which, okay, in recent form, Fnatic have been better on the defense, but we always sort of remember them on this map, having those attack side, like, control of everything. My only worry, especially going into the second half, is going to be Elite. I think that having a Cypher on this map can be incredibly strong. I just don't know if he's had the performances of that sort of strong Sentinel, like super reliable. I think even on the last map, you saw moments where he has a full set of utility, and he goes, I'm going to take the peak though, and then all of that utility is gone. So, especially in the second half, he's going to be my focal point. For now though,
James can do. He's got a challenge on his hands. Raze on the other side, snuck behind the box, found one already, puts Abez to bed. That's a solid opening, a return, as Chronicle had already fallen towards that A site, but now Fnatic hold the advantage. A mistake, a misstep from KC, another as they walk back into that angle. Kayak still ready and waiting. The need to delay, but it only sends them back towards Crashies. Pick your poison for Sadek. Sheriff in hand, he'll find the first. But The flank coming in quickly, and it will close in favor of Fnatic.
I feel like I'm getting used to just Kayak getting triple kills with the Sheriff and pistols now.
Every pistol round.
Just seems
It was the Ghost in the first one.
Yeah, no, I just mean in general.
Yeah.
Like going over the past couple of tournaments as well. Like, I feel like he's just been so good with this weapon. It does, again, start with a little bit of a mistake. Like the Prowler not clearing that close angle means that he's able to get away with murder. I like the supportive paranoia that was also put through from Boaster.
I did the dog on the left, bro.
There you go. But ultimately, it gives Fnatic the start that they wanted. Obviously, it was mentioned on the desk that their recent form maybe hasn't been as good as it used to be, but it used to be flawless. But they also lost to teams like Paperex, who went on to win the entirety of Toronto, and a very informed Wolves. So I'm not really worried. And then you look at the other side, and there are similar losses. Aviz has done well here.
Yeah, maybe not the round I would have hyped him up in, but he's already found a double. That classic drawing blood and thirsty for more. Low HP on these players that he's pushing onto. Chronicle and Boaster looking vulnerable, and they're going to continue the push here with Martin finding another. This round has spiraled in favor of Gaminka as Alphayer is now the last man standing. A big play needed, a Marshall in his hands, and look, if he can find the shots onto these players, everybody will go down with just one to the body. That could be easier said than done. Got a firing squad waiting for him. With the post plant in play, time is on KC's side.
Have to be another blip. Shot not connected, and eventually Aviz is there to convert a triple that started with a classic. It is a round that, I'll be honest with you, I have absolutely no idea how they managed to take it over the line. They had no business doing that. I also want to say as well, like, I don't think I've ever seen Bogdan's Law taken into consideration with a rifle before, because Boaster was healthier than Chronicle when he gave him the rifle.
Yeah. That one-shot headshot. His performance was good in the last map. Kayak started out here with a triple kill. Another pistol for Fnatic, 3 for 3, but... Oh no, actually, there's a 3K in the pistol to start, but KC won it, I'm pretty sure. Even still. This one hasn't gone according to plan, not able to convert off the back of it. KC now gain the economic advantage. They've got rifles, they've got credits, and they're up against little to nothing. A couple of weapons scattered throughout the classics that are in play, one away from a showstopper on Kayak. It's not like there's no dangers in this round, but a gun. That's why much easier to face off against.
Alpha's already gone. That is the Guardian, but it should be retrievable.
Probably for Kayak.
There we go. He just knew that Alpha would die.
Faith that Alpha would go down early. You love to see it.
You know what he was getting into. KC taking their time. That's what I like to see. Like, you have a huge weaponry advantage. You've been able to upgrade completely into rifles. Boast's got a Bucky though. Who knows what could happen? Probably going to get shot, but maybe he won't.
That's why you come to this stream
30
for the
seconds
in-depth
left.
analysis.
Nah, that's why you watch TMV.
Nice opportunity for Chronicle. Stinger's already got one. Numbers go back in favor of Fnatic for just a moment, but that's great work from Chronicle.
10 seconds
He delays them. The spike will ultimately go down. Boaster trying his best to deny the Bucky. Now heard ringing out, and that will quell any ambitions of pushing towards Waterfall. But my eyes on Kayak. Chronicle's now given him an opportunity. If a kill is found and the showstopper comes online, they can commit it. And they can fire their way in here with the paranoia, with the nade that's now thrown through. That's doing damage. There's the shot and the follow-up. Showstopper online. Fired through for Sagetsu. And another triple early on for Kayak. Fnatic are back on the board. Even with a pretty weak buy, that rocket launcher made all the difference.
Oh, the base save card thrifty is what gets the round home. Chronicle just being able to get that much done with so little, but yeah, it's Kayak once again, the supportive utility. Basically, the other two players just along for the ride. in the kayak backpack, just like, I'll give you a paranoia. Here you go, I'll give you a seize. And he just kills everybody as they go running along. Wow. Casey, you know it's bad when Casey are taking a timeout in round 4. Like that's where we're at right now. They won the second round, they lose the third to some individual brilliance, and they've gone, I've already seen enough.
Kayak having 3 in the pistol, finding orbs along the way. This got him that showstopper. You got to commend him as well, though. He finds the first pick, and he doesn't default to activating the ult. Finishes his dinner of that second player, and it's the showstopper to fittingly close out the round. For KC, that grinds what should have been an early start. Grinds it to a halt. They call a timeout. They take a moment with their coaching staff because right now, they also avoided a lot of the danger. They played slow towards the A site. That's where the rotates came in. They made the read. They went back. They had only Chronicle to deal with there, and he finds a double. And that's really where the first domino began to fall.
Yeah, they only had to deal with the player with the most trophies of all time.
Seems like a pretty big task when you put it that way.
It always seems to be. Like I feel like he's the player that you watch most in scenarios that are impossible, and he still comes out. I'm just thinking of Bind, where he went in alone to a stacked up A site with a Sheriff, and comes out with 2 kills. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but we just accept that's what Chronicle's going to do. Much faster pace look, but Evers has been slowed. Actually, Crashes has already opened up. This is looking damning already.
The paranoia went through, but they can't get around the corner in time to deal with it. They know Alpha's close. But Kayak slips through and grabs himself one. Elite, though, punishing him with info on the player towards the door. He's ready for the fight, but he doesn't win it to start with, giving Alpha a chance, but then putting him to bed, leaving it all on Boaster. Whatever was said in that timeout, it almost worked. They still need to deal with the IGL himself. 5 HP, 1 shot to take him down. That's all that's needed. Fnatic has a rifle to work with. Plenty of bullets can come Boaster's way. Only 1 to delete him with the plant coming through. Fnatic seems to have the advantage.
Maybe Boaster had the assumption that he'd go all the way to the other side of the map. Have a safer opportunity for a plant, but Fnatic instead is just looking where Boaster could have gone. The problem is Boaster needs the element of surprise. He's got 5 HP. Anything else would be a massive risk. He's going to just try and at least get this one to half, but I can't believe he's going to try and stick it all the way, trying to bait Fnatic in for the fight, and it's a lot closer than you might have thought, but Fnatic will get the job done. Maybe a bit of over-aggression from Fnatic in the 4 versus 2, but Casey will take that all day long. And this back and forth keeps going.
Starting out with a double in favor of the side of Fnatic. They get punished immediately, though, and it's Elite finding both of those kills that opens the door for them.
Don't overthink right now. Just
focus. That's the word.
Yeah, he said just focus.
There.
You know, a lot.
Most of those
just
letters
focus
are
a
correct. Well, back and forth to start this one out. KC certainly not willing to give up on this series just yet. Could have been a strong start for them. It could have been a great beginning for Fnatic, but instead, we're neck and neck. The economy favoring KC and the opening pick found for the attackers.
It's been the best start to the game for either of these teams, but whoever is the first to get 2 in a row should be the one to be happy, but every single time someone gets an advantage, it seems to slip away. The Nightfall at least lets them know the site is clear. Crashes looked to try and get the jump. He was already low on HP, so needed the element of surprise. But look at the guns now. Fnatic have found a couple more rifles. Boaster looking to swing, but he'll be met with Elite.
Nice shot back by Kayak again. Another triple from this man. I don't know what they put in his cereal, but he's now just 2 away. Damage done. 1 HP on Fnatic. But he lands the shot in time. KC, they will string the rounds together. 2 in a row now, and the lead finally theirs.
Same. That was only a half buy, though, from Fnatic, so they're going to look to try and get right back on the horse. Kayak already with his 3rd triple kill of the game. It has been a great performance individually, but other than the couple of kills coming through from Chronicle over on the C site, it has been silent from almost everybody else. I'm sure KC won't mind, especially now as they've got that dimensional drift available. Viper's Pit less dangerous. Kayak is still looking to try and aggress though with this operator.
Abez down, trades out that early fight, removes the showstopper that definitely could have been a big part of entering into this C site. Dimensional drift will still be used though to clear out this pit, finding it completely open. Chronicle just concedes that control, a good counter in play on the other side. And he won't get back in time. Pit fallen. Big pillar of this Fnatic defense has crumbled. The plan could be found, but you know, they're conscious that there could be a play, and it's a good thing too. In goes the C's, in goes the snake bite, and out go KC. The B site, their new target. Players are here, but caught behind a smoke. Kayak catches Martin trailing towards that C site. Plant not yet found with 25 seconds on the clock. It will be stuck down safely, but in comes the showstopper now, and it doesn't quite get the kill. Chronicle ahead of it. Elite in for another. And we're back to even footing. Fnatic spots them out, backs off, and allows Elite to walk away with the triple. KC climbing further into the lead.
I said he was going to be my highlight for the second half as someone who needed to perform, but I think he's been the highlight over on this first. Although it's been a KC round, most of the guys down as this. Maybe he would have wanted to get it in a round victory, but hey, you know, I don't think he's going to be smiling and dancing just yet. Maybe we can let him know at the end of the game instead. But hey, you know, somewhere in here he did get an assist.
It is the feather in
there
his
we go.
cap.
That was it. That was it. It was the
with Chronicle.
He would have got it from the showstopper as well. You never know.
There you go. But that is the first time in EMEA that we've had a player hit 1,000 assists. So if ever there was a doubt that Boaster's a team player, that is fully extinguished here.
Sure, Angel will be next.
1,000th trade from a teammate, perhaps. I think he might have hit that already.
1,000th first death.
On a controller, back in the days. Oh, we miss his brimstone. Don't bring it back. The thing is, I do, and a timeout from Fnatic.
Those stats don't count, though, do they?
No,
technically weren't. There you go. So he'd definitely be over 1,000 if those stats.
Oh, without a doubt.
100,000 maybe. Oh, it's going to be a Fnatic pause now. We saw that come in.
A Fnatic pause, is that what we call it?
Came in. There you go.
It's okay. We're just teasing you. It's not really a tech pause. We'll misclick in the background. We're good to go. It was a timeout, a regular
I was
timeout.
correct. You should listen to
Fnatic.
me and
There
not
you
the
go.
wall. I am more correct than the wall.
Oh, we've got the blue wall in the studio. He thought he'd balance it out a little bit with the red wall on the other side.
I think it's needed, though. Like, there's been some back and forth round, but where KC have made mistakes and given Kayak openers, I feel like we have seen Fnatic and Elite be able to really exploit this defensive side of Fnatic and maybe even have those sort of advantages and let them slip away. We mentioned, I think it was earlier, that they have, what was it, an 81% 5v4. I don't think that's been the case here. They have been getting even bigger advantages and let them slip away. And I think it's important that the coaching staff gets a little bit of time to talk this through. I don't think there's any doubt that in the second half they could turn it around and even turn it around here. But as said, in recent form, they've been better on the defense.
You think about the series so far as well. KC could have come in here feeling locked out, especially after that third round victory. Third fastest team on Lotus. You remember from yesterday who the second and first are, Tom?
It was Foot was second, and then Liquid was first.
Yes, very
Easy.
good, Tom. You passed the test.
And
flying
fourth.
colors.
I don't know.
Oh, that would have been impressive. That would have been very impressive, actually. I would have had to fact check whatever you just said. It's okay. Yeah, Fnatic have been the strongest team in stage one at retakes, and it looks like another's going to be needed. A dominant early fight. This B blitz has worked for KC even when they've got classics in their hand. And no surprise, the showstopper does a bit of a better job of clearing out those angles. Now we're off to A 4 versus 2 with pistols on the other side.
Yeah, they
This
played
one
it
should
safe.
be done.
I like it from KC. Like, you know that your opponents have just had a pause, potentially going to have some sort of game plan for this round. And so you just go, okay, we're going to go very quickly into that. We're going to use the showstopper to take all the risk away. We still have 3 more ults to play with. One of them, I would say, is very high impact as well. It's not going to allow for any further shenanigans. 5 rounds guaranteed. Even an extra kill coming up for Sadak. It won't be an orb because he's already got his ultimate online, but that's not too much for a problem. They are going to extend that lead a little bit further. Things are looking very good right now for KC.
Oh, this is about as good of a bounce back as you could hope for. They lost the pistol coming into Lotus. Won the second, lost the third. I mean, those are so many pitfalls that they went straight into. And since then, it has been nothing but their game.
I like positive feedback. I'm being told on the prompter that I was correct. You telling me I was correct wasn't enough. They needed to put it on our prompter to be like, by the way, just in case you thought Mitch was wrong, you were actually correct.
They're just as impressed as I was that you remembered that from yesterday. Well done.
It's more impressive that you remembered it.
I didn't, that's why I asked you.
Oh.
No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I remember the surprise that Team Liquid were our fastest attacking team, getting the plant down. Do you remember the time?
45, I think, and then 46 for Foot.
It was 56 seconds left, yeah, was Foot. So 44, yeah, you're right.
Back in the buy now, Fnatic. This is where you expect them to have a response, but as said, still with that Nightfall online. Thus far, seeing a quieter game from some of the performers we've come to expect a lot from. Not that man, though. Kayak has been on fire throughout, 14 and 6 with only 2 rounds on the board. And well, Boaster has got his trusty Odin. He doesn't trust it enough in that fight.
You know what? I can certainly understand it. With a clean retreat back towards Tree, he will be spamming away, but just about misses the boat. Double peek coming in towards this C site from both teams, but it's Martin who fails to get anything on the board. He wants the gate crash back site, but has to outweight the Nano. And now in it goes. They haven't
30
spotted
seconds
him.
left.
A well-placed flash and a well-timed TP could change the tide of this round in their favor, but they've gone in dry. Chronicle doesn't land the shots, but Alpha's there to pick up the slack. Finds another. It's actually Kayak to land that. With Alpha here, still defending the site with 12 seconds left. The clock is not even their biggest enemy. The spike down in the open, and it's the wall bang from Boaster to close it. Fnatic back on the board.
Kayak just running around like he is death at this stage. It feels like if they can avoid him for the majority of the round, or even trade like 1 to 3, that has ended up being enough for them in a lot. 15 and 7. The rest of the team don't even match up to that. Like that's what we're currently sat at in the server, is the rest of Fnatic sat down on 13 kills while he has 15. Avoid Kayak will have to be the play. But for KC, with the way that the rounds have gone, they are going to have economy. Aves waiting for this aggression to come through. And they have spotted Kayak, and they're going the other way. Good job, lads.
It's definitely the right play. You're 5-3 down and he's 15 and 7. You do not see that very often. Especially when he's finding these kills early in the fights. It's not like he's playing exits. Alfier, he's gone down a couple times early. This time it's a spam through the smoke that eliminates him. And an ult off the back of it. Lets KC know that the C side is stacked, but B's a little bit more open. The problem is the one man defending it is the guy you don't want to run into. It's Kayak, forced back by the Nightfall and TP'd on by Sagetsu. A big play for KC. And a 5v2 is their reward. And almost assuredly one round for them. And with Chronicle in the ground, Crashies doesn't really have a choice but to save, but to attempt to save. With the numbers in play, with the economy in favor of KC, and with credits low on Fnatic, they would certainly do well to hunt him down. And already you can see Sadak has taken that quest, but he is looking the wrong way.
Satisfying.
Spidey senses, which actually not tingling. I also like the trade-up for Kayak. 2 ultimates is equal to killing Kayak. That's what they needed to do. The TP behind him while using the Nightfall. Incredibly impactful. While Aves is going to make sure that Crashies does not live to fight another day. He will be hitting the deck, and although for him going into the next round, that won't be too much of a problem, for his team, it definitely will be.
There's definitely some players that would have liked to have a weapon dropped over them. I think Chronicle pretty low on credits. Boaster won't be able to afford that trusty Odin. And then the debate comes up whether they fully invest or not. Boaster has 57 Odin kills on Lotus.
I'd say 8
VCT
is
previous to
pathetic,
today.
though.
8 of them are wallbangs. That's a
just
very
specifically
low
on
number.
A.
Well, I mean,
it's not quite as bad.
You'll see the occasional
So I was
wallbang
like,
on
there's
C.
no way it could be A.
You
Yeah,
won't see
he
many on
literally did
B.
one the other round.
A is really the spot where they come through. I've seen him take a lot of fights in the open with that weapon. Alphayer again being punished. This is a lower buy round, so you're going to take some risks, but this can't continue. They're losing that Sentinel at the start of so many rounds. Chronicle with a classic, finds
give it a
one, and
gun.
that's a gun in his hands.
I don't know how he does it so regularly.
There.
Kayak in position. Operator was watching. Chronicle looking to hold on to the cross. Somehow this feels more than doable. And well, Showstopper now popped. It's going to be the battle of the raises, and Abbas went forward. He wanted to try and get up in his face. They're now going to finally deal with him. I think he was expecting maybe a TP to sight, but this is sport time. Crashies has Nightfall, and now a gun. He could get both of these players with the ult, especially now that the info has been found. Instead, it was just a distraction.
Yeah, the smoke fading there really sold Sugetsu out. Sadic's all alone. They know where he is. The Prowler's hunting him down, and that is just going to get the relocation from Boaster. He can sprint as well, knowing that Sadic can't hear a damn thing. Boaster's running ahead of it. He's making the play all by himself, and the Stinger packs a punch in this battle. Fnatic up to 4, closing in that gap.
Thrifty.
It feel like a broken record, but that pace safe card, Thrifty, did feel like it was delivered once more by Kayak, just being able to put that rifle into position, get the showstopper delay, and then you saw the long wraparound that came in from Crashies, who ends up being there to close out the round, but none of that would be possible if it wasn't for that initial piece of delay.
Martin, bro, what is he doing, bro?
Frustration.
It's all right, our desks are reinforced from Barber.
Yeah, we've had to upgrade.
You're going to have to do a lot more damage than that.
Solid steel down on that stage in the coaching booth.
Yeah, made of alamanti.
2 rounds in between them. Fnatic closing the gap. The work isn't yet done. KC are right back in to an aggressive play, moving towards this A site. Boaster gets out. Avoided all that utility thrown at him, falls right back in, puts the paranoia into play. That's going to delay that little bit further. He's got teammates, but they're outside the smoke. He can be pushed on here. They don't have utility to clear him. Instead, they're going to just look for the fights, doubling up, swinging through, jumping and headshotting him. That's a great fight for Sadic to take. Well, a great one for him to win, more so.
Seems like a odd decision though, like Boaster re-aggressing when they have that lockdown. And now the fight's just stringing back and forth, but still ending up in the favor of KC. They're controlling this one. Being calm in the manner in which they do it. We've talked about this team as being fiery, sometimes literally, in their compositions. But right now they're being controlled, following the leadership of Sadic, and I love this. Just completely resetting this fight. Okay, we don't know where Crashies is, but we can have a damn good guess as to where he isn't.
Well, we've seen Crashies win those fights before. Think back to that round on Bind that should have been done, and he manages to land a triple. That brings him right back into the site, back into the retake.
Blocking the wallbang.
They run into him, it could have been done, but instead Sugetsu's ready and waiting for the rotation. 7 on the board for KC. The lead extended, a guaranteed lead at the halftime. That was an incredible fight. Poor Sadic, you gotta feel hard done on the other side.
Spike down.
Even Kayak swinging in here with the operator. He was dealt with immediately. That's a big round from Sugetsu, leaving Fnatic with a couple of problems coming into this round. Take a look at the economy. You've got 2 players who'll be on pistols, on Stingers. You've got a Spectre in play. That weapon's not that good when you're up against pistols, let alone against Vandals.
The Viper's Pit's not bad though.
It could be good. Hide the projectiles.
He's definitely going to be using it in this round at some point, unless he gets eliminated immediately. Sadak again, we're talking... What? All right.
Cue it up, Andy.
Well, I think,
Take
yeah,
a
that was
replay of
just
that.
Martin jumping across and getting headshotted while doing it. It has been an insane performance from one man and one man alone. Elite under pressure.
Face your fear!
In the meantime, the Nightfall's gone in. This has bought that extra space for Sugetsu to play with. But even still, that's the spike now dropped through the pit. That was just, again, more spam coming out of Kayak. They've at least been able to deal with him. Maybe the main danger has gone. The rest of the weaponry, the main gun only really in Crashy's hands.
Being reliable, but he's not on the right side. See is where the push is coming down. Sugetsu can't really afford to play through this pit. They have no idea where Chronicle is, and fighting inside of it is almost a sure loss. If he goes down here, they have to go B. But now they've got options. Door, though, is going to lock them out, so another swing needed. 22 seconds. Pit still up. Spike on its way. Chronicle far back enough that he won't be able to fight this, but he steps forward and sprays down Aves. Now Crashy takes Sugetsu, and Elite is all alone. The spike needs to be planted. He has to stick this.
Chance.
They've got the bodies to throw at this. The round is now done. All Crashies has to do is round this corner, live or die. The round is for Fnatic.
It's been a back and forth throughout this map so far, with Casey, I think, deservedly in the lead, playing incredibly well on their side of things. But there is still a lot more to come. We'll find out if they can close this after the break.
Welcome back, folks. 7-5. KC, as Tom said, deservedly in the lead after that first half, but plenty more still to fight for. Fnatic, one of the best teams at playing from behind, now move to their attack side here on Lotus.
Kayak is 20-11 and is losing. Like, it just doesn't seem fair. He's been having an incredible performance on this map, and funnily enough, the second highest fragger in the server is Sadak. And I said it. Like, I think just having more time with this roster, obviously it was thrown together a mass mix of cultures. He has only got better and better. Well, make that number 21 for Kayak. I think he's coming for that May record that was pulled out only a day or so ago.
You think the average lifespan of Alfier has been on this map like 15 seconds? I feel like he's barely played. Guy has been shut down in almost every early fight. Think of the defense towards C side. He was just being shredded through smokes, through walls. It didn't matter. I actually think we could add a stat of how many people he saw, and it would not be that many.
Here.
Having a really tough game.
Luckily, Kayak is getting enough kills for the both of them. Or maybe not. They are losing. Sadak, already spotted, and a couple of low players, which means the Kayak 3K and pistols is becoming more and more likely as the seconds go by. It's something that Fnatic have always been a master of on this map, is playing with those rotations, spamming the doors, trying to bait people into making a move. Still 2 players committed to the B site, but it seems like Sadak is starting to realize where this push is coming in, and Elite will have the majority to do here.
Elite as well. Oh, no! Martin doesn't. That's disastrous. I thought it was going to be another messy fight in favor of Chronicle. Luckily, he is taken down, but it's a 2v2. It's winnable yet again.
1 enemy remaining.
Damage on both of those players, though, and KC will close it out. That got a little messy, and a round that Martin will be quick to forget.
They got it over the line. That's the main thing, especially with how low HP their players were and how this round sort of started out. It was actually the fact that they didn't over-rotate with all the steps and push in the last sort of 20 seconds or so on the other side of the map that left them still with players in position. And while both players, I believe, on 25 HP.
One more.
Let's go. He's actually playing a roller coaster simulator at the same time.
One more. That's the most animated I think I've ever seen him. But it was a right jump scare.
That's how you do. You got dodge bullets in real life. That's how you get good at the game.
Oh man. Bringing the virtual reality to life, but for Fnatic, it's a Marshall in this round. It's a couple pistols upgraded. Not much else to report back on. Still with Kayak on the server, you can never count them out. 21 and 12 with 5 rounds in their favor. Look, no matter what happens, he always shows up. Did he show up in this round? There's so much up against them. Alpha, yeah, there it is, an opening duel for Alpha. He's back on the horse. Chronicles picked up 1. Wall's going to go down soon. That gives Alpha the chance.
Not again.
On that side swipe, they keep it up a little longer. The reset as those players fall back. A nice shot. Good damage dealt by Alpha.
Not as much as he'd like.
Definitely not, but a 4v3 nonetheless.
Oh, we can't do this in both halves, can we? This horrific back and forth, but it seems like we're on for it again. Alfie has now found himself a Guardian, as if things weren't bad enough, but Sugetsu is at least going to even up the scoreline. Alpha puts another in the dirt, and that time has been ticking for a while. He's in a good position, and realistically, Boaster, all he has to do is run in and try and deny this. There goes one. Sadak, I feel like he almost actually tried to stick it. It's going to be incredibly late while Boaster realizes, actually, I can just run in and die. It is going to go back and forth. It is going to continue. The madness of Lotus. Oh, it's doing my head in.
They've done it again, man. Second round win.
They can't keep getting away with this.
Get away with that. Fnatic have been poor in pistol rounds here, but great at the follow-ups.
But then even worse in the follow-up
And then even worse in round 3. Let's hope that doesn't continue, because they need a way back into this game.
I get your crosshair and I'm back.
He gets his crosshair and he's back. That's all he needed. Hell, I think we all need Kayak's crosshair. Zeiss, he needs a break.
Yeah. And the coaches have like a technical pause. It's all right. They'll somehow win this round. Elite. Hey, look, see? There you go. Sadak's already managed to get one. Elite also has a Guardian. What are we worrying about, guys? This is normal.
Fnatic get the right protocols there. They fall back a little bit. How? That's hilarious. Alpha has an outlaw, and he sprinted over like, oh, there's a spare rifle for me now, and they threw it off the map.
Yeah, you know, but he's going to get more with the outlaw in theory. He's got a new crosshair. That's really going to help him with his outlaw shots.
I think he wanted that Vandal, but you know,
he doesn't get to make choices.
Been made for him. Fair enough. Well, that's played back in the comms. I'm sure he had a hilarious reaction to that. Pistol still, and like you said, look, no shields, light shields for Sugetsu. Alpha's got the right weapon for it. Right tool for the job. And only one man waiting for them on the C side. It's a low buy, so that Cypher not as scary as it could be. No traps. Nothing to be worried about except the weapon in his hand. Elite is the man with the Guardian. He's the man with a chance in these fights, and Alpha, he might not have gotten that with a Vandal.
Who knows?
Oh, no, no.
This is an interesting decision. I think he's still, in his mind, he's still playing the chamber. Thinking, okay, we've got to get back into my TP range. or just wanted to try and pad the stats. Aves should be dead and will be. Semblance of normality being brought back to what has been a manic. Oh, no.
You're speaking too soon again.
No, it's not.
They've got rifles now.
It's fine. Sugetsu's too far away. The clock is already gone. Boaster's gonna get the last 2 kills. It's fine. It's fine. Everybody, your heart rate is gonna slowly drop back down. Everybody breathe. Deep breath.
I'm telling you, that Devard must have a damn good cardiologist.
How's he not bald? I think he wears a wig.
I must be. When will he wear wigs? When will you wear wigs, Tom? I remember you pulled one out, what, 2 years ago? It looked good, man.
That was for GB.
You and Golden Boy? Yeah, you look great. You should do it again.
I'll do anything.
Give the fans what they want.
Anything.
Oh, my goodness. I'm not going to test that, dude.
Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to.
Well, 1 round between them now.
The more I say it, the more sadistic it sounds. So we're going to move on. Anything, though. We do have ourselves a close or 2. And we got rifles. Wonderful. I'm always happy to see a rifle. These guys just be normal. Fnatic, though, have brought this back. And it's becoming a scarier prospect for KC. As I said, in recent times, they've been better on their defense, but historically, Fnatic were always masters of this attack. And also the teams they were up against, no offense to KC, were of a higher caliber. Well, you'd expect the double duelists, obviously, to be better on that attack side, so not having that buffer might be a little bit tougher.
I'm spitting today. A few shots fired out towards Rubble. Players spotted, but the repeat necessary to contain that info. Martin flashes through, tries to open the door for Fnatic. He ends up falling. Aves trading, though, it's kept even. They took out Kayak, the man with the showstopper.
They stay in front of this. There's only...
Well, no, they got to fall back.
Oh, I'm saying, yeah, I was thinking maybe someone would try and get aggressive in front of it, but instead they will fall back, going into the plant with 5 seconds on it. No denial, but they have stopped the aggression. And in the meantime, they have picked off everyone else. Alfier's new crosshair is going to be put to the test. Going to try and spam through the smoke. Bullets now becoming an issue as he has to reload, but they're still not on this. They're hoping they can kill him off. Maybe once that smoke fades. They've still got time to play with. They're not quite covering, though. Aves has let go once again. This time they're covering, while Sugetsu will have the shot. We got there in the end.
Yeah, that was a little bit spooky. Look at the HP left on these players. The regen shields from our team brought him back up to 50. But the rest were in the danger zone, and then some. 61, actually. Still, we tanked those 2 shots either way. The rest of the squad just won, and considering he was a bullet away from dropping Aves on that defuse the first time, this could have been a much spookier round, but one that KC convert anyways. 9-7, 2-round gap, and although Fnatic come in with a showstopper, although they come in with a Nightfall, the weaponry is not looking good. Only 2 rifles to play with.
They got a rifle and Kayak.
Yeah,
that's like half their kills. I'll be fine.
Certainly hasn't stopped them before.
That's you look at the kill spread on KC, the difference is 2 between the whole team, and between Kayak and Chronicle is 10. It really does feel like he's had to put on a show and almost carry them through the defensive part. But on the attack, when he's being sent through first, it becomes a much tougher task for him to do things individually. No surprise, though, that he has one of the rifles, even with the showstopper. They could have just sent him through, hope he gets a pick with the showstopper, and maybe they get an extra gun, but with how good he's been, let him keep both.
He's already sent through, it doesn't even catch. Let's just ignore that. Doesn't even catch Chronicle. But KC are able to win the battles nonetheless. It was a solid opening from Aves, some not so well placed utility, but a 5 versus 2 anyways. The showstopper won't be committed here, and spike down and well protected. This round looks to be put to bed already. It's only Crashy's in the way. A classic in his hand.
30 seconds left.
No chance to get that across the line. It is an in-zone flawless for KC. Double digits now secured.
Yeah, Really nice couple of rounds from them. The amount of delay and sort of patience in the last round, and in this one it was winning the fights against the players they needed to. That's what they get an in-zone flawless, and you slow-mo him missing his nade. That is toxic.
Andy, we're going to be having words after this game.
We found the Fnatic fan.
We're going to be having words after this game, I'll tell you that. But yeah, for Fnatic, a timeout called here, and it's a necessary moment to take a breather. 3 rounds behind, economy being put on the line in this round. 2 ultimates for them, but 5 on the other side. This is where KC could deny the slam dunk, deny the way back through, and just slam that door in Fnatic's face right as they look to walk back into this series.
I do like the Zeish's contribution there was to give a thumbs up that the team can't see. So I like this. It was a good fun. Well done, guys. To be honest, they're in a relatively comfortable position, as you said. The ult economy is definitely in their favor. The overall credit economy is in their favor. I think they've, across the board, been having a better game other than Kayak. And that's always going to end up evening out. Unless you're May on DFM, then sometimes that can be enough. 10-7. Fnatic looking close to losing their own map choice. And Icebox up next.
Blow something up.
Another classic Fnatic map, but KC happy to go there.
He's made to start, that's free control. KC denied it completely. There's no rubble fight for Fnatic. Try as they might. Now they're sent back in the other direction. Still 2 players waiting, and I love this. Little jiggle peek coming through. Wow, that's more than a jiggle peek from Elite. Paranoia being held by Sugetsu. They're looking to fight for this round after the initial battle. In goes the showstopper, and it's a double for them. Sugetsu TPing across with his Paranoia and getting out for free. A 4v2 setup, and this was the danger. We talked about 5 ultimates for KC. Well, they still have 4, and the advantage is clearly in their favor. 50 seconds on the clock, and Fnatic with no ground. Very little chance to find a round that they very much need. KC looking close to a map 3 secured.
Martin did have a gate crash on A, but that has now faded. He won't have the quick rotation. Sugetsu will. He is a little bit low on HP, so has to be careful, but has the vision above, and the kill on Chronicle is free. It was a showstopper that kicked it off, but it seems like it's Sugetsu might be there to finish. Althea left in a 1 versus 4 scenario, and well, even getting the spike down might be a little bit difficult. You could see that KC were just waiting for him to even start before they approach, before they look to surround and tag even further down. Oh, he's not even going to get the 1. It is comfortable and controlled from Carmine Core.
Yeah, it's a great round. They had 5 ultis. They only commit 2. Both have huge impact. The Paranoia setup from Sugetsu lands everything it needs to, blinding those players, allowing him to TP across and follow up with another kill from the corner. This was it. They couldn't hear him.
30 seconds left.
Players Paranoia looked to fight back forward, and he'd already slipped through their grasp. 11 on the board, and then a from the shadows that he used to relocate on top of the box. Delete the cross, I believe, of Crashies. 4 rounds in it, but KC, they seem to be miles ahead. 22 kills for Kayak, but it's just not been enough to keep this map close. And after a dominant display on KC's map pick, Fnatic have gone missing here towards the end of this map.
Well, I think he had 20 in the first half.
He did.
So, like, he's cooled off. The role is definitely tougher on the attack, but you're kind of hoping that somebody else would step up in his wake. He's still going to get them the opener here, but Sugetsu has only got better heading onto this defensive side. Keeps them honest, keeps things even. But there are a couple of low players, him and Martin, tagged up. Although Martin's Outlaw is an operator in this round.
Yep. Shields are 25 across the board. With no contact being seen, this will just be a walk-up from Fnatic. They may be shift peeking into his angle. They use utility like the Paranoia that's in play. That could give them a leg up, but it's actually the double peek through the door. Crashy's the first man in, finds his mark. Now seeing the turret. But with Alpha Air down, the turret is too. They're back now, wide open, being approached on. Viper's Pit comes into play, but look at the ults on the other side. Fnatic still has that Nightfall to work with, and that is going to buy them a lot of information. They know where these players are. They can try to hunt down Chronicle. The Seas nade goes through, but he barely avoids a Paranoia in. Perfectly timed. Crashies is there for another. A big round from this man. He's got the weaker weapon of the Guardian in his hand, but that may just give them the win. Chronicle's low, vulnerable to a spam. Doing so is risky, and that's exactly the danger we warned of. A double from Chronicle brings Fnatic up to 8.
He's there for the close, but it really felt like Crashy's coming alive when they needed him. The initial fight traded well, but it's those two entries. The first onto Martin, and then the second as they try and rotate back into the site.
One enemy remaining.
Decent hold from Fnatic, one that was definitely necessary. As we know, and I'm sure as KC will know, you can't give them a window back into a game, especially on Lotus.
Danger is certainly lurking on the attack side. Been denied a lot of space to start this out, but they've taken rubble. As a response, still conscious that could be something quite dangerous around any corner. There could be an AWP.
It's an interesting point, because I feel like most teams battle much harder on the A side of the map, but KC have been consistently battling C, and they've done that throughout the majority of this half.
Yeah, they very much have. I think we've seen a C's nade on A in one round that I remember. And even then, they immediately gave up control and fought harder to the left side. This is been a change up in priorities to what we're used to seeing. Good reason. Fnatic are again moving towards this C site, but this time it's only Elite. He predicted that. Caught Boaster. The hat off his head gets them info, but no one is here to execute on the back of it.
Taking some control back towards Waterfall.
30 seconds
Martin
left.
does have the dimensional drift. It seems like Alva's trying to get ahead of it, and that's exactly what he's done. Sadak, though, still managed to trade things back even. Keep things close. Martin is slowly figuring out the picture of where these players are sitting. I don't think he spotted Crashies up above. Oh, this is a big mistake. Not spotting him there, and even from the top rope, he'll drop down. It is a 9th for Fnatic. The brutal battle of Alpha, and then the calm hands of Crashies.
That's exactly it, man. He just looked unshaken there. It being put down to a 1v1 in a round that if they lose, this map falls apart. KC on map point, likely to bring us to a third. And he just pulls out a classic, goes for the drop shot. His opponent knew where he was. Tried to wrap around the other side, but assuming, obviously, he would drop down, play the more passive role there. That's not Crashies, not right now. He's feeling it. That's 2 big rounds from him. And now 2 rounds between them as Fnatic close the gap and the economy of KC starts to stretch thin. They've still got a decent amount of credits. Got that loss bonus building, that fight. It's decent, a 1-to-1 trade, but Fnatic looking to exploit the C site. This time, Traps and Sagetsu close alongside Elite.
Not quite the operator I wanted, but Boaster does now have a sniper again. It's a read into the shields of the opponent. They're looking to get themselves into post-plant. Kayak has just been wrecked. These smoke shots from Elite have been sublime. They are still going to lose that space. Don't have the ults of their own, but they are going to get back in maybe a little bit quicker than Fnatic would like. They've immediately used themselves the Nightfall, and I think that has connected at least a bit.
Heard the Outlaw now.
Careful.
They know what they're up against, a big danger lurking. Oster not going for the reload, eventually does. Okay, back to 2 shots. Smoke off for spawn as well. Got to run through that. Boaster takes advantage of it to swing into Waterfall. He's found one. The second shot doesn't land, but Crashies again is there to pick up the pieces. A 1v1, a single shot for Fnatic, and they will stay alive here, closing the gap bit by bit, round by round, now just 1 away.
had a feeling the KC timeout would be coming, but it's kind of a brutal one because these last couple of rounds have literally come down to one player. I don't think a lot of the decision-making has been particularly bad. It's just that Fnatic have started to come up clutch again. And maybe that's it. It's just that they want to try and quell the momentum, try and slow down their opponents in these clutch scenarios, because we are starting to get those extra pieces of Fnatic coming online. And more importantly for KC, if you're looking at the finances, this is going to be their last-ditch effort. This is going to be them having to put everything on the table. Elisha's smaller than I remember.
Yeah, he has slowly receded into that chair.
His legs are actually in the next room. There we go. Wait a minute, can he hear me? That's very weird timing. I don't like that.
Well, he sat up and locked
Check him
in.
headphones.
One round between them. That big lead for KC closed into a tiny gap. Boaster the best clutcher. That has been the case for a long time.
Yeah.
This guy is always putting clutches and always
feels low
winning.
for Boaster.
And the thing is as well, it's not, you know, you could be leading that stat with like, oh, the guy was in 4 clutches and he won 3 of them. Great. But this isn't the case. Boaster's in a lot of clutches. He's last alive a lot of the time. He shows up when he needs to. 1 round in between them. KC's economy spread thin. The final threads fraying from the loom, and KC could be left torn in pieces after what was a strong showing here on Lotus. The map pick up Fnatic for a reason.
Starting to let these rounds slip away. Boaster under serious pressure, and so is Kayak. This early start has been perfection. And while Crashy's been a hero a couple of times, but this would have to be the best of them. Left into a 1v4 with an ace needed. It should be KC now getting 12, and we mentioned it. Constant pressure put onto the C side with aggression. They switch it up. They catch them early on A. Oh, Crashies is desperately looking for a gap slash a 1v1. He's found the gap. I don't think they're going to give him the 1v1.
This is the problem. You come back to a 4v1 retake, even getting the plant here, it's not going to be enough.
30
especially with
seconds
the traps still online on this C site. They'll know that he hasn't ran back to main. The leak close by, they might even be able to take the box of Waterfall. This becomes an impossible situation for Crashies. He goes for the open plant at least, but it's the cam and the traps keeping all of that info in their favor. He knows there's a cam here, wants to deal with it, but it's not active. That's late round info. There it is. They've just cleared it with the camera. They know that he should be close after breaking that trip, and they swing together. Perfectly played. No notes for the side of KC. I love the change up here. It's the still water that stagnates. They decide not to play that C play. Instead, stacking up for a trap on A, opening the door, throwing the paranoia in. They've got their C's and their nade, and every piece of utility lands exactly as it needs to.
The take is good. It's more so the timing as well. Like having the read that your opponents will do that. If they're not there, you've lost half your utility belt. Trying to kill off maybe a lurker or a player or two, but they got the read spot on. And now Fnatic are the ones on the brink. 12-10 down. They've got a couple of SMGs in the mix as well. It's definitely not ideal. And with the ultimates that are currently up against them, this could be a very tough round.
Landing in favor of KC. Now Fnatic close the distance. Nightfall goes in. They know there's a player close. Prowler confirms that info as another scene to the right side. They're answered back on with a Nightfall on the other side. KC, they've stopped the push. And the info now, look at even the ping going down. They're conscious that KC may have pushed up. They may have taken all this space on Rubble. Going back towards A presents many a risk. Much utility needed to clear out those angles. Instead, they'll contact towards this side of the map, but that's where the showstopper was waiting. The B site held firmly by KC, and options running out for Fnatic. 4 versus 4.
Behind the box up close. think that, yeah, I was going to say that gate crash isn't going to last for long, but he's got a second to be put into position, but he is not the point of call. The cam hasn't got the information. They've actually dodged. There we go. That's the information they needed. Sugetsu immediately looks to join back up with his teammate. The paranoia is incredibly well placed, and so is the snakebite. It's forced Sugetsu out. And actually, they're just going to play this as a retake. I don't mind that. A dangerous fight that could have been taken. And whoa, speaking of dangerous fights, they've gone swinging.
Shadows traveling.
They wanted to try and get ahead of everything that Casey had in the retake. Instead, they've given them a huge advantage.
Nothing to fall back on. Kayak was 1 kill away from the showstopper with him dead and gone. It's online, but it might not be able to be used before this map is over. Boaster with a stinger up close. He needs so much value from this play. They'll flash in the smoke. They'll come out of it. The stinger does damage, but not enough. A 1v3 for Chronicle. One of the greatest players to grace the scene. And this could be the play to keep them alive. 17 health. And the time running low, but KC get there in the end. 13 to 10. 1 to 1. And the final map of Icebox is where this series will be decided.
I thought he had it for a second. I genuinely believed that he was going to be there to take that one over the line. It was a battle. It was fought for. But KC, on their opponent's map choice, have been the ones to come out on top. An impressive display that will lead us to Icebox, which we'll find out after the break.
Open door. Knock, knock, on 1, 2, 3, we say, make them depressed, okay? Okay. 1, 2, 3, make them depressed. Bro, look at me, bro.
What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. Tunnel vision. Enjoy with your mates, cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You playing with my heart.
we have a game on our hands. Maybe the weirdest game on our hands, but it's still a game. I am your hosting, so I'm joined by Gorilla and Billy once again. I feel like I've aged about 100 years since I last saw you two. What did you make of Lotus?
It was a bit of back and forth, wasn't it? I think the first few rounds were kind of weird, and then it kind of set the tone for what that whole map was going to end up being. Nice to see that Fnatic have kind of figured out their attack a little bit more. I think one of the last times that we saw them on Lotus, they were really running down the clock as much as they could. So there's definitely learnings that they've taken away from this map.
Yeah, and I think like especially towards the end, it really got towards like a bit of a nail biter of a series, especially like that last round with Kron. He almost like closed that out and able to take us the distance.
They did. They nearly did, indeed. But for KC, I think this bodes well because every time they play Fnatic, they lose in these positions. You know, they'll be like 11-6 up and somehow lose. So this is a new KC we're seeing. So if you're a KC fan, you will be happy about this. But these are some of the rounds, Billy, you just mentioned, where it was just weird.
It was weird. There's no
So
other
weird.
words to describe it. Yeah, it was literally weird. And what KC did to Fnatic on this second round, Fnatic ended up doing to KC on the second round of the opposite half. So yeah, it was really confusing. But I think for me, what this highlights is the trades, the synergy that KC have with one another. It looks really, really good, and that's what's allowing them to be able to convert these rounds. Because in the past, KC were not able to do that earlier this year.
You can't be throwing these 4v2s though, Gorilla.
No, I think like this year especially, we're moving more into towards an era of Valorant where macro isn't really as important as it was maybe a few years ago, and more towards like just fundamentals and micro and how you're playing together and can my friend trade me? Can you know like it's really important, especially this year. And as I said, like last year, maybe year before, it wasn't as.
Yeah, and then when they're shooting, they're just shooting. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do about that. Alpha, however, on the defense, not so much shooty, a little bit more die. So yeah, these are his deaths on defense.
It's really not ideal, is it? Like when your Sentinel especially is going down majorly towards the C site, I think as well, like we can see from those dots on the map that yes, KC were looking to fight further and beyond that C site to get as much space as they could. But I think for Alpha, he was 0-4 on that defensive half, which is really not great, right? You're expecting your Sentinel to be able to get at least a couple of first picks here and there to be able to anchor that site, which was something that both Gorilla and I were kind of speaking about in the green room.
Yeah, and I think like maybe if just one of those fights had gone the other way, it would be here like well, I mean, I think you'd be out there doing post plan at this point.
I wish, Gorilla, I had dinner plans, I had to cancel them. But I mean, so much about their Lotus is that Kron Alpha C hold, right? And it only works if they're both alive. So him leaving Kron in those situations was not ideal. We will be heading to Icebox, and this is where I get very worried because Gorilla Alpha not having the greatest day on the server today and not able to play any duelist or any chamber, because if they don't change anything, we'll see the Killjoy again.
Yeah, I mean, historically he's been good on this on the Killjoy on Icebox, and I think it's a very much right. You put your turret for mid, you put your alarm bot for B, and then you just go shoot. Like that is it's a pseudo duelist. But I'm more worried about KC. I think they've lost this map once this year, which for me is a bit worrying.
Yeah, I think today, to keep on the topic of Alpha, I think it's an unusual off-performance from Alpha today, something that we probably wouldn't be speaking about another day. I think Icebox is concerning for both teams. This is a map that they both enjoy playing, they like to go to, so they're probably happy that it's ended up being the decider for today. Fnatic usually going for that double Sentinel approach like we were discussing, but then KC opting for that double smokes and have since moved away from the Teho when we saw them play it recently. So I'm intrigued to see how these compositions go up against one another.
And so often when you get to this point, it's not even about prep per se anymore. It's who's less tired, who's got more steam, who's got more stamina and can actually hold this down. And this is where maybe we expect things to go even weirder, you know? Maybe even more.
I think you're valid in saying that.
Yeah, maybe
honestly.
more 5v2 throws. Maybe we'll see a 1v5 at some point. Why not?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a fair comment. It's like you say, it comes down to how tired are the teams, right? We obviously saw this matchup last week, and they've had to come into today. Alpha saying that they only had 2 days prep to bring it back to that point. Fnatic having to come back from Masters Toronto as well. Like, the prep for Fnatic has been limited, and yeah, it's like you say, how much stamina do both teams have in the tank?
And it looks like we're not going to get anything too weird.
No, I think like this has been Fnatic's main comp for years, apart from when the chamber meta, but this is kind of the go-to comp for them, similar to Lotus. I really like the KC comp. The Omen, I think, is a really good substitute for the duelist. Like, you know, being able to smoke pipes, being able to smoke silver and be main, like obstructing Fnatic's ability to actually get through those initial angles, of which they only really have a Sova drone apart from that to be able to do it. Otherwise, they just have to kind of face check.
Yeah, I'm still worried at the fact that Crash is just hovering. He's been doing that to us all day today. But it's like you say, Martin, I think, is someone that kind of showed us that Omen as a duelist within EMEA at the start of this year. I think that he's looked absolutely spot on it. I think for me, Chronicle on Sage, I'm expecting him to go big. I think that he's not looked at his kind of peak performance today either, which I think is fair to say. So yeah, it's like you say, it is who's going to be able to carry us through it.
And the danger for me is Fnatic, they faced Heretics on this comp, less than a week ago, like 5 days ago, and they kind of look like they didn't have a Scooby-Doo at times. So at this point, you know, they have to learn from things like that. This is not any overcook coming out of KC. There's no excuses at this point.
No, I mean, there really isn't. The only excuse I would give is that Fnatic are arguably more experienced, but at the end of the day, some of the players now on KC that you've got with Zagetsu and Sadhak, like, can I even make that argument?
Yeah, exactly. And I tell you what, Sadhak is not going to let them do it to him twice, you know? Not on this map, not again. And he's been playing so well, leading from the front on that Lotus, not afraid to set up all of those really clever trap plays as well. I think every trap play that he caught did go his way.
Yeah, I think also with Sadhak, when I did some research into it for my old team, is he's the player, I think, in EMEA that plays the least ranked out of everybody. I think only him and Kaiko are the Kiko are the ones.
Kiko doesn't play ranked.
He doesn't play the game. So it's like those two to see both of them like, you know, doing this well. Maybe I got it all wrong, and maybe at the end of the day, you guys just don't play the game. And
who's got the most then?
Oh, that I
Look
don't
into
know.
your stats. Who's got the most?
I don't know. I think it might be like, you know, I imagine Kayak plays a lot. Filu on Koi also plays an awful, like, I think he had like over 100 and some games last act.
Jeez, well, I think that we can definitely tell that Kayak is probably playing a lot of rank, right? He's been absolutely popping off so far today, and I think as well, he went positive in that last map and they still managed to lose, which is really unfortunate. But something that we didn't really see Kayak play in that last map was the operator, right? And we know that he looks really, really good on it. So that's something that I'm going to be keeping my eye on going into Icebox. I think that his jet op could be a difference maker here.
And dare I say, I don't believe we've had a Sadhak versus Boaster on Icebox since lock-in 2023. So Mitch and Tom, this has got to be a banger.
Well, KC have earned their right to fight Fnatic on Icebox, and it's Sadhak on the KO. The Heretics match that Yinsu mentioned, that was where Woot dominated. He was the downfall of Fnatic on this map. He was on the KO. All eyes on Sadhak.
Yeah, all eyes on Sadhak, the man who I've just found out doesn't play rank when Filu does, and
the math is mathing.
Who's been playing better? Don't play rank, guys. That's why No, I'm kidding.
Hold on.
Kidding.
Whoa.
Kidding. But buy all the skins. Anyway, we are going into Icebox. A battle, like, that's such a sort of a cool stat to bring out about them not playing since.
These stats
a
are telling
day
me
that
that
probably
Fnatic
gives
are pretty
Sadhak
good.
nightmares. It could have retakes. Maybe they just don't retake very much. There you go.
It could be. Yeah, it could
Pretty
be.
sure the number was at the end, but let's
look at the
ignore
sample
that.
size here.
Maybe it's with 1. It can't be because
They
the
don't
percentage
play
wouldn't add up.
Icebox often, you know.
No,
so,
they
yeah.
don't. I don't think they like this map.
No, least favorite.
Neither
for
of
sure.
them do. I think that's the
No
polar
good ideas
opposite
on it either.
Polar opposite of what the desk said. You can figure out who you believe.
Those two you want.
Is it 2 morons or 3? No, I'm kidding. Alfia is already going to be starting off with a bang. A man who had a bit of a rough previous map. But this is a map that made him a legend. To get to, already taking a lot of damage as well. Getting a bit tougher for him to survive.
Yeah, good target isolation by Fnatic. They send Sagetsu's alone, isolate him, drop him, and Alpha already off to a great start. His first blood on the board, and there's no blood drawn for KC, and in zone flawless to kick off Icebox in favor of Fnatic.
But as we know, the first rounds don't matter.
About round 2, isn't it? All about round 2. Now, surely they won't be pulling that out here.
Yeah, I said that last time. I regretted it, so.
Pass the buck to me. Lovely.
Yeah. Nothing has been purchased other than Sugetsu buying light shields. Which I'm not sure why.
Stuck with it. Yeah,
that seems like a waste of credits, but hey, Sugetsu, a far better player than I, so let's see.
Well, he's going to be on the wide swing, but Elite won't. He's already been dropped straight through the smoke. Boaster spam, finding one. Sugetsu with his shields hiding in the corner. Crashy's set to take him down. An interesting fight on the A site, though, as we've already lost Chronicle. That weapon will be difficult to retrieve with players flooding back in to claim that space in favor of Fnatic. Now, there's not much to report on. Not much hope. That shock dart does a lot of damage. 12 HP left on Aves. The element of surprise, his only friend, but a shot or two from Alfier closes this round out. He is on fire starting this one out. 5 orbs, turned to 6 with a diffuse, 5 claimed by Blood alone. But close to that lockdown.
I think Crashies must have heard about the 1,000 assists for Boaster and has decided, I'm going to try and do that with shock darts alone. Because I think he had one in the first round, he had a couple in this round.
Nice!
Bouncing him off the back wall.
He's back!
Nah, good job. I saw the spam. It's all good.
But that's it, he is back. Alfier had a really rough time on Lotus. That first half, he was being decimated. Even in battles where he couldn't see his opponents. Through walls, through smokes, it didn't matter. Now, 2-0 start for Fnatic. Follow up on the pistol. Something that, you know, often you wouldn't speak about at all. But in this series, it has been much harder to claim than you might imagine.
In an aggressive position. One of these teams is playing a quote-unquote bonus round. I don't blame you for not knowing which one it is. It is a very good buy coming in for Fnatic.
Spike down B.
They managed to keep everything from the prior round and then invest back into this one. And they are just slaughtering KC. It's looked like the bear was poked and now the bear is mad. As only 2 are standing. Martin's done well though. He's at least picked off Boaster. That gets rid of the orb. I mean, it's a little bit tougher for Fnatic on the entry back.
Martin up top, though. If they can find him, this round's already in the bag. They've spotted him now with the jump peak, and he'll bail down from that position. Smoke goes up. It's going to block them out towards the spawn. Shot whizzes past his head, but he survives to tell the tale. Paranoia, maybe even a little bit early. Expecting this retake to be much faster than it is, and the peak's out. They get nothing. A bonus round for Fnatic. They come in with basically full weaponry. What the disadvantage is a Guardian.
Yeah.
They get out with only 1 player lost. KC off to a slow start on Icebox.
It's definitely something that they couldn't really afford to lose, and more importantly, couldn't afford to lose that clean. It was very, very comfortable. And we're actually getting a KC timeout off the back of it. I mentioned it, I think it was what, 2-1 in the previous map where they called a pause. They're doing the same again. And they have been very impactful pauses. Whether it is on that attack side with Zeish, or whether on the defense for Eng. Seems like they switch up who is going to be talking, most part, to the leader of Sadak. But with the fact that already Martin is the only player on the board for his team, you kind of understand why they want to try and slow the pace at least a little bit, especially with Alfier being 6-0. I think even just letting him sit there for a little bit might be a good idea. Which crosshair has he got now? That's what we need to know.
Oh, it's got to be still Kayaks. Come on. He started to heat up once he stole it.
But do you believe that he would sit there and not in the 20-minute interval not change his crosshair again? Because I believe he will have changed it again.
He might. I mean, he was certainly searching for a solution in that realm. But I don't know. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And towards that second half.
This is his POV now, right? That is a different crosshair. It was a little white cross before.
He actually changed it up.
He has. The blue. He wasn't on. I'm sure at the end of the game he was not on the blue dart.
No, you're right. It was a little white.
Yeah. It's like that.
Well, secret to success. I'll be copying that when I get home.
It won't work for you.
Thanks, man. I love the fun. It's always good to feel like someone believes in me.
I've seen your crosshairs. They're horrible.
That's just outrageous. They're unique, that's for sure. But Alfier might have cracked the code. He's already found himself another opening duel. Lockdown online for the late stages of this round, and shouldn't really be needed. It's already a 5v3. They're up against weaker weapons. They're up against light shields. Alfier is just tearing them a new one.
Okay, he's not
done
in God
himself
mode.
a double, but he's been finally taken out. I think that's his first death so far, and has been unkillable.
He'll come back with a new crosshair next.
Back to the white cross we go. And this is it. The Outlaw is just going to shred through these players. They know where Martin is now. He's running into the Outlaw itself. The shots don't land, but Boaster's there for the trade. A decent bit of damage for KC, considering how the previous rounds went. But ultimately, Fnatic look like they have full control.
Yeah, no, they're still very comfortable. Wow. You're looking at each player has died once on the Fnatic side, and Crashies has yet to die. Hasn't had a whole lot to do thus far, other than hitting people with shot darts, but
don't be sad.
it's been very comfortable. And for KC, Martin is still the only player to be on the board. This is not the time to go silent. With Fnatic's recent form on this map, looking somewhat stronger on the attack, it's definitely not the greatest of signs.
The same orb thrown towards B, but look at the push-up. Deep control being taken right now by Kayak. He's already in their spawn, the turret, much more passive, but with a lockdown in play, they can send these players running back. Might be used before the plant even goes down to open that door for Kayak. Cloudburst activated. I'm not sure if they were close enough to hear that, but the turret actually fired off. Elite's looking the right way. He finds himself the pick. Plant comes in, and lockdown is a response. That's full site control for Fnatic, but they might just look to pick them off as they fall back a little early as Alfier. Sugetsu finds him. Advantages piling up in favor of KC as a 5v3 in play, but off the back of the lockdown, they're going to attempt to at least get it to half. The problem is that cost the life of Crashies. Up goes the wall though. Chronicle in with the chance.
Oh, no.
They've got to be quick. They've got to run it down, and it looks like he'll get it. A Red Bull clutch for Chronicle. His wall saves the day, and the blue wall on the other side is crumbling.
There's two things there from Fnatic that are brilliant. One is the Sage Wall, and the second is what Boaster does with the screen. He realizes he can't activate it while he's currently in the null command, so he runs all the way back to the spawn, activates the screen so they can get it to half, and then once they've already got it, he's running back in. Just a small detail that is a complete difference maker in the round. And while, without even doing any damage, they managed to win themselves their 5th round. It's a heartbreaker for KC. Well, we can talk about damage all we like, but when it's 5-0, they're not going to care. And while a headshot machine of Sugetsu has just whiffed heavily, unfortunately.
This is a big blow dealt. 4 players alive and you lose the round. That's a gooding loss. Hunter's Fury put through as soon as the drone is. That player stood still and he'll be caught by the second pulse. Kayak dishes in a couple of bullets. And it's a full course for Fnatic because they are 5 versus 2. Right back on the horse after a close victory in the previous. This could be a dominant bounce back for a 6-0 lead. Martin and Elite, the only players standing in their way.
Expect at this point that the round is done. Martin's definitely been their best player so far, but when you don't have a round, that really doesn't mean anything. You can see how passive Fnatic are happy to be, not overextending, not overpeaking.
30 seconds left.
Well, Chronicle's even going to get the information on both players. 25 seconds now. And it might even just come down to trying to save the weaponry. They've got credits to play with. That's well played from Martin. He's done well, knows that Crashies is on the corner, but he's kind of having to try and do everything. And now, as they attempt to plant, that's where the push comes in from the remaining players. Their only goal is to try and deny, but somehow this comes close, but the time could be an issue again. No, they got it! Elite swung just in time to kill off Boaster. I thought the clock would be their undoing instead. Casey have made that stick.
Boaster didn't believe in the cancellation of the plant. He swung through for the trade. after an opening pick, a 5 versus 2. A Nano Swarm kill, and they had so many advantages here. The Hunter's Fury put through perfectly. Look at this, Kayak goes down to the Nano. Martin pushes the smoke and catches Chronicle. And it's that right there. It's Boaster pushing up, covering his teammate, allowing them to get that pick, or so they thought. But Elite surviving was their downfall. A close round, but this time in favor of KC. They finally found their first. Orb secured for Fnatic. They've got a res, they've got a pit to play with, a lot of safety nets. The Hunter's Fury used in the previous, the lockdown could be an issue, but now Sugetsu going down, that's going to cause a headache for KC.
It's back-to-back rounds. He has been the initial contact and the initial loss. They're putting pressure on him. Kayak at least keeps advantage, but Sadak's done fantastically well. Managing to clear out 2, but more importantly, the A site. There is a quick reaction, though. He's going to continue his aggression crash. He should have him dead to rights, but no. Somehow, Sadak, at least for now, has managed to live to tell the tale. Eventually, Boaster will close out the opponent, but the lockdown now in play. They should respect this. They're not, though. Alpha's gone in alone.
That's a mistake.
It's unnecessary.
Has been feeling it so far as shots have been landing, but this risk, I don't think it outweighs the reward. Hunter's Fury for the post plant. Boaster caught up top, the pit won't come into play. And it's Crashy's all alone. Needing the clutch, good read. He isolates a player, but he can't quite catch the kill. And now they're together. They've grouped up, swinging in as one. KC with a second round, and the bounce back is on.
I think that conversion rate is taking a big tumble. Like, there's been so many rounds where Fnatic have had mass advantages. Okay, the defuse in front of the opponent's eyes was wonderful, but this one was just, you're trying to close it out too quickly. You're trying to take a big risk.
So stupid.
Words of encouragement.
Yeah, you know, they'll never know. Now the economy of Fnatic is gone. 2 players pushing have already been spotted, and gonna be patient stuff from the side of KC. Seems like the plan from Fnatic was to just make as much noise as humanly possible and then fall back to the other side of the map. It doesn't seem like that has deterred KC at all.
Crashes was spotted there up on belt. The orb is his reward and just get out of here. Bladestorm rotates back into position. Kayak now on the head peak. No, he's actually going further. Jump up and look for this kick potentially. As the knife clears the way, KC still have space being taken on this B side of the map. Cross through mid is dangerous, but Alfier is being dropped. Now they've got their route to the B site. They've got their wall up as well. The shot's fired through by Chronicle!
Oh!
And he's found the lead through the wall. The green one and the wooden one.
30 seconds left.
That's a great pick for Fnatic. He's being pushed on now. They've closed the distance. They put the paranoia in, but the rotate from Boaster. There's another weapon here on the angle. Crashies has already found one. The numbers thinning on KC. They need someone to step up, and the Bladestorm is hunting down Sadak. Danger with that dash online, but he'll be sent back. He'll be delayed. That knife has bought them valuable time, and they look to execute him while the knife not in play.
I can't use that.
Tanking the nade till it's back online, but the time now ticking. Fnatic need to be quick. They've got to rush back into this site. So many tight corners to clear. A player stood down below in the form of Aves, and he's got a free pick for his patience. But now he's the last one standing. So low, he will be dropped, but the time is too far gone. In fact, Crashies won't even make it out, nor will Kayak. It's a Red Bull clutch for KC with one man buying them all the time they needed.
Yeah, they've made it costly, but I don't think KC are really going to care. Like, Aves is coming into this round with 9,000 credits, so although you've reduced the amount of weaponry, KC are slowly climbing their way back into this match. Ultimate-wise, things will come in relatively even, but
guys,
definitely look like
guys, time!
the last few have been firmly in KC's favor. Without the
A wonderful lineup, and there's no way Andy's going to put that in the replay. That's the best part.
I think that lineup actually came from the old KC roster. I think that one was from Screen.
The Guardian roster. Chronicles opened up. That's Martin down. A pit in play as well to fight through for KC. They might have ideas about taking it back. Mid is being cleared by Fnatic as we speak. That drone not quite heard by this squad. They don't know how much info is in the hands of Fnatic. They're not stacking up the A side as a result. Conscious players could have already crossed, and relying on this pit from Boaster, keeping the site under their control.
It's just sat in there with a shorty. Like there's no actual plans to fight.
Here.
He's assuming that they're going to try and clear him out of this position. They're just going to plant on the edge of this. It will mean that they have a limited amount of control, but will still mean that Fnatic have to try and force their way back into this one. It's not like there's a lockdown online. Unsure still one away. And now they're even going to lose their utility as well.
Nothing to get them back in. The Hunter's Fury, maybe you think they'll play more passive. Sadik, in their eyes, could be the point of contact, but a sneaky play late by Aves. This could be huge. Fnatic have so much space to fight back into this. They're going to pop the res. They're committing. Down goes the ult. And Boaster finds Aves. The snake in the grass dealt with a 2 versus 4 as a result. And with a lead down, all hope sits with Sadik. He's been walled off. And Kayak hits the shot from the top rope. Fnatic now 6-3 in the lead.
I always like it seems like with Boaster's utility.
Bro, relax.
Why are we showing it from all the POVs?
Come on, man. Actually kind of valuable that it blocks the drone.
This is the
Andy,
most.
relax, bro!
That's the most toxic
Chill out.
replay we've ever had in EMEA. I can't believe that that's been done. Oh my that has derailed everything I was about to say. I was going to say, I really like that Boaster knows the flaws in his own utility. Evidently, Sadak doesn't know the flaws in his.
Oh man, there was that was
we do
that
have
was so uncalled for.
Is there like
brother.
a segment of worst flash of the week? Because that was definitely it.
Let's make one. We'll make one now. Elite already down and out. Nice opening for Fnatic, but that has not meant anything in so many of these rounds. KC have been able to bounce back despite the early disadvantages. A fight being forced by Sagetsu. Not sure how I feel about this one. He's got players all around him. Even backing out of here is going to be tough.
Chronicle is not going to budge. Silly is made to. They're not wanting to overface. Now, Sugetsu has been wrecked almost every single round. And, well, the slow in combination with Boaster swinging. But again, there's a response. It seems to be the way a lot of these rounds go down. Is Fnatic get an advantage, and then there's a fight back in from KC. The guard of Aves is doing his job perfectly, but Crashies is still standing. He faces up against Sugetsu. 1-8 right now, but all he needs is one to double up his kills, and more importantly, add another round to the tally.
It's got to be frustrating to be in that coaching booth and watch these rounds, opening pick after opening pick, and we said it doesn't feel like it matters. The round is always up for grabs with big individual plays, and
another
you can also put it down to overheats on the other side. Players taking those fights. You look at Boaster, you look at Alfier. They're swinging in, they're taking unnecessary risks when the advantage is already clear.
Correct me if I'm wrong, the stat earlier was that they have some of the best retakes of anybody.
I might be confusing this with the previous map, but like 57%.
It's like, and when they're not playing them a lot of the time. And the ones we have seen have been solid.
Did you say retakes or 5v4s? Because the 5v4s
Retakes.
also came up earlier as they were the best team within stage one.
I think that was on Lotus though, right? That was the 80 whatever percent one.
Not sure if it was Lotus specific or not, but yeah, either way, they've historically been one of the best teams at playing once they get the advantage. And that's not been the case here. KC are doing a wonderful job of fighting back. Martin doesn't know where to aim. Everyone's dead. He's playing whack-a-mole, but someone else is hitting them first.
Spike planted.
I don't know if you see the like
Taken out.
Pink Panther film.
Yes.
Where he's
Seen them all.
pretending to fight. And then the bodyguard's actually fighting everybody. I feel like
yes.
that was Martin in this round. That's a
Player
great
standing.
reference. He's putting up imaginary numbers, but luckily his teammates are doing everything else. That's 5 now for KC.
The Steve Martin.
Last round
Yes,
in the
yes.
half.
The old ones are good as well, but Steve Martin, he's a hell of a character. 6-5. Right now it is. Oh, that was nasty. Kind of hope we get Martin's POV. It's so funny just seeing him flick around everywhere. Nothing but bodies to be seen.
One enemy.
This game being 6-5, like, don't get me wrong, there was a close round for KC that they should have won, the 4 versus 1 defuse that was played out by Chronicle. But ultimately, it feels like with the advantages they've had, I mean, we'll see the stats after the game, but opening duels have gone to Fnatic so many times.
Yeah.
And if they don't, they've been able to take 2 for 1s. Fury's got 1, and almost the second, but Crashies dodges his way out of that one.
He's got happy feet.
Never saw that movie.
Oh, dancing penguins. It's for you. If you like singing penguins, it's also for you.
Check it out.
Either way, they have been stalled at least a little bit, but KC have been quite happy to just play down the clock. Seem like anything has been able to stop them since they lost those initial 5 rounds. While Boaster is fighting versus the full force of Carmine Corp. Forcing them back, a Viper's Pit used for post. Martine just repositioning back. With the turret still online, they don't even have to worry about their flank. Everybody is coming in for the front.
Oh, Aves, just as the smoke blooms. I don't know if he caught a glimpse of Chronicle. That was just a well-timed spam, but either way, this is his round. He's dominated every fight. A triple on the board already, and he keeps on going. 4 in his favor. 1 man left to find, and it's the shorty to do it. An in-zone flawless to finish us out in half number 1, and KC leveling up 6-6. This has been a remarkable comeback. And Icebox, it's anyone's game. Half 2 after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, folks. The timer is ticking to get into this second half. For Fnatic, it feels like they should be leaving that half with a much more favorable scoreline, Tom, but
5-0 up.
They're neck and neck, a 5-0 start, some incredibly close rounds within those, but the rounds that they lost are really what I look at as ones that they shouldn't have. They had advantages, 1 or 2 men to the good, and KC were constantly able to fight their way back into things. I mentioned Sadic as the man I look at, and almost a comedic comparison to Woot, one of the most individually strong players that we've seen. Aves, though, the man that we talked about at the start of this series, he is 14-8. He dominated the last round with what could have well have been an ace. For KC, he's been a godsend in this series.
Oh, okay. Boaster's there to kick it off. You've cursed Aves in this round, at least, as he's dead immediately. Wow. Maybe your comedic comparison of Sadak will be able to do the work. The wall is going to gift them that plant. The retake is definitely not going to be easy, especially with Alfia back in position, but he's dealt with.
Time ticking for KC to get back in. They don't have a wall of their own to play behind. But they have got Elite marching forward and eliminating Kayak. Crashies primed and ready with 2 shock darts. The first lands for huge damage. Second fired through, but they've avoided that one and sent Elite forward to claim more scalps. This man, a Terminator in this round, and he's played 4! A defuse as a result. And Elite carries them to the lead, now 7-6. This was a 5-0 start for Fnatic. I don't know how KC have managed to claim their way back into the lead.
They may not have a wall, but they do have a Hulk. I don't know what
the
has
Macarena is going on.
happened. That is an insane round from Elite. The headshot percentage was brought up earlier for Sugetsu. I know that back last year, Elite always topped those stats, but putting a Sheriff in his hand just seems unfair. And it's the same again. Fnatic get themselves into a hefty advantage, and then KC just battle back through it. It is now a pistol for Kayak and Alfia. If you think back to Lotus, this might just give them a chance, but I don't know, it feels like a slightly different story since KC started winning rounds.
No, it definitely does. Many a team would have crumbled after the rounds that they lost, but they have kept themselves in this, and now the lead is theirs as a result. Up against Pistols, these second round conversions have not been easy. Boaster's got past the turret. He has snuck his way under the tube. Martin is dead to rights here, but he hasn't been spotted. For now, Martin continues to draw breath. Boaster wraps his way around. He's looking for him. Can't quite find him. There it is, but Martin's looking the right way. So unlucky for Boaster. KC will read into that gap that was exploited.
Yeah, now it kind of, well, the play feels like it's gone. Plan, undeniable. Value of the Sage Wall will get you into this position. It's whether anybody on the Fnatic side comes out alive. You can see they're trying to play close to it, try and use the benefit of these pistols, but KC have been diligent in just destroying it! What has just happened? Kayak with a quick double, and it's going to somehow happen again, it seems. Sugetsu is all that stands in their way. As disaster looms on the horizon, he's managed to get it to half. He's found another, trying to bait Kayak into the fight, but it's another triple off the Sheriff! Put a pistol in this man's hands and he will deliver.
I don't believe what I'm witnessing down on this stage. That is unbelievable. Look at these shots. Martin and Elite, you talk about trades. They didn't have a chance. And a perfect play in the end.
Me when my duelist gets a triple kill. Yeah, sit down.
With the Sheriff on an eco round. Those second round conversions, they really have been the toughest of battles in this series. Now we're neck and neck again. This series seems destined to go the distance. Again, it's Pistols on the other side, but Elite won't go down without a fight. He's taken Alpha here, and he lives.
We're not doing this again.
To fight again. Moving into the B side, it was a 4K to close out that previous half. Abez has got another, a snake bite trade back. What is going on in this game? There's a gap in the wall! Abez gets a freebie! And a 3v2, Martin's creeping up behind! And he doesn't get the kill! We're back to even Stevens in a round that never should have been. KC still stand a chance. Crashies just one hit, but one away from a Hunter's Fury that, by God, you might as well throw in if you get it. If you get it. And he will find it, but Kayak closes the round just in time. This game is madness.
They say that pressure makes diamonds. think you could put a piece of coal between the butt cheeks of every Fnatic fan and they'd be creating diamonds on their own. This is honestly just the most ridiculous game I've ever seen. You only had pistols, Zai. You only had pistols. Unless that was from the round before, in which case completely valid. Aves currently 17 and 11. We got guns now. We got her in the end. The way we got here doesn't matter, even though it does. It's gonna keep me up at night. Been a weird game.
Weird day, yeah, this is certainly an unusual series, but we're back to normality. Alpha here, as Scott would say, he's back. He found his opening, the operator in his hands. The shot rings true, but KC adjust. They go pushing up on B main. The space taken is being watched for now, but they found the gap. That timing absolutely perfect, and Aves will find one.
Gotta be dead.
But on the fallback, there's two players wrapped around Boaster and Crashy's holding. Perhaps holding hands as we've seen in the vlogs, and now they combine to take this 4v2 and to potentially put Fnatic up 9-7.
Shutting them down. One suppressed.
Well, Fnatic have a two-man advantage.
It's KC's round.
That's how it's felt. That's how it's felt. Luckily, for their sake and ours, KC have decided not to go for this one. They're going to look to hold on. I think also Crashy's having the Hunter's Fury as well. It feels like a deal breaker. Fnatic are going to extend their lead. For KC, going to have to try and find their footing once again. Bear in mind it was a 5-0 start in the previous half. They've already proven that they can battle it back to 6-6. But as mentioned, when Fnatic get onto this attack side, that is where they feel more deadly. And while with Althea seemingly hitting once again.
Down, attacker spawn.
I feel like the game might just be swinging further into their favor.
Well, it's one thing to start slow, Tom. I think it's a different flavor when that lead, you creep back up to it, you claim it at last. Being behind the entire game. And as soon as they step across that finish line, another race starts and Fnatic take a big advantage. Climb up 3 in a row. That feels very different, and I think it is a good moment for KC to sit down with their coaching staff, reset that mental, and talk about, well, the next round to come more so. They've saved 2 weapons, but it'll be weaker showings across the board for the rest. The Hunter's Fury, if something goes their way, the round could easily end up in their hands, so these next 2 are their chances. But if these fall, Fnatic will run away with it.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the buy, and it's a Guardian for Aves and a Sheriff for Elite. If anything, this is the best buy they've been running all day. A Hunter's Fury, I almost don't want to see him use it because then he doesn't have the Guardian out.
67 seconds to plant in 2025, a gradual increase, 62, 65, and then 67.
So by next year, they're just not going to plant at all.
Does that account for the stats where they run out of time? Because that may pull the average up quite a bit.
Yeah, they've already been getting there. By next, they'll just leave the spike in spawn.
The death match.
At least then they won't have to run out of time to go get it again. 9-7.
Cover going out.
This is a chance to put all the shenanigans to bed for Fnatic, but there is still a sick part of me that does not believe that's going to happen. Paranoia. Denying any vision or knowledge of what's going on. In fact, Aves has popped this early. I don't mind this, because that means he's going to have his gun out when he sees them.
That's always a plus. I would have liked it off the drone. I think the blind Hunter's Fury, if you already know they're through the choke point, and you're ulting from like somewhere around this position, right? It goes straight down this laneway. It can be so valuable because those players are boxed in, but blind, there's so many routes for them to avoid it. without a push to add that extra layer, it does feel like a little bit of a waste in a round where, sure, if they found a kill, it would be
30
huge.
seconds left.
They've got this right.
Big risk.
The initial delay of Sugetsu was enough. They've gone back towards this A site where the majority of the stack currently sits. Aves is going to be that point of contact, but it's Martin to start. Here he goes again.
Strike down A.
I said I didn't think there was going to be any end to the madness just yet, and of course, why not? An in-zone flawless with a load of pieces missing. That's where KC find their round.
Well, it might not have been a push off the Hunter's Fury, but tell you what, it certainly worked.
He had his gun out. That's what he needed.
You were right.
If he'd had the Hunter's Fury there, he would have died.
This game is pure madness. Martin with a double from that corner. Aves swinging out on the Guardian, and then an easy close on the Belt player. 9-8, and that's gotten an immediate timeout from Fnatic.
Just have one, lads. You're just chatting. I feel like we need to go into like Astra's form and just like then we can explore the galaxy and figure out what's going to happen in the next round, because everything so far has led me to believe that whichever team has the weaker buy is more likely to win. Now I'm sure somewhere our lovely stats guy William is having a breakdown at me saying that, because all of his numbers probably point to the opposite, but who cares about stats anyway? Sorry, William, I do.
There was no need for that. Captain Cow is not happy with that. Captain Cow will remember this. That just popped up.
He definitely will remember it, because that's basically the job, is remembering things. Or at least looking them up.
That's going in a spreadsheet, mate.
That is going in a spreadsheet. He'll bring that up to me in 6 years' time.
9-8 at the moment. Round between them. This has been a remarkably close series. We started out with KC's map pick crumbling. A dominant display from Fnatic. He's barely clutching out Lotus, but now it has been so difficult to separate these teams outside of the first 6 rounds where Fnatic looked pretty dominant.
There's also been a curse as well. And it wasn't by either of us. By Billy. That's Billy IDK, in case you're wondering, just need the full name. She actually stated that with Chronicle back on the Sage, that he's going to frag out. And he's having a rough game. So the Scottish curse is strong.
We'll make sure to let him know. Cast that curse upon him.
Of course.
Bladestorm already hunting down these players inside of B main. Fall back here from Sugetsu. He decides to play on yellow. That gives Kayak an opportunity to close in the distance, but the shots don't land. It's Sugetsu to come out on top. Aves here to support, and he's just going to send the drone through. Spots that info. Fnatic, they pull a freeze.
Don't have that much time, though. It's 35 seconds on the clock. If they're going to go back, it would have to be now. And I think KC have realized that. Starting to gamble extra players over to this side of the map. Sugetsu has been forced into the open, and well, Chronicle has now come alive. The res utilized to give them that advantage, and the wall should allow the plant, but it's being spammed. A Hunter's Fury being utilized by Crashies should keep them safe, and while Chronicle, he's come alive. The counter curse has ensued, and the team with the weaker buy, the team that came in with the Stinger, looks set to win this round.
Well, Martin might have something to say about that, but a 1v5, that is a tall task to step up to. Big swing by Fnatic to close that out. Wasn't just Crashies he had to deal with, but Kayak was looking to get that trade quickly if Crashies fell. Despite running into a heavier stacked site with players on their way, that res bringing Kayak back. More guns for the battle. The Hunter's Fury claiming the life of Aves, removing him from that battle in the sideline. Allowed them to isolate every single duel. They all went the way of Fnatic, 10-8. And the economy spread thin for KC again. This could be the beginning of the end
Revealing area
for the defensive side. But an AWP in the hands of Sugetsu when he has the pit to work with. To assume he's got a shorty to fall back on.
Game has taught me anything. No scope someone in a Viper's pit. Or just push and die. Boaster already with the start. Goes back for more though, and you're facing off against Aves, even though it was just a jumpy. That's enough. This man has been impressive. We spoke about the first map performance, maybe the first half of the first map. What was it? No, it was Lotus, wasn't it? From Kayak. He was insane.
20 kills in first half of Lotus.
But on overall performance, I think Aves might be beating him. It's the second half, he's looking just as strong as the first. Fnatic now, they've leveled the playing field and they've got rid of Sugetsu. They're going to try and go back to this B site once again. That does mean pushing into the waiting arms of Aves.
30 seconds left.
Lockdown coming into play. Fnatic, though, they get ahead of it. They've already found the picks. This is an easy destroy on the lockdown. A follow-up plant to be secured. For a split second there, it looked like KC had the right response, but they crumbled every fight going the way of Fnatic again in that 4v4. With Sugetsu falling early, no pit to give them hope of fighting back into this. They're going to save. Again, we mentioned the economy was low for these players. An early mistake like that, and there's no way that they can afford to risk these weapons, but that doesn't mean that they are guaranteed to carry them through to the next. 8 bullets in the magazine. He can't afford a reload. It would give away his position. He's heard the steps. He's going to be here way earlier than Martin will expect. This should be a backstab. Martin's not even going to look. It's a free pick, and he'll even follow up with another. The weapon's lost either way for KC. 11-8 for the side of Fnatic. They are on the cusp of victory.
Yeah, pistol victory and a singular round is all that KC have managed to muster in this second half. And I mentioned it, the Fnatic attack side has always been the deadlier of the lot. Start to see the frustration slip in, of course, for KC. The way they're competing with Fnatic is fantastic. Like, we talk about the road to Paris, and even this loss would be a great step, but it'll all come down to the numbers in the end. You want to get yourself as many victories as possible, because all of those points can count, especially for the teams higher up the table. Maybe Fnatic wins the stage, but if you have enough points to be in the top 2 other than them, that's absolutely fine. Kayak, oh, that is a cheeky little spot. I think you know they're there, Aves. The flash is solid. The shot's not quite, but he gets there in the end.
Can't get out. Completely trapped. Eventually, support comes through, but not in time. Those players fall, attempting to stand tall by his side. Crashies with a double. And that could be what sends Fnatic to 12. The reveal onto Elite as well, damning as the wall bangs come through. Chronicles got him down to a sliver of health. Although he steps out of the slow, he doesn't stand for long. Martin, the last one standing for KC. A 1v4 that he doesn't even want to attempt. Carrying this weapon forward brings much more value. For Fnatic, 4 chances to close this series out. It has been a long-fought battle, starting with a dominant victory, and then their own map choice being stolen. Now they seek out Martin. They seek to steal that weapon from KC's hands for the final, what could be the final round.
This time at least. Able to survive the first, but he is still being hunted. The economy is absolutely fine for Fnatic, so they can risk it, but it's crispy from Martin. For KC, but you look at this, even just on historic data, a team playing Fnatic on Bind, Lotus, and Icebox, the fact they won a map is fantastic. Like, these are 3 maps that have always been solid for this squad. The fact is, though, when it comes to those champions points, when it comes to the playoffs battle, close doesn't normally affect anything, although I'm sure BBL from last year would like to have a conversation. Even still, they're not out of this one just yet. Still have the guns, still have that Viper's Pit. I imagine Sugetsu use it soon, otherwise he may not get to use it at all.
Oh, he is a brave man. He's gone in for the fight and gotten out unscathed. KC, a man to the good. For Fnatic, that meant nothing. On their defensive side, they had two-man advantages that were stolen out from right under their nose. The start, well, it seems to be the same as what we saw in half number 1, but Zagetsu still drawing breath. Hunter's Fury put through for the support. One shot to Kayak is all that they need. The updraft saves him, but Alpha takes a tag. 2 players low. The spike down in the open. And no means to retrieve it. A lockdown if they want to commit it for the space, but maybe better saved for another round. They'll fight their way through middle. Crashy's attempts to distract him, grabs an orb to future-proof this ult economy. They have sent Alphayer on the runabout. He is now behind them. They might have heard those steps. Elite's suspicious, but he'll lose his life anyways. We're back to a 3v3.
Winning seems slim, but bear in mind the economy from Fnatic is good. Even just dropping some weapons here could force
10 seconds
a
left.
few problems in the next. You can see they're just going to chuck the operator away as they attempt to try and do a little bit of extra damage. Don't really have a whole lot to lose, but it's Sugetsu who's there to pick up the pieces. A 4K from him. What has been a slightly better half than the last, that's for sure. I think he started at one point in this game 1 and 8. Started to come alive. Now second on the board for his team. That does somewhat feel like another flash in the pan. This second half has only been singular rounds for KC.
3 more rounds.
Yeah, bro, this guy, man.
Need to make it 3 more in a row.
Yeah, the problem is Fnatic have saved up so much. They're close to Hunter's Fury now with the orb taken by Crashies, but a lockdown, a pit, and a res. That's a lot of safety nets when they already have the lead. They don't have to commit it in this round or even the next. So many opportunities. For KC, they have to be flawless from this point forward. Ults of their own to commit. We've already seen Sugetsu hesitant to put down that pit. The round that they use it has to be the difference maker. For now, look at the information the KC think they have. It's 3 players wrapping over towards this B side, a heavy stack there. 1 on mid. It leaves Martin alone, the only man to defend the A site. He stands within the walls of this site. He could be in big trouble when push comes to shove. This is a contact play for Fnatic, and the lockdown will send him back.
Maybe they've saved that pit for retake. I have to assume that's the case. The attempt from Zadak is to buy time, but they have managed to bypass the util and what. If it is going to be a pit, it will have to be a counter. I don't think that's worked. That's an interesting pit from Boaster. I don't think that was the plan, but maybe it won't matter. A ruse, some confusion, but instead the space has already been taken back. A mistake, but one that, if they win the round, they won't mind too much. A res available, but difficult to be used. Zadak already low. A missed shot, but Kayak there for the trade, but they are losing numbers as they go. And already a player taps onto the spike. It's left all onto 1, and he can't hold. Sugetsu with 4 in the last 3 in this. And a pit that I'm sure we're not getting a replay of.
Truly incredible work for KC. You look at that round, you think they'll have to use the counter pit to deal with it, but they're able to drop the pit without any utility, without anyone pushing through
That's crazy.
without even dropping the Viper. You don't often see that, Tom.
No.
Normally the Viper's pit
Thing is,
so difficult
if he had
to deal
stayed
with.
at the pit, I think they would have been a good idea where he was.
Would have been vulnerable to the spams, perhaps. Yeah, it was.
I do think Scott may have taught him that pit.
Now, listen, don't
looks
throw
like an
the
Irish
Irishman
pit.
under the bus, all right? Don't you dare.
Well, it must be, because he was thinking of you, because it was quite small.
That's outrageous of you to say at this moment in time. Fnatic timeout. They're going to take a moment to potentially discuss pit placement. Have a little
He doesn't have it
tutorial.
anymore, so I don't think they'll be thinking too much about it.
Might get the orbs in OT. We could be headed there. KC climbing back. That's 2 in a row. Economy for Fnatic is a little shaky. It's going to be light shields and a buy for Boaster. Light shields and a buy for Chronicle. They still have that Hunter's Fury. Oh, come on.
Did we need another replay of this?
Andy, I have one question, brother. Who hurt you?
Well, I think maybe the goal today is to make as many enemies as possible, because the Zadak flash.
Oh, yeah.
Zadak's quite a popular dude. Boaster has a few fans here and there.
He is generally liked, I would say. Not by Andy, clearly, but
Ready.
by
Can we
most.
out his Twitter? See how many DMs are going to be in there. Oh, chopped up alongside Slow, but that orb's still being fought for. Maybe trying to deny the Blade Storm of Kayak more than anything else. Go there. But they do still have guns. It's not going to be the end of the world if it isn't retrieved. The ults. Oh, to be honest, the only one of note seems to be Crashies. I know there's the Viper's Pit online, but I feel like Sugetsu almost doesn't want to use it. I think it's blocking his line of sight. Didn't even use it in the last round when they could have got onto the defusal. So I think maybe he's just holding on to it at this stage, or just doesn't like the Viper's Pit.
Economy invested. This could be the round, should be the round, perhaps, where Fnatic use those safety nets. They're running out of runway. The light that shone so bright now, the candle bleeding its last light. Here comes the pit to block them out of that B site. They're sent scurrying. Nice fight on mid though. Using Kayak as a distraction, Alfier picks up one, but Aves onto Chronicle. Hunter's Fury clearing backside space. Martine will be dealt with, Pit will be dropped. Boaster will fall though, as Aves was the snake in the grass, striking from the fallen Pit. And Kayak stands as the last man on Fnatic. No time. He cannot possibly get this spike and plant it. He can't get the kills with Aves retreating. Try as he might, this round is already lost. All there is to do is save this weapon. One final round. The series goes the distance here on Icebox, and KC, they're on the verge of connecting overtime.
That was such a cool round from KC. You put the Viper's Pit in, but then almost immediately after finding an opening, Sugetsu just runs away. And while they're hunting to try and find where he's gone, Aves is using that chaos to just clear them out. Just wipe out the majority of the squad and drop the spike in the process. 26 kills, and it's the Sovas leading the way on either side. Crashies is there alongside him as well. Still a little bit behind. But it all comes down to this.
Oh, my favorite words. Here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready, Tom? What's your favorite color? Purple? No.
Yeah, I like how we're now holding off on the changing color of the stage. Pretending like everything's okay.
Takes us back to the days of the Coliseum.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, you know, there's nothing to be afraid of with the color red.
Chronicle's hiding his head from it. He doesn't want to see it again. Haunts his dreams, his nightmares, even without a fade on the server. But one round between them, this has been a remarkable comeback from KC. 5-0 down, they equalize, they take the lead 7-6, and then it ends up being stolen away from them at 7-6. Fnatic take a lot of rounds, they build up the momentum, and just as they're about to connect victory, it's 3 in a row for KC. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, Balza Technica. God, I love the color red. The admins are reviewing some in-game footage. There was a potential bug spotted in the previous. Boaster probably praying that's to do with the Viper's Pit. And I have an update for you as well. Thank you very much to our admin team for being prompt with this one. They have reviewed the in-game footage, seeing if what happened on the server, I'm not sure if it was the pit or something else, but there was a flag. The flag was investigated, and there was no bug to be seen. The word reroll will only be said in this sentence because it's not happening.
Reroll.
The game will... Tom, don't test my patience. We're going back into the game at 12-11. Nothing will change. Again, thank you to our QC team for being so quick and prompt in this one.
Get rid of the red.
But I'm glad I got to see the red down on the stage.
Yeah, rid of the red.
Memories of the past.
Look, there we go.
But it's a
Red is
quick
gone.
one, ladies and gentlemen.
Red
It's
is
time to get back into this game. The last round of regulation about to play out. KC, they could bring us to overtime here and now, and it's their best opportunity. But the weak weapon for Kayak, don't be mistaken. He's got a Blade Storm to work with.
Guardian. See you later, Sugetsu. Blink and you miss it. He definitely missed Kayak in that round. The man who's been defending this B site tooth and nail. It's been a thorn in their side, has gone. Aves is still standing, and sending out that utility means he can get his gun back in his hand, which is really all we want to see. The flash is solid, but he hasn't been able to take that pick. Even still, though, that wall is quickly being broken, and the safety of that plant is diminished.
There goes the Blade Storm, but the recovered weapon still in Kayak's hands. The swing through from Poster, but the paranoia landed just in time. Aves, he's constantly been the one to stop them in their tracks on this B site. Hunter's Fury put through, dealing with the res. Kayak falls. Another connection seemed close, but Crashies just about dodges it. They know he's here, but he's got the info to play with as well as time ticks away. KC trying to bait the fight with the tap, and they grab at least one. Elite for another, but he needs one more, and he'll be stopped by Chronicle. 13-11. They tuck it close. But the Kings of EMEA are back with a victory to kick off Stage 2.
It's such a valiant fight for KC. Like, their squad came in, I believe it was a 7th to 8th finish over in Stage 1. It seems like they've definitely used that off-season well. And it's definitely unfortunate that their road to Paris doesn't kick off with a victory versus the previous EMEA champions, but they gave a damn good effort as they went. For Fnatic, we've said it many times, we'll say it again, they're not beat until they're beaten, and unfortunately for their opponents, it seemed like Chronicle, just as the game looked like it was slipping away. I think he had 2 or 3 rounds where I'd go, he probably won them that round. And that's exactly what they needed right at the depths. A tight fight definitely gives me a lot of excitement for KC going forward.
Well, the rematch on the EMEA stage that was over a year in the making, and it certainly delivered. 3 maps, just avoiding an overtime to close it out, 13-11. But Fnatic are once again the victors in this head-to-head. It was a hard-fought battle, though. Respect to KC, but ultimately, Fnatic are back on track. They need 3 wins here to lock in champions, and this is the first.
Yeah, they are in a very good position in terms of the points. I think the pressure definitely not on as maybe some other teams will have in terms of needing to win the entire stage.
Relax.
But either way, before we send it down to Yinsu, let's take a look at the pay save card play of the week. And it is, of course, it's Benji Fissy's ace on Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, this guy had a really slow start to the first series, but showed up with an ace. There was 3 back-to-back aces kicking off Sunset.
Oh my god, my second! Guys, I'm running. Holy.
2 aces on that stage, but this one's going to stick in his memory. Congratulations to Benji Fishy. That was a wonderful showing, and congratulations to Fnatic winning out this series. It has been a day for the greats here in EMEA.
Yeah, for sure. No, I think especially some of the plays that we've seen throughout this matchup, even though it's been mental, I have thoroughly enjoyed the craziness that we witnessed. It's maybe not the first and second round back and forth that we had all the way through, and I'm sure that the coaching staff on both sides are going to need some serious rest after that one. But with the quick turnaround they had, I think for Fnatic, getting that victory is going to be pretty important. Well, it seems like Kayak's happy to be back in EMEA.
It was great to see on the other side as well, just talking a little bit about KC. Aves, someone we highlighted coming in, a little slower to start, but in this final map, finishes top of the board by a significant margin, 28-17. He was damn impressive throughout this series, and it was the Sova where he did most of his work. This was certainly his map.
Yeah, I think for sure we've seen it across the board. Nonetheless, it's enough waffle from us. We are going to toss things down to Yinsu. Here's with Boaster and Crashies.
This is what the people want. We've got Brashies here on stage. First of all, yeah, let's just dive straight into that. I didn't realize you were allowed to bring things like that on stage. Since when?
You know, like when I'm feeling down, I just got to look down and I see that, and that will bounce us back. And that's what happened on the third map. I started shooting again because I thought of the Brashies. No, I don't know. I didn't know you're allowed. I just brought it.
Yeah, I might have to investigate you for that, you know, a little bit. But for those that haven't seen the latest Fnatic vlog, Crashies, there's some jealous man allegations being thrown your way. So would you like to address that?
Yeah, you know, I just saw him being a little too friendly with some people, and, you know, I just had to say some things to him, as everyone saw. But, yeah, remember, huh?
Yes, sir.
You gotta rein him in. You gotta rein him in a little bit. But the heart attacks you keep giving your fans, I'm happy to see nothing's changed when it comes to that. Really weird series though, right, Crashies? I felt like from the outset, so many weird things happened. What was it like to play it?
Yeah, I feel like we were really prepped for their bind pick. We just knew everything that they were going to do. And shout out to our coaches and Jake, because I feel like we were very prepared for bind. Lotus, I think we just got caught off guard and made a little mistakes. And like in this game, mistakes can go so far. So yeah, and then Icebox was just so back and forth. Icebox, I feel like we could have had way more defense rounds. Like I missed one round on defense and just spiraled as well when one was planning. But yeah, it was insane game.
Could we try and win some 5v3s? Can we put that on the list?
Honestly, since the Heretics game, I said, hey, if we're 5v3 up, we can do this. And then it happened in the game on B, and I said, we can just do this. And everyone's like, yes, sir. And then something happened, and then everyone's charging in. I'm like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, I guess I'll come as well.
It happens, it happens. Now, speaking of the bind, is this a one and done comp, or is this gonna go the distance? Because even before, when Tejo was really meta, you guys weren't really leaning into it that much. So we were surprised to see the alpha Tejo.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, I just think double initiator is good, and I do like the Gecko, but I feel like sometimes the Gecko we struggled against these Vice deadlock comps against Gecko, and I was just like, well, having a Teo robot and a couple of rockets is pretty handy for certain like reactions for us to do. And I spoke to the coach, I was like, please can we run the Teo? And they were like, we're thinking about this comp. And then I was like, yeah, but we've only got 2 days prac. Let me run double initiator because I'm used to that, because that's all I've ever run other than the Cypher. And luckily we did, and they cooked up some of the defense as well, and we started just, yeah, attack. I love bind, it's my baby.
You love bind too. I remember we were I feel like we did you a little bit of disservice because we forgot about the Austin Roberts bind. How was it playing again?
Back in the day, you know, bind used to be our map, as
yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, it feels nice to be back in the pool. I feel like they were a good bind team as well, so we have like a really good style. I could bring some things that worked for us, and they can bring some things, so it's just a good mix, and it's fun.
What you been feeding Kayak?
It's funny, he actually asked him that. Yeah, I don't know. He asked him the same thing.
I asked him what he ate today and stuff. I was like, what have you done? Because some of those one taps, again, it was like, yeah, it's like, whoa.
Yeah, I think whatever he was eating, Aves was eating as well. Yeah, they were probably, they shared the same meal before the game.
Yeah, I think I could have killed Aves a few times though. That guy was peeking me, but it's just, you know, how old is he?
I don't think you killed him at all.
I think I did. I killed him once.
Did you kill him once?
Yeah, with cheering.
Oh, okay, there we go. I mean, he had a good game. It's a little bit traumatic, I think, for the boys on Casey for you guys, because every time you play against Casey, even before you were here, Crashies, it always goes the distance. They always, you know, throw a little bit. You guys throw a little bit. They never are able to beat you properly, and also having to play against Sadak. That was the first Icebox against Sadak since lock-in.
Yeah, I think it might be to do with their chant. It's not scary enough. Because it's always like, what is your color? And then we're like, blue. And we're actually saying it too. Whereas some teams, they have some scary chants where they say something and then they're all screaming. But theirs always actually kind of makes it more fun.
What's your chant?
For my mindset. Ours is just like, someone say something in their native language so then the enemy team doesn't know what's going on. Okay. And then we just say champions because that's what we're trying to qualify for. But not like this. Like, it's more like, yeah.
But you have the same native languages here, so if you're gonna, what are you bringing to this, Austin?
1, 2, 3.
Just like
Is that it? Okay.
Like that.
And lastly, before I let you go, I want to say a big congratulations to you, Boaster, because you are the first player in VCT EMEA to surpass 1,000 assists.
One of the best out there. OOTB in the chat.
You gonna be next?
Hopefully.
Yeah?
That's a long way though. Only in EMEA?
Yeah, in EMEA. You're
long way.
the first and only player to do it. So
How far is the second guy?
I will ask Captain Cow, our stats person, to tell me that. But you know, you have value to your team.
Yeah, I mean, people say like boaster this, boaster that, but I'm pretty sure everyone that joins our team ends up being in their prime. We were saying this today, actually, and I think the real secret is me. No, I'm joking, but I think, yeah, I mean, a lot of flashes were happening today. I was pretty happy about that, and I get a lot of satisfaction out, for when I do good util for the boys and like get them kills and stuff. So, you know, I like them popping off, so then I don't have to be as stressed.
Well said.
Yeah.
Actually, one last question, because VCT Americas is started. I think Louder playing Leviathan, I think, right now, and there's a second game after as well. Crashies, the analyst desk over at VCT Americas were a little bit hard on their teams. You know, they were saying, we got to get it together, we're not doing well globally. So what are your thoughts? Want to send them some words of encouragement? Because I'm sure NRG will take the stage soon as well.
Well, you know, I'm in EMEA now, so this, you know, I can't say too much, can't give them too much credit. And I have been beating every NA team I've played at every international. We took down Sen, we took down G2, we took down 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
Credit to Jake here.
One of the goats of NA, right?
NA Spy.
Yeah, NA Spy.
NA
there you go,
Spy right
definitely.
here. All right, I'm sure they're going to love that. But thank you very much, you two. Congratulations once again. We'll see you next week. Of course, like I said, we will be back next week. But for now, thank you to everybody here for joining us. For you guys at home for watching, please enjoy the Herman Miller Gaming End of Day highlights. And we'll see you next week.
I don't know, this chair is so chill, bro. I'm like sitting on this chair.
This chair is a good addition to VCT.
I'm playing like this, look. I'm playing like this, whole game.
Meanwhile, I'm like this. Lights out.
Nice, Baharak!
It is if he's even given the first, but...
Hello.
Spike planted. One.
This is looking messy from Heretics. I don't like what I'm seeing.
Stuck across the op, sorry. A freebie here from Magnum. That's Spike noted as well. And actually, Propek is going to find one on the other side.
Standing.
But, tagged up, Magnum. Could do.
Come on!
13-5. An outstanding performance throughout from BBL. You gotta make a go of this one. Running in towards the site, it's traded out. 5 seconds pretty much to play with. Right at the end of the wire, and that is the plant tonight.
I know exactly. One enemy remaining.
That's so f***ing bad! Nice! Let's go!
I'm not gonna lie, I just wanna peek sometimes, and I do. Like, I don't care, I'm just gonna...
Nice, boys! But Puraka, I need some balls, okay? You need to swing! Nice! Let's go, guys! Let's go, guys! Really good!
And now we get the fun of the third, but a reminder of who this team is. Form looking much better here.
Oh, guys, that was crazy as...
Yampy.
Cheeky.
This could be nice. Yeah, that's lovely from him. Yeah, really nice. Oh, come on, that's 3. Oh, 4th, are you kidding me? 3 aces back-to-back on Yampy. Do it to him. Yeah!
Have we ever seen?
Never! BBL, not down and not out yet. Taken to the final hour in this one, the final round of regulation, but it will be 13 for Heretics.
The time here, the biggest issue, clearing out 2 players will be Tom! He gets them though!
Baby, I'm praying on you tonight.
It's a 13-7. It felt at times that KC had opportunities to maybe turn that one around.
Fnatic up to 4, closing in that gap.
Sadak, I feel like Gilbert's actually trying to stick it. It's going to be incredibly late while Boaster realizes actually I could just run it and die.
Forget, guys. Forget.
1-1. And the final map of Icebox is where this series will be decided. Up crashes, up goes the Waldo. Chronicle, in with the chance.
Oh, no.
They've got to be quick. They've got to run it down, and it looks like he'll get it.
Nice, boys.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
They tuck it close, but the kings of EMEA are back.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do